This is really cool. One-of-one chessboard signed by Faker and Chovy, legends when it comes to League of Legends. And you, in fact, can make a bid on it to get your one-of-a-kind chessboard signed by those two esports legends. It's truly special. It's actually at the front of the venue, so anybody listening here, you guys can see it when you're walking up towards the merge. And we saw it during that AGAO interview as well.
Can you guys hear me?
And, of course, the member of AGAO.
Are we back?
It was just right behind him. But such a cool piece of
Man,
history. Scan the QR
technical
code,
issues
get
here.
your bids in. I'm thinking about making
technical
a bid myself.
difficulties.
What about you?
I saw it in person, and
yes,
trust me, it
all
looks
right.
even better in person. It looks incredible.
How you guys
really
doing?
wish I could take home that chessboard.
Bro, what
but
happened? I
think
just
it'll be
came in.
probably
Is there some
something
drama
else.
happening? Like apparently Alireza Firouzja quit.
$250,000. You could probably
He
buy a
rage
few.
quit.
It's one of one.
What
it is
happened?
the real thing. Faker signed it, but it's the real thing. Sorry, dad joke. Had to throw it in there. But I am not going to be bidding on it just because.
He rage quit, he lost the game and then he just left the building.
It's truly special and it's a
There's
piece of
no
history.
way.
You guys
Is he
can
for
get it.
real?
Let's go to esportsworldcup.com. If you haven't already, check it out. Plus, there's plenty of things to do there. EWC Play. You can vote on the tournaments, earn some points. There's over $300,000 in rewards when it comes to EWC Play. Truly a tremendous thing when it comes to Esports World Cup. It's just a special product. But hey, right now, we've got a lot of things coming up, including grand finals, including the winner who's going to lift the trophy, $250,000 on the line. All that coming up and more after the break.
Man, he rage
Hello,
quit.
everyone, and welcome to EWC
Hikaru won with
Hardcore
Rucksack.
Trivia. Today,
I
we
saw
have
that
the
game.
gentlemen from Core joining us.
I saw that
Stable
game.
Ronaldo, Jason the Ween,
But
Adapt, and Marlon. And today we're going to
Hikaru's
figure
screen
out
froze,
which one
then
of
the
them
Twitch stream
is
went
the
off.
smartest. Just by looking at you guys, I don't know.
I had a 2.1
And Ali
GPA.
quit.
It's not bad. I got an associate's degree of arts.
Wait, what?
4.0.
You graduated?
High school. Oh my god. Graduated high school with a dual credit degree.
I didn't even think that was possible. Either way, this is
He
how it
quits.
works. You guys have already figured
Well,
out the
too bad
buzzers.
then.
We have a couple trivia questions here for you. Now, for round number 1, each one of you is going to be able to answer one question, and you can pick your category by ringing your buzzer, which you can
Let me
begin
see. Are we
now.
here? Yeah, we are. All right, we are back.
Stable. Well, no, honey, that was just a skill diff.
Man.
Stable Ronaldo, go ahead and choose your category first, and I will.
Food. I want food.
Alireza
All
walked
right,
out the
food.
building,
Name
fellow.
the bitter compound in
Man,
overseas
finally some good
Darjeeling
drama and
tea.
I miss it. Bro.
Easy. Yeast.
Oh, okay.
The
maybe
thing
the
with
answer is
Hikaru was
yeasty, but not
crazy.
really. Answer is polyphenol.
Yeah, but why? He just lost the game and then he just left the building?
That was actually my next guess.
Minus 30 points for Ronaldo there.
Alireza won't be allowed to participate
And feel
again?
free
Are
to
you
buzz
sure?
in
Is
to
this
choose
something
your
you
next
think?
category.
Guys,
Marlon, for you.
I didn't look for 1 second. What is Philly
Geography.
watching?
All right, we
Yeah,
like
this is some
geography. What
esports
is
cup
Gland
thing. I don't know,
Switzerland's
man.
Official 2025 population.
Bro, this is certainly not me to interview these 4 people here. I know them. These are massive stream. Every one of these person is worth more than $10 million. Do you know that?
It is 168,000.
These are massive streamers, man.
168,000.
It's close. It's close.
That is fairly close, but is it within 100?
Come on, 100.
The correct
We
answer
could say
is
100,000 maybe in between.
13,700 residents.
Oh, you're close. You're close.
The broadcast from chess.com interrupted
All right, now
mid-match.
between Jason and Adapt.
Oh, bang.
All right, Adapt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll do
There's no Oh, there is movies. I can't read for a second here. All right. In the movie
Alireza
The
will
Lion
be
King,
banned
what
after
kind
this
of animal
fiasco.
was Simba?
Man, can someone explain from the
Oh, this is.
Okay, so everybody got like
from the
Einstein
casters
questions.
what
Got
happened?
the 3rd grade question.
They won't probably. The broadcast died.
And the answer is
Huh.
actually
There was a technical
lion.
error, so they had to
That is
pause the
correct. A
game.
point for Adapt
Hikaru won
on
the game and
board.
Alireza
Like
left.
the hardest question of mankind.
Oh!
Jason, and your final question for history. This gives you the opportunity to tie up with Adapt.
Okay, now I
Name
get
Henry
it.
VIII.
So they had to interrupt the game for
executed
technical
in May
difficulties.
1841.
Oh, no.
Then he lost
Here,
and
Waffles.
thought, you know what, screw this shit, I go home.
No, Samir wins.
Huh, is there a clip? I don't know if there's a clip, guys.
Was
If you,
that just
if you
like
can find a
a
clip, I will play
honorary
it in the
degree
stream.
that they gave you?
I didn't see a clip, I just went online. I missed the entire drama.
Clearly, you don't know Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury.
Oh, Jason, doing more.
Yes, that's it.
The Salisbury, yeah.
Disappointing,
Huh.
incredibly disappointing first
Incredibly
round
disappointing.
for everyone
You're
besides
right.
Adapt. Now, Adapt, as
I
the
mean, yeah,
winner
I
of
was
this
for
round,
place 3
you get
anyway,
a
so they
incredible
didn't care.
opportunity here. You may eliminate one player from entering round 2. You have 5 remaining seconds. 5, 4, 3,
Jason to win.
Yeah, get it.
2.
Jason to win.
Jason.
What is this? What are they doing, man?
Your buddy don't even
Sadness
want.
and silence.
No.
For round number 2, you will be answering questions in the same category, so buzz in whenever you're ready.
All right then. Let me see. Maybe
Although
on
it's
Twitter we have
first.
some drama happening.
What
Maybe we'll
is
see a clip.
the escape velocity
Let me
of
see.
Earth?
Oh my god, that's so easy. 32,000 meters per second.
Do we have
Ooh,
some
I'm sorry,
drama
but we
here?
are
Let me
actually,
see on Twitter.
looking
Chess.
for 11.2 kilometers per second.
After some technical
honestly,
issue,
not
Firouzja
bad.
is
I
abandoned.
was actually right there.
I was
You
right there.
were fairly close.
I was very close.
But that is
Okay.
incorrect, and that's another minus 300
yeah,
points for
alright.
you.
Oh,
There is not.
God.
It's from yesterday. What's happening?
Are you,
Why
like,
is
delayed or
Hikaru
something?
mad
Like,
and just
what's going
walking
on?
around?
Okay.
Your question. What is the third closest galaxy to the Milky Way?
This is Table
so
Slam.
easy.
No, guys, I
Closest
cannot
to
find
the
anything.
Galaxy. You got the
Unfortunately,
Milky
I
Way.
don't know
And
who
then
has
you got the
clip.
Segway.
But there is no clip, probably. No, they played the
I'm gonna
game.
go
He
that
lost
way.
in.
That
He
way?
I'm going that way, yeah.
left the
And while
building.
you were close, the answer we were looking for was Tucana 3.
I don't think that you can see something.
Now wait, adapt. What do you
Right, Dad, come on, bro. Lock in, man.
We also would have accepted Safeway.
Is this a new news
Alright,
segment? Yeah,
and
exactly.
Your question. What is the bright yellow
Chess
object at
Mafia
the
took
center
down all
of
the.
our solar
Yeah.
system?
Someone streaming
Some
early.
may
I
perceive
thought
it as
capitalists
orange.
don't wake up until
feel like it's
5
the
p.m.
sun.
No, we
And the
capitalists wake
answer
up
is
at 6
the
a.m.
sun.
Because the
Adapt,
earlier
that's
you wake
another
up,
300
the
points
earlier you can make money.
Fire.
for you.
Yeah.
Gotta respect him, man.
Yeah, you two are kind of struggling. For the third and final
How
round,
much
Adapt,
is for
you
third?
get to select who your
I
final
think
opponent will be.
$100,000, I would assume.
Yeah.
Let me see. How much does the?
You
Let
were
me
on.
see.
All right, even
Results.
though he's at like negative
How
300.
much is the third
Yeah.
place making? I
points?
would
No, no.
assume 100K.
Plays the next round. Me and
Let
him
me
one-on-one.
see.
Marlon, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have to take your buzzer, and you must stand there
yeah.
in sorrow.
Fourth
silence,
was 100K and third
shame,
place
suffering.
145K.
And for our third
I mean, that's
and
a
final
good amount of
round
money, I have to say.
EWC
I didn't
Hardcore
think that they
Trivia,
would make so
we
much
have
money.
2 potential categories
That's good
for
stuff.
you to choose your question
150K
from.
for
gets to
third
pick
place.
first?
The winner, I
Adapt
think,
does
wins a
because
quarter
he is
million.
currently in the lead.
Why is Magnus? Yeah, he will play in the grand finals. They're now doing some
Jamie?
bullshit, and then
All
after
right,
this we
and
will
we're
watch
gonna
it.
go to you first, Ronaldo. What
just talked
landmark particle was discovered by the LHC in 2012?
Technically, a pure
proving the
capitalist doesn't
existence
sleep
of an
because it's
invisible
not profitable.
energy field?
I mean, bro, come on. We had a conversation about that on the bus.
I'm going,
Why
like,
is
I think it's
esports saying
I'm
different
gonna go dark
figures?
matter.
I don't know where you're watching, sir, but I watch your official website. Yo, Robite! Thank you for the subscription.
Minus 47,000 points
God.
for
I don't
Ronaldo.
know if that matters.
And the final question for you for the win.
There is no clip
What
when they
color
restarted the stream because
is
it's not,
Mario's.
when they restarted the stream, Alireza was not there. Ah, yeah. I hope finals have drama. I don't think so.
And the
That
answer for the
Denis
win.
Lazovic guy
Red
seems like a
Adapt
very
has won
chill person.
EWC Hardcore Trivia. A round of applause from all of his
Do you know Stable
competitors.
Ronaldo? Well, not personally. I know
Nothing
all
but
4 of them.
salt
These are massive content
from
creators.
Ronaldo.
They are, every
Unfortunately,
single
tell us
one
how
of
you
them
really
is
feel.
richer than everything and all of us
Okay,
combined.
okay, give me a gaming question.
Just so you know, guys.
All right, your gaming question is:
They look
what
like a
was
bunch
the
of
release
dudes,
date
but
of the
they are
first
rich,
video
brother.
game console ever commercially released.
Yeah, go yourself.
Unfortunately, this seems like a skill diff for poor Stable.
Adapt doesn't know this. What is it?
Listen, I already won. I got nothing to prove.
Would you like your question? If you get this answer correctly, not only will you
He
have
crashed
bragging
out.
rights over these
Why?
three
The
for
computer
all
didn't
of
let Hikaru
perpetuity,
play and move. There was a glitch.
they
Ah,
will
maybe
have to
this was the
sit
technical
in economy
difficulty.
on their flights home.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to take the risk?
Ah, it's fine. Now Magnus will play against
Yeah,
Lazovic.
Let's hear it.
Man, I hope
Alright,
it would be a good
partially
game.
built right here in France, the LHC has led to breakthroughs in particle physics. Though not intuitive, the first letter of both particle and physics are the
Bro,
same.
like, is
What is that
anybody
letter?
interested in this? Like, I don't really sure.
P.
And the answer is P. Gentlemen, I hope you brought your comfy neck pillows,
Yeah, I know.
sweats. You're sitting in economy.
He
Or
asked to
rather,
replay the
maybe in
game and got
cargo hold.
denied.
Adapt, anything that you'd like to say to
Ah,
losing?
yeah, I mean, maybe. Could
I
be.
knew I was going to end up on top regardless.
I think maybe
Corey,
it was
thank
just
you all
annoying.
so much
I
for
don't
joining
know.
me. And Adapt, when can I be expecting my check
Thank
in
you
the
so
mail?
much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm going to connect you with Griff.
This
and
is so
we'll
boring.
Sort it out after this.
Fantastic.
She's
All right,
asking them
make
physics
sure those 2
questions.
extra zeros
Really?
that we
I didn't know. I
discussed.
didn't. I
Thank you
didn't
all
hear
so
it.
much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Yeah, great. Can we move
Appreciate
on
it,
now? Thank you. What's this? Is there some batsmen? They say internet issue in the venue.
Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. We do in fact have an interview with Hikaru ready to go.
Oh
with John
yes, maybe
Sargent.
we'll see.
Let's
Hear
listen
something
in
now.
and
Let's
hear
see what Hikaru has to say.
The start of the match was also quite entertaining, and I think it's fair to say you had the upper hand as well. So maybe talk to us up to then. How's your level been today? How did you feel your match was so far?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting match. You know, I think one thing that I did a lot better than I did yesterday is I didn't panic. I spent too long to play this queen takes b2 move in the second game against Ali Reza. I should have played that move in probably 5 or 10 seconds. So I used a little bit too much time, but I controlled my nerves in a way that I didn't yesterday against Dennis. Not to say that the outcome would have been different, but like I think in like 2 of those games, I got down to like 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes. I'm like, ugh, I'm already freaking out and just like completely losing my mind. And like in the game against Ali Reza, I had 2 minutes. I used like 30, 40 seconds, and I still was able to keep my nerves. So that was probably the big difference. And I'm very happy with the way I played, especially in the second game.
Good.
And the ending, of course, is terrible, but like it's not my fault. What can I do?
Look, we appreciate it's not the ideal circumstances, but at the end of the day, you played well, and I think a lot of people will very much agree that it's well deserved. So for what it's worth, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, what? That's it?
Play is in our DNA.
I mean, couldn't he at least ask if he knows something about like
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
about Ali Reza? Why he left? Was he bored? Maybe he was sick.
Now imagine an entire
Do you
city
hear that?
being built to
I
supercharge
think
it.
in
Clear city,
another tournament
powered
of
by
the
play.
Esports World Cup, they had to delay it by 3 days because apparently half the player got food poisoning. Someone need to go to the hospital.
Thank you, John Sargent, as always, for the great
I don't know.
interview. Hearing from Hikaru after that matchup.
Yeah, we didn't learn a lot about the technical issue, but we did hear what we suspected, which is that how he looked visibly on stage is also how he felt internally. He felt much more calm today. We saw it. He admitted to it, and that allowed
Valido
him to stay
Esports
calm
channel launched a
when his
YouTube
time
video
was
of
running
Magnus
down
and
find
Hikaru
moves
in a
like
lie
rook takes
detector. It's
g3.
pretty
So
funny.
good to see
I watched
Hikaru
just
back
a
on
clip
form
of it.
today.
Yeah, looking great. You know, again, Hikaru, just a long lineage when it comes to esports
On Twitter, I saw a
competitions, chess competitions as a whole. You know, talented streamer. You know, when I think about myself in esports, Hikaru is one of the top competitors that comes to mind.
Hikaru has done so much for
Levi
showcasing
got
to
caught
the
in
whole
the
world how
crossfire.
a
I
top
think I saw
player
that in a
thinks,
clip.
and I think that is incredible. He streams so much. He's played so many blitz games, introduced so many
How
people
hard
to
is it to
online
set up a
chess.
local chess
And
game?
Yes, like
What
you
do you
said,
mean?
Mike, today he was really able to keep his nerves calm, and he was very happy about that. And we could see it in his chess because that's how much psychology affects your own chess play as well.
Yeah, he's so much of an OG. He won, I believe, the original Speed Chess Championship. He's won 5 of them. So this goes back a
Crunchyroll.
long
Do you
time
find the
with him,
clip?
and
I
he
can't find
continues to
anything
grow
on the
chess. You know
He
what? His
didn't
day's
rage
not
quit
done,
during the
because
game.
for as long
The
as I've known him
game
since,
ended.
since COVID
The
days,
player
he's
left,
gonna go home
and he
and
just
stream
never
right now.
came
He's
back.
gonna go home and give us
There
more
is
thoughts.
no
Which
clip
is so
of him rage
interesting
quitting
and has
actually.
honestly
He
helped,
just left.
really explode the popularity of chess
That's
as a
it.
whole, right? You know, chess has always
Yeah,
been special
some
to
baby
me.
drama.
I mean, I can remember being
Man,
5
if
or
this
6
is all
years old,
drama that
my
we
dad
get out of
teaching me how to
chess, we
play.
need a lot
But
more.
then I
We
think
need a
about,
lot
you know,
more
years ago, you
assholes in
mentioned
this game. I
COVID
feel
time,
like.
right? And it's like I think about all of the streams on Twitch, on YouTube,
Huh.
and the influencers getting involved, right? And I mean, you also yourself starting to create content, but you've been a long-term chess
No,
player
there's
too.
nothing here.
And just how special that has
Chess.
been for kind of integrating or at least combining, you know, the traditional chess scene into what is now, you know, the online culture.
It makes me so happy to see how many
Mickey Mouse
people
drama, yeah.
both love playing chess, but also love
It's the Magnus game
watching
happening
chess
now,
and
yes. Now
love
the grand is the grand
watching
final.
all these players compete at the highest level.
He went
and,
outside
I mean,
to smoke
I
a
get
joint
so
and was
fascinated
arrested
when
by
I
the
see what
police, so he couldn't
Hikaru and all
finish.
these
Maybe.
players can do. He's calculating 15 moves in advance, and you know he's doing all these arrows. I'm sure many of you have seen.
Yeah,
it at home,
Magnus
and it's
playing
just
now.
completely
They are now
incredible.
yapping a little bit,
15 moves,
you know,
really? 'Cause I've heard 2
and then
or
they will
3.
play.
They could do 15?
Yeah, when he
How
gets
many
done
games?
drawing
I think is
arrows
the
all over
best
board,
of
it looks
10.
like, you know,
So we
I
get,
Kandinsky
we will
drawing
get
a painting. There's just
at
stuff
least
going everywhere, but,
6
you know, Anna
games.
has taken chess creative content to new
And
heights. And you know, speaking of COVID,
at most
Dennis is
11.
basically a COVID chess baby. I mean, his formative years were when everybody was locked down playing online. We
Feli
could
would
directly
never left,
make a
of course
one-to-one
not.
relationship between everybody being locked down and Dennis's ability to get good at online chess.
Never.
So many people then were at home, of course, just not doing anything but studying chess. It gave people so many times, players like Dennis, so much time to study and really become the best chess players that they can be. And now we're seeing Dennis
We have
just
Hans,
being one
yeah,
of the
but
very
we need
top
more.
players of the
I
world.
like
Which
Hans
is
a
really
lot.
special for me,
I
though.
do.
One name
You know,
comes to mind.
he shows
I
some
don't know how good he
character.
really is, but Tyler won.
We need more
I can
people like
remember him
Hans. They're
coming
good
onto
for
the
this
scene
entire
as a
for
streamer,
chess. They
starting to
are.
play and compete when it comes to chess. Miraculously, though, big brain on him, bigger than his biceps. He ended up actually doing quite well in the tournaments.
Yeah, he did. In fact,
Best of 10, Magnus not losing.
I think Tyler's online rating is over 2,000.
I don't know.
Which
We'll
is
see.
really
Bro, this
interesting.
Lazovic guy was
For a
pretty good
PogChamps
yesterday, I have
player
to say.
Get their actual rating over 2,000, it must be some kind of record. You've been involved in PogChamps.
I am so excited right now because Tyler won. I mean, he went from like 200 rating to 2,000 rating. You know how,
That's
you know
awesome.
how, Taylor? Playing the cow opening, opening.
I did the same thing. They're not
A
talking
few
about me.
years
Why
ago,
not?
I remember that he told me, and I saw the
Huh?
short you made where you're talking about the cow opening.
Why do they not
and you
talk
said
about
that
me? I did the
you
same.
win no matter if you play with white or black. And I said, no, I didn't say you always win. I say that you can play with
Yeah.
both colors. He thought
See?
that means that you're going to win every single
Feel
game. But you know what?
discriminated.
It's worked out for Tyler 1, and I'm very proud of him.
Absolutely, and I still need my lessons, and I'm going to take you up on it. You need to teach me the cow
Joe,
opening because
Jonas.
I want to be better right now.
What's popping?
Should
We
I
have a
say
little
what-
bit of
I'm not gonna
drama.
Say what I'm at right now, okay? But
Like,
you guys
there's
can
some
make
small
educated
drama. We had a little
guesses.
drama.
It's either between
Was
0
actually nice.
and 3,000. Okay?
we had the,
Check it out.
um,
EWC play is incredible, and so is
games
EWC
for
as a
third
whole.
place.
Let's take a look.
And Alireza just left and rage quit and never came back. You are poor and not famous. You know what? Yeah, there could be something. You could be right.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it. It's better than me hard sucking master.
He has also more muscle, and Tyler 1 is really strong. He does powerlifting. He actually can lift some chest.
Somebody better hold me. Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Are they boxing against each other? No way.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
What are you doing? What is this? What? Faction Wars. I don't know what this is.
Do you really need the wraps?
Ali, a little
Yeah,
bitch
it
then.
feels like over.
We don't know why he left. Maybe he is. Someone said that he smoked something outside the building and got caught and arrested. I don't know. Can't believe you fall for it. I don't know, but I'm a boomer, man. I don't understand all of these jokes that you do nowadays.
EWC 24 different games, $70 million in prizes, plus the $30 million club championship race. It's an incredible product, truly, and the coverage has been sensational. And we also owe it up to Level Up Season 2.
Okay.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
All right, come on.
Was built to move, not trapped at a desk.
They are playing ads for an hour, yeah. They are. They have to make money somehow, bro. They're paying out $1.5 million. This has to come from somewhere.
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
$1.5 million for the entire tournament. Good stuff. For chess, I think this is quite a lot.
Every move.
This is almost the same amount of prize money than the World Championship gets.
The club championship race is getting interesting, and because it's week number 6, only one more week remains. We broke it down when it comes to chess, but we need an overarching view from some of our other stages. Trav, give me the CC update powered by Aramco.
We're over here in the Kadir City grid. The drums are banging, and PUBG Mobile is well into its final phase. But it seems there's only a few CC relevant teams kind of left in competition, Lauren.
There are. We're now in day 2 of the competition. We're 7 matches.
It starts in 22
as
minutes.
Well. And right now,
I don't know.
it's E-Arena that are actually at
The money
top
comes
of
from
our
donation.
leaderboard,
Yeah,
which
exactly. The money
the CC
comes from
side thinks is not
donations.
very
Yeah.
helpful, right? The two
If
teams
you
to
live in
keep an eye on
Disneyland,
still
then
are
maybe.
Aurora Gaming and Vitality.
Will you buy the Magnus
However,
jersey? Yeah, sure.
They've still not really popped off yet. Still been a little bit slow. There's still 5 matches left today alone, so an opportunity.
They do
for
chess
them to get
session
some
in
points on the
between
board.
now.
And then we're
I
still
want to
obviously
watch
headed
the
to our
stream.
3rd and final day of finals, but I need them to find some sort of a rhythm soon if they're looking to get some points on the board.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Vitality is still fighting out in Rocket League as well, so might be able to bounce
What is
up that
this,
leaderboard
Rocket League?
if they do well here too.
Okay. I mean, they pulled in quite some good sponsors. Allianz, a big company in Germany. So, I mean, they know what they're doing. Buy Magnus jersey for 500, auction it for 100,000. Yeah, exactly. This is how it works. You can just sell it for 100k and everybody will buy it.
Not only in the venue, but also all around the world. Let's check in with our Sadia superfans. Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup since day number 4 for chess.
My name is Antoine and I'm from France.
Antoine.
Yes, it's the first event I've been to only as a spectator.
My name is Amin.
I
I'm
missed
not
the
Iranian, but
stream.
I
What
study
happened with
here.
Ali
I study
Reza?
in France.
So,
I'm Marius, I'm from Paris. Yeah, it's the first one I've been to
Hikaru
live.
won the game.
So I'm pretty excited about that.
And he was winning 3-1. And then they left, you know, for a break. And Ali Reza never came back.
I come from France.
So apparently he just rage quitted. But we don't know the reason. There was some technical issue in between the game. And after it,
I took pictures with all
they
the
resumed
players,
and
so I
Ali
was
Reza
really
didn't
happy.
play well. I don't know.
My name is Mehdi and I'm from the
We don't
north
know
of
why,
Paris.
but he rage
Yes,
quit,
first
didn't
time
come
and
back,
first
and
time
now
watching
Hikaru
chess
won.
Also. It's very nice, very nice. There's a lot of other esports. So my favorite player is Ali Reza Firouzja because I'm Iranian basically, and he plays for France. Well, I'm gonna support Ali Reza, but I
Yeah,
like Hikaru too.
he's
Yes,
out.
It's my very first chess event, and
Maybe
really
he got his
excited.
period. I don't know why he
I'm
left
here to
from.
see Ali Reza mostly, supporting him, but I'm excited to see everyone, also Magnus obviously. I'm rooting for Nodiebek as well.
Obviously Magnus Carlsen, and I also like Ali Reza Firouzja.
I think the environment is
Ferrugia.
really great. It seems to be well organized. The arena where Rocket League is played seems really huge. I expect to hear a lot of noise.
Saudi Airlines. Bro, I've never heard of this airline ever. Where skill meets the sky. Okay. Noise was crazy, really? Yo, Matteo!
Chess at the Esports World Cup is incredibly special, and we owe a lot of that to our special guest.
Fortuna
on the
Düsseldorf is
desk,
having a mental
Danny
breakdown
Rich,
after getting
co-founder of
relegated to the third
chess.com.
division.
Also, you recently published your own memoir, Dark Squares. Great
Well,
to
how
have
did
you,
they
man. How you
get
feeling?
relegated?
I'm feeling great.
Isn't
Thank
the
you.
season
Thank you
just
for having me. This is amazing
starting
as a fan
out?
and as someone who's a part of it.
Did something
this is
happen?
awesome.
I don't know about
Absolutely,
the third
man.
division.
Great to see you. It's been
What
a wonderful
happened?
event. My first chess event in my career. Been doing it since 2012, and I've had an absolute blast.
Hikaru and Ferrugia
know,
have
you've
some
been here
beef from
at
the
EWC.
past.
You've been watching all the action go down. It's been
I don't
5
know.
days of great competition, and chess is now one of the biggest esports stages. The Esports World Cup, an incredible product brought in with chess. And I got to ask you, man, how was your experience?
Isn't it
the
crazy
chess
that
merger coming into the Esports
way
World
more
Cup? What's that
people
been
are
like for you?
watching these tournaments
I would say it's
than the
exceeded
candidates
expectations
tournaments?
that we could have had. I think chess
Like this
sits in a
says,
really
this
unique
tells you
position where it is
everything you need to know
simultaneously
about
this
classical
incredible
chess.
piece of human history, and it's also now an esport.
They
And I
got
think we've been kind
relegated
of
into the third
navigating
division
not
last
just how
year,
the fans would
and
feel
now in the
about that, how
third,
our
they
community
lost
would
the
feel
first
about that,
game and
but
they are
every
losing the second.
aspect of being a
Ah,
part of
okay.
this, I think has been bigger and better than we could have imagined.
I still remember when you announced on stream that chess was going to join the
Yeah, I
Esports
don't
World
really
Cup.
follow like
now in year 2, when you look at
lower
where we're
football
today,
leagues.
has it developed the way you hoped it
I
would?
didn't even really follow the first one.
Yeah,
if I'm
again, I
gonna
would
be
think
honest.
it's developed even better.
This
than
type
we
of chess
thought.
is
I
the
think
future. It is.
The idea of
like,
how
come on,
the
this
broader
classical
online
stuff.
ecosystem
Like
now
maybe
is part
playing
of
it
this
is
story
fun, but
from
watching
Title
it is just the
Tuesday,
most
the
boring
Speed Chess
stuff ever.
Championship, the events that we run
Nobody
online
watches
in a
it.
cohesive way
I
already
remember
are
it
now
had
leading to
it had
something.
way
And you
less.
just look at
I
this
think
place,
a
right? And you see
third
the
of the
fans.
viewers,
This
or
is
even
something
less
that
than this
is
tournament.
what chess
This is
deserves,
just
I
some
think, in a
random ass
modern era.
tournament.
And so again,
And it's less,
there's been a
it's
lot that goes into
four
that. You
times
talked
more
about-
viewers
you
than the
remember announcing
most
it. I was
important
catching up
tournament
with
of the
Mike,
year.
who's the COO, and
Like,
he
that's
and I
a
were both
joke.
laughing that was like. That was a very crazy time. This all came together very fast, and we were thrown on stream together to talk
Guys,
about
there's
the partnership
nothing
before
better than
either of
these
us
two
knew each
combined.
other
You
or
have
really
to
knew
try
what to
it.
expect. But we were standing right there watching you guys just a little bit ago. And the truth
50-50.
is we're already so excited, not just about what we've done, but about where this is going and what's next. And so, yes, and then some.
All
So
right.
when you look a few years into the future, where exactly would you
Diabetes.
like to
No,
see this
zero, my
partnership
friends.
and chess's place within esports going?
Zero sugar.
Yeah, well, to
No
share
calories, no
as
problems.
much as I can about what we're discussing. I mean, what is happening right now is great. We're really excited about even more involvement of the team elements, I guess you would say. You see the players representing Team Falcons, Team Liquid, AG, everyone's up there, and that's great. But from my point of view, I think that in the annual storyline that exists, and in terms of how the community is
When it's a
thinking about
game,
it, more
I
than
think
just
in
what
10
they've known
minutes.
forever that we know, which is Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, the individuals, but really trying to do more to get fans involved with the teams. Are there ways we can have them battling against each other on a weekly, monthly basis, and just helping chess take
Did you
that
watch
step?
the lie
Because
detector
I think
video?
that
Not yet.
hearing
I
about
just
the
watched a
teams
couple of clips
more
on
than
Twitter.
maybe the most individual sport in history is a big part of why we believe in this. And again, without getting too much into the
Commercializing chess
details
is
of that,
great
that's
for the
something that we
audience.
think is
Don't
a
think
big
the
part
players
of where we're
care.
gonna
Of
go.
course,
And just kind
you
of,
crazy. The
extrapolating on
players
that,
care the
we've
most.
already seen great changes to the
Because
format
if
from
they
last
are
year to
getting
this
in more
year. How
sponsorships,
involved is
the
chess
prize
become
money
in
will
those
increase.
changes?
The
Just
players get
developing
paid more
in
money
general
from
the
sponsors
EWC
themselves.
format
They
because
will
it's
get
such a unique
recognition on
product, again,
social
one of the
media, can make
esports
more money
biggest
there.
world
This is
stages.
the
You know,
players
what
are
is
the
it like
ones
to
that care the
experiment
most
with
about this.
competitive chess in the format when it comes to
Obviously they
chess.com?
do.
Yeah, I mean, we're super involved because that's been the best part of the partnership is that the EWC folks came in and were like, hey, you guys have been doing this for a long time. Like, help
Let's
us
play a game.
understand
Yeah, then
what
go
will
on chess.com and click
immediately
play. What do you
resonate.
want?
And then what is innovation for you guys? What would you do?
I just came back
rather
from
than
cycling.
thinking
I
about
hate
what
these
we've done
heats.
forever,
Yeah,
which is
bro,
amazing.
this is
We are a
terrible.
service
Brother,
tool, a
Matteo,
service
you are into the
platform that
cycling
covers
shit. Do you
the
see that
Classical
18 or
World Chess
19-year-old
Championship and the
Portuguese
World Cup,
guy that died
the more
yesterday?
Classical Chess World Cup. I can name a
Yesterday
million
was some
events that
sort
we've
of
been
like
covering for
race
years,
in
and those are
Portugal,
great.
I think.
What would you do
And
with
one
an
guy
online esports product
had
if
an
you
incident.
We're kind of hitting the reset button in some areas, and so they've been very
Finn Tarling, and he
supportive of
died.
asking us. So the answer is we've been very
Horrible,
involved in the format,
19
and we will
years of
continue to be.
age.
And at the same time, we trust
Yo,
them as well. I mean,
Carlos.
they have a more global view than we do in many ways in terms of what resonates with the modern esports fan. And they're looking at other games. We can take learnings from what you're seeing in League of Legends or
guys,
or
I cannot take the heat anymore. We have
Counter-Strike,
have
across the board, chess
35
also has things to
Celsius
learn
right now.
as far as things that will
in
help grow the
Stuttgart.
game in
30
that kind of
freaking
demographic.
5.
And so we are very involved, but the partnership is exciting to learn from both sides.
What is the
Following
heat?
up on
If it's
that,
in
you know, you
communist
and I know
units, I
chess
can
already
convert
had
to
its own
freedom.
big
Yeah,
universe of
in
fans.
Germany,
Now we're
35
tag teaming
Celsius,
with the
where they will
EWC
tell you what's
ecosystem,
that
and
in
we're seeing
freedom
a
units.
lot of big EWC teams investing in chess. We've got All Gamers, Gen G, Liquid, Falcons,
It's
Navi. When chess combines with
95.
EWC, are we having new
95
ideas,
Fahrenheit.
new audiences? Is there a different
That's
competitive
insane,
culture
man.
that EWC brings to chess?
It's so
yes,
hot.
and a lot of, again, what we talked about is we feel like we're kind of just at the beginning.
Avengers trailer
this is
looked
a
so
very-
good.
Currently a very,
I mean,
like I said,
I don't know,
individual
man. I
format.
feel like Avengers
Teams
without
represented by kind of the jersey the players wear,
Iron Man is
and they're
just
amazing. They do
it
care about the
loses
teams,
half
and they're
the
investing in
appeal
the
to me
content.
somehow.
But again, we think there
I don't
are
know.
other
I think
formats that
that's
are maybe a little more team driven. The EWC
Iron Man
folks
is
are
like
already
half
doing that with the
the
ENC,
coolness
which I'm
of this
super
group.
pumped about in November. And there are other types of team formats you can do. Maybe more creators
Maybe I'm
involved.
wrong. I don't know.
Maybe other ways that we, design a competitive ecosystem.
Robert
where
Downey Johnny
it doesn't
Jr.
just
is
come
still in
down
the
to
movie,
Magnus
really,
and
but he has
Lazovic or
a
whatever that
major
looks like,
role.
right? And not because this is an
But because he
amazing in
dies,
chess,
no, in
will
Avengers,
always
like
be this
Endgame.
ultimate one-on-one battle when you're actually on the board. But are there other ways we can bring fans in and lean in on that. So yes, we're thinking about a lot of things.
Really?
Not changes necessary to this
No,
format.
he's not.
Because I don't want anyone to be scared. People are like, oh my God, here they go again. They're going to change things. It's not necessarily about changing this format, but thinking about things to maybe test and try and see whether fans like it.
And speaking a little bit
I'm
about
guessing
the
it's
players,
an alternate
Danny,
universe Tony
what
Stark.
player
Okay.
here at the EWC has impressed you the most?
I have
What
to
are
talk
they
about
yapping
Dennis
now?
Lazovic.
I don't know.
I feel like I was hired to be a part of this guy's PR
I
team.
mean, they're
without
yapping
knowing
until
it,
the
but,
players get
I
ready.
mean, this kid grew up
Did
on
you watch the new
chess.com,
Spider-Man
like a lot
movie?
of them.
No.
So did Ali Reza, so did others, but a lot of people don't know he was the first FIDE master, which in chess is the third highest title behind International and Grandmaster ever to win a Title Tuesday. That's kind of a big deal now when you think full circle that Title Tuesday is a part of this ecosystem. When he won that Title Tuesday as a young player, I will say that there were a few top players who maybe thought that there was some cheating going on, and we said no. He's very
10
clean.
minutes.
In fact, he's very talented. Get to know his name, and here he is playing in the finals against
The
Magnus
metaverse and
Carlsen.
time
So,
travel kind of cheapens
you
the
know
franchise
Magnus,
to me.
You know Hikaru. A lot of people are asking,
because it feels like there
when
is no
will it be a
consequence
day
of
where
someone
it's not
dying.
Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru
Yeah,
from
you know
World
what?
winning
You're
an after
actually
Blitz
right.
event?
It
A lot
takes
people have
off
said
from
maybe
the
that name is
from
Alireza
the
Firouzja,
immersion.
But maybe that name is Denis Lazovic.
Ready
At
to
some
gamba?
point,
Are you guys ready to
somebody
gamba?
is
We will
going to
gamba
knock
every
one of
game,
those guys
every
off,
single one,
and
bro.
I think
10
Lazovic
gambas in a
deserves
row
a
we'll
lot
have.
more than he gets currently in the community in terms of love and appreciation about just how fascinating his career has been.
And Danny, let me ask you this then. You pumped up Dennis, right? He's about to go on that stage and play Magnus Carlsen. Do you want to throw your hat in the ring and give a prediction of who's about to win EWC 2026 when it comes to chess?
I pumped up Dennis because I believe in him, but I'm also too much of a. I used to do the commentary job. I'm not going to make. I'm not going to make a prediction that is not the reasonable one, I guess. I mean, Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen.
That's right.
He is Magnus bleeping Carlsen. He's the GOAT. It's his world in chess, and we're all living in it. I mean, that is the truth. And and until somebody
Fellow Gambit
does
Cinema.
do the thing, fulfill the prophecy that we've talked about, who will that person be in the next generation? There's no world where you pick against Magnus, and I think.
I mean, it would be cool if
Magnus to win this
that
one
Lazovic.
and once again be the repeating.
It would be cool if
champion
we
here
can
at
win.
EWC.
All right, well, let's find out
Or at
together,
least-
right?
or at
'Cause I'm
least
sure
can
you're gonna
put
be
on a good show.
watching over in the stands. Danny, thank you so much for coming on and giving us some insight into chess.com and the history with EWC and maybe even some of the future. Well, the competitors are arriving, and John Sargent had a chance to catch up with Dennis before stepping on stage.
All right,
Okay.
here we go. The players will be arriving any moment now for the grand
is
final.
this?
I've given up trying to get to the
Ah,
bus.
this
They're
is
all
backstage.
faster
Oh,
than me.
there's Dennis.
Dennis, walk with me. How are you feeling today? Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm ready to.
See, he's ready.
Last time I spoke with you, I think at Speed Chess, it was the third place match I was talking to you about. It's the grand final today. How do you think you'll do?
Well, I have the best conditions. Like I won tomorrow. I won a couple of great matches, and I feel very confident. And I think like yesterday I played my best chess, so
Good.
I feel great.
Feel good.
Only
Nice.
getting better and better. Dennis, we're looking forward to the match. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, bro is ready. Did Prag and Gukesh enter this tournament? No, both don't. Or didn't. I think that Gukesh is now preparing for the final, no, because I think it's like 1 in 3 months.
It's about that time for grand finals.
It's
to
6
get
games,
started.
no,
2
10 games,
Titans
and
ready
then
to battle
Armageddon.
it out. One just 19 years old.
I have money on Magnus on
representing
Carlsen.
AGAL.
Nice.
Took a stab
What are
at
the
him,
odds?
and it
Let me
seems
check.
to have paid off. The other looking to go
let me
back
see on
to
Poly
back. The
Markets.
best in the world. It's Magnus Carlsen, and he.
Are you
is,
guys
in fact,
betting
gonna
money?
Take that stage. He is, in fact, the champion. But the question we all have is, can he be defeated?
6 months ago when they played, Dennis won the first game against Magnus.
Chess.
Then we saw angry Magnus. He went on to win the
Sega.
next
Ah,
7
okay. Oh,
decisive
wow.
games. We're going to see if Dennis can
All right.
sustain his ability to play against Magnus for a full
Wow,
several hours.
it's
Magnus
82
literally number one in all
That's okay.
retrospects when it comes to chess. I mean, he is the number
80%
one
is
in the world.
Magnus,
But Dennis
20%
doesn't care
is
about any
Lazovic.
of that narrative. He truly thinks he can take the Titan down. I know Magnus is the favorite, but Dennis is going to be coming in hot and heavy. And yesterday, as he was crushing the key of who he defeated in semifinals, saying, I don't really care who I have to play.
Denis Lazovic never cares about who he has to play. He just wants to win. He's 19 years old, a chess prodigy. He's already defeated some of the
Lazovic
very
bet
best
easy
chess
money.
players in the world. Hikaru, Noterbeck, Jan
Betting money on Magnus is a great way to invest. Yeah, did you guys see? I showed you this yesterday or 2 days ago.
He's gonna give it his everything, and I can't
Young
wait to
people see
if he's able
betting,
to do so.
sports betting as a
Champion.
long-term
Matter of fact,
investing
he
plan.
did lose to Hikaru in groups, snapped right back, beating him when it mattered most during the playoffs. It only shows, even though he's only 19, his composure is real.
Yeah, the fact the only game
19,
he lost
bro.
was to Karu, and he was out-blitzed in King and Rook versus King and Rook. Of course, Magnus used the clock as a weapon yesterday. Dennis cannot afford to get behind on the clock against Magnus.
That's right, Dennis Lazovic, Magnus Carlsen. Do you want to take any last chance predictions? I don't know. It's going to be hard. I want you guys to think with your brain, though, not your hearts. Let's start with you.
I wouldn't be up here if I picked somebody other than Magnus. I would just be trying to sound smart by picking someone else. So Danny did a lot of cheerleading for Dennis. We're all rooting for a close match, but if I had to put real money down, and I'm not, it's got to go with Magnus.
I have to agree. I will say Magnus, but listen, if Dennis Lazovic wins here today, history will be made, and it would be incredible. I'll go with Magnus, but I'm always rooting for the underdog.
That's right, and for me, I'm going with the underdog. I'm going Dennis Lazovic, and the reason
You
why
know
is
what?
believe
I
in this
kind of would.
story. At 19,
I mean, I
you
don't really
fear
care, but it would be
anything
cool
in
if
life,
Lazovic,
right? Everything is ahead of
pulled
you,
something
nothing is
off.
behind you. So for Dennis Lazovic, I believe in him. Plus AGAL, one of my favorite organizations out there, and a great organization. But for Team Liquid, this is a big moment for them for the club championship race. Winning today for Magnus Carlsen means that puts them up into about 11th place, which we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars going to Team Liquid's organization.
Cool.
That is a big deal, especially given the fact that they've only really been successful this week. They started this week at 0 points. They got some in Rainbow Six, but here in chess, they can earn 1,000. But bare minimum, they're going to be walking away with 750.
That's, I think
Again,
it's
I
on
go back
top
to the
of the.
composure of Dennis
I think
Lazovic.
in
When
this
you think of
tournament,
Magnus
bro, how
Carlsen
much
and the
money
roar
are
that
they
he has
giving
when he
out?
steps on that stage,
Bro, Saudi
it's
Arabia
tremendous.
is really
And
like
some
pushing
people
this
crumble
esports
under
stuff
that
as
aura,
much as they
but
can.
Dennis doesn't seem fazed
Huge
by it.
tons of
He
money.
looks like he's going in pretty strong.
Magnus has admitted in interviews.
Hello,
that he's
I'm gonna
already
watch
ahead the minute
EWC
he
on
sits
main
down
channel.
from someone else
Yeah, but why
because
are
he
you
knows
here
that they're
then?
afraid of him.
To tell me
And if
that
he
you
can
are
find an
going?
opponent that
Who
is not
gives a
afraid,
shit?
It sure looks like Dennis could be that opponent. That could be great. And you know what?
If
Magnus
Magnus
is a
wins
big fan
tournament
of
money,
sports.
250K,
He
will
likes
Team Liquid takes
rivalries.
cut? No, I
He
don't
loves
think so.
rivalries. He's
I
been
think
waiting
on
for
top of
somebody to
this money,
rise up
there
and
is
challenge him. For
another
many years he thought it was Alireza.
pool
He
that
doesn't
goes
wanna lose
to
today, but I bet he
the
would
teams,
love the
but I'm
idea
not
that
really
somebody gives
sure.
him a close match for years to come.
Magnus Carlsen even praised yesterday Dennis Lazovic and said that Dennis is a player that doesn't beat himself, which basically means that he doesn't put himself in a losing position. He always puts his pieces on good squares.
Yeah,
He
I
always
will take
finds
a
good
cut
moves,
as well
and
for
he
for
doesn't
coaching.
really make any blunders.
I feel like Dennis
I
has
take
been
a cut.
getting a lot of praise, really, from nearly everyone,
30%.
Magnus included, because he's been playing so incredibly well. I think everyone's a big fan of his story, you know, and his rise so quickly, too. I mean,
What's
to
your
go from
elo?
what COVID to where he is now, I mean, that's such a great story.
It's incredible.
3,000.
You know, it would be an even better story. It's the fact that
Yeah,
he
roughly.
was almost predicting maybe a win. We saw the little trophy situation the other day.
Oh my gosh.
So I think that clip, if he ends up winning today, that clip will stay forever in history as a crazy manifestation.
That's a good callback, Anna. These two players do share one thing. They've both put their winner's key in the trophy. The difference is that Magnus did it as the actual winner.
I'm in the presence
Dennis
of a
was bit
master.
blunder,
Yeah, of
but,
course.
Maybe that was his way of saying, even subliminally, my key belongs here by the end of the week.
Absolutely insane. Craziest moment, I would say, out of the 6 weeks that I've been here in the Allianz Vault, for sure. But thinking about Magnus Carlsen and how dominant he's been at the Esports World Cup, winning last year, but he didn't just win by dropping, a game here, or a match here and there. No, he went undefeated, and he's
Really?
undefeated once again.
Yeah, he's never lost a match in the Esports World Cup. I mean,
What?
Dennis
Really?
Lazovic
He
is the
didn't lose
first
a
player
single
to
game
be
last
able
year and
to
this
beat
year as
Magnus
well?
in a match. That would
Brother,
be
he seems to be a good
huge.
player.
Like we said, Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he
Is
is
Anna's
the
mom a
number
GM
one
fellow?
player
Yeah, she
in
is.
the world. He's good at every
She's
format.
pretty good.
He's arguably the best chess player that has ever been on this earth. That's how good Magnus Carlsen is. So, yeah, he's never lost a match in the Esports
Bro,
World
like
Cup.
6 of
Yeah,
us
normally
were
I'm like,
waiting
oh, man,
for
we
our
gotta tone it
coffee
down, but
orders,
he really
while
is that
barista was
good. I mean, he
flirting with one
genuinely is
dude
the best.
non-stop.
And the fact is, Phoenix
Girl,
Rating
give us
class
our
for
coffees.
Rapid
Oh, the
Blitz,
barista were a
number
girl?
1, which is just truly sensational. Magnus clearly understands chess at a
Yeah,
level
let them
that nobody else
flirt,
in the
man.
history
You're
of chess
just
has been
jealous
able
that
to
you are not a
comprehend.
dude
Yeah,
that
there's
she
a
was
recent
flirting
documentary
with.
where he kind of just said, this just happens to be the one thing that I'm good at. It may not translate to other parts of life, but he's just like, I just happen to have this preternatural ability to just know where the pieces go. He almost seems like apologetic that I accidentally came across this
Carlito seeing
ability,
other
but we're
men,
very
yeah.
rich, much richer for it in the chess
He's
world.
jealous.
We found him.
Yeah, what held the classical world championship title from 2013 to 2023. And then after that, that's when the rumors started spreading. Oh, is Magnus still who we think he's supposed to be? Is he still that competitor, that dominant champion? Well, clearly he is.
Plot twist, she starts flirting with everyone. A lot of baristas do, because if they flirt with customers, they get more tip.
For first place.
Yeah, also in bars and cafes, they all do it. They sell you an illusion that you are hot, and you give them your money.
Just to add yet another trophy, a back-to-back championship. Yeah. Is he gonna get it? Let's head to the stage to get our grand final started.
Bro, don't be angry, man. It's just a game of chess. What is this? They're dancing again. Okay. It seems, is this Street Fighter? Nice move. Okay. Man, you guys know I told you this. I was a breakdancer when I was young. I did all of these moves as well. All of them. Okay. Das ist für Lou, wenn ihr Chief Stalemate. Are they going to do the key crushing nonsense again? I mean, this is the last game, so we will see it only one more time at the end. Oh, you know what? We didn't, because of the drama in the Hikaru game, there was no key crushing. You know what I think? I think that Alireza thought to himself, you know what? Fuck this key crushing shit. I don't want to deal with that. I will go home. That's why he went home.
A breathing room. This is unbelievable. Hikaru's giving up. The black rook cuts off the white king. The black king assists the black pawn, which is going up the board. This is the final few moments of Hikaru Nakamura's run at the EWC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day number 4 for chess, which means we've got our top 8 players, and we're getting ever so close to the grand final.
I often reach the final, even if I'm not in my best form.
Yeah, exactly.
I will be much more confident. And
yeah, I go to the final, even though I don't care. He's based, though. I like Magnus as he's based.
Level as Magnus. Magnus just plays better. Maybe you need to have some a bit different mindset against him. If you're not good chess player, it will not help you. I'm playing.
Their keys were crushed yesterday.
For quite
oh really?
A long time. So I think it's hard to underestimate me. He's very talented.
That makes no
much
sense.
Better than others.
Huh.
For this year, I'm hoping for bigger and better, and ultimately it comes down to skill one way or another.
Hopefully this chess break means Felu goes straight to 2100. I will go there if I want to.
Maybe I will have some
if I want to, I go there today.
General, he is better than me, so I need some luck to win him.
Where's the Gamba? We'll do it right before the game. Will you don't stop streaming even if you become a GM? No, I will not stop streaming. Why? Streaming is fun.
This is the moment that you have all been waiting for.
All right, bro, let's do it.
Everyone watching from home and everyone here in Paris, France, make some noise if you are ready for a grand final.
Oh, Rob, I like that, but you know what? We're gonna do it one more time.
When it's 24 hours stream, that's not gonna happen. I'm too old for that shit, guys. I can't.
This is a clash of titans.
This hype cringes me.
Of course, the 2 best players left in this event. We started out with 16, and now of these 2, only one will punch their ticket into history.
Both of these players had to fight through fierce brackets over the last few days, fierce matches going on to get all the way to these grand finals, but only one of them can put his key into that trophy and lift the winner's trophy here at EWC 2026.
You put it into the trophy at the end. That's why I hate that Twitch doesn't have Seek feature. What is a Seek feature? You can search on Twitch. What do you mean? Of course you can.
No time like
Do the people here have to buy a ticket every day? I don't know. I think that there is multiple types of tickets. One-day tickets, event tickets. I think there are
Magnus
multiple.
Carlsen himself taking on the child prodigy, 19 years old, Denis Lazavic.
These two players, of course, have slashed through the competition from top to bottom. Some would look at this as if it was Dennis versus Goliath, but we do know just how that story ended.
Absolutely.
When is Love Island chess?
He's rising up the entire crowd.
Bro, like Magnus is just I feel like he doesn't want to go on the stage.
Energy here is absolutely electric as you see the challenger Denis Lazavic entirely unfazed by the pressure and showing that he has no fear.
Absolutely no fear. The confidence
Oh my god, I hope do they do the face off at the end again? Do you guys think so?
It is time, Rob, for grand finals.
Magnus. Okay. Magnus.
Another standoff, can you think so?
You seemed a bit under the weather on day one, and then it seemed as if your confidence increased over the event. Maybe just felt better. What version of Magnus Carlsen are we getting today?
Oh my god, he's done.
We'll see. Yeah, obviously I'm still not 100%, but I feel like I've been
No face-off, they will.
They
will do a face-off, 100%.
And yeah, getting some positive experiences over the board always helps.
So there's been a lot said about your opponents maybe even fearing you, a lot of your opponents, because of how strong you are. Do you think Lazavic fears you?
No, I think he plays his own game, and I think now for a number of years, the way he has played in events, especially in speed chess and online, like he's beaten a lot of names that are a lot bigger than his has been, and you cannot do that if you don't have that kind of quiet confidence that you can do it. So I don't think he fears anybody.
Okay, Magnus
Why
Carlsen
didn't face off in the chess competition? I don't know.
To become the back-to-back
How do you feel? Immediately come?
But against him, someone else is trying to etch his name in history. Denis, Magnus himself thinks he does not believe that you're...
You guys think Magnus is bust? Yeah, maybe he was out yesterday, bro.
That cold calculation and that confidence. That's what transpired of our interviews, our couple discussions throughout the week. So how do you feel today? How confident do you feel taking on the absolute titan?
Throw out some punches.
I feel confident. It's
good.
A very special moment for me. That's why I play chess. Yeah, for such moments, so many people watching, and it's definitely a great moment.
He's 19 still. He has to learn to do
All
a
right,
little
listen, this
talk.
is a great match, and we're not gonna make you guys wait any further. Denis gonna have you stand.
Oh my god, guys, there it is. Yes, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they don't look at each other at all. Look. They don't. So Magnus looks up, right, left. This guy looks to the ground.
We are ready for
Oh,
the final
God, all right,
showdown.
let's go.
We have Magnus Carlsen, a guy who has won nearly every single title there is to win, and his challenger
Guys,
for today.
do you have your money ready? Because
19-year-old
today we're doing
Denis
one gamba
Lazavic.
after
It's
the
gonna
other.
be
This
the
will be the
biggest
biggest
show in
degenerate
town.
stream of all
colleagues
time.
were convincing me Denis had a good
Who
chance
wins
in
the
those
next game?
Pre-game interviews,
Magnus,
although Magnus obviously
Denis,
the favorite.
draw.
Yesterday, right
1
before
minute, ladies and
Denis
gentlemen,
played
let's do it.
Nakamura, one of my colleagues said to me, I think Denis is going to win
Oh,
this
Alex
match.
Jones is,
And I looked at him with a funny look at my face, and I'm
Guys,
like,
is this-
Yeah, sure. And Carl's going to lose.
I feel like a bit louder is good, no?
As the match progressed, turned out my colleague was right, and I was ashamed. I didn't realize how strong Denis was. Denis has good chances in any match. Obviously,
Do you guys
Hikaru,
think they have their own mouse?
winning that match was a
Or
small
are they
upset.
all playing with
Beating
one
Magnus would be
mouse?
an upset of much bigger proportions. Magnus is the reigning
What do you guys
champion.
think? Do they have their own
Magnus
mouse, all of them?
Hasn't lost a match. He didn't
Because
lose
I
last
would
year,
want my own
didn't
mouse,
lose this year,
if
and
I'm
I
gonna be
think
honest.
Both players are ready.
Because
for the
that
upcoming
mouse
grand
gets
final.
drippy and sweaty, no?
Absolutely, and Dennis, if
I
he
look at my
wants to
own
win,
mouse,
he's
man.
going to have to defeat a man who has gone through this event unscathed. He hasn't lost.
They have their own
Magnus has
mouse.
not
Okay.
lost a single game in
Yeah,
this
because
competition
that mouse would
so
get drippy,
far.
man.
And
I
here
don't know.
it's going to be a best of 3 matches. And we see Magnus playing with the white pieces. What does he have in store? First up, what can we expect from such an epic match?
Well, somebody in the audience yesterday asked me, what do you and Yovi have in common with Magnus? And I gave them a good
Playing
answer.
FIFA compliant,
I said,
100%
none of us have
sustainable
lost a
fuel.
match.
What?
We're all perfect. We
Aramco in
haven't
Formula
lost.
1 tested
Luckily, we haven't
39
played.
fuel blends
Otherwise,
to
my answer
support
would have been
what?
different.
What are you
Boy, if you're
talking
asking
about?
me,
Sustainable
how do you beat
fuel in
Magnus
Formula
a match?
1, bro.
I don't know. I never see him lose. Every time I watch Magnus play a match, he wins. So this would be a Herculean effort if Dennis can take the title. And for somebody who would just recently wasn't even a grandmaster, this will be by far
This
the biggest
build-up is a
prize
little
fund he's ever
overkill.
played
Why?
For Magnus, this is matter of fact. 250K, I just throw it on the pile.
You
But
think
for Dennis
Infantino is
Lazovic,
their main sponsor?
250K would be by far
I
the
think
biggest
that
prize
for
he's ever won.
Infantino to be
There's a lot
here,
of
they needed to
motivation
put
for the
3
youngster.
more
He'll be also
zeros
etching
behind
his
the price
name
number
into the
to
history
make
books,
to make
and
him
also
go there.
winning the heart of
Bro, do you really
absolutely
think he goes there for
everyone
$1
in
million?
the arena
You're
as
crazy.
We await the biggest final in town. Magnus Carlsen.
The FIFA
is
made
so strong,
apparently,
you know, he has
they
been
made 15
world
billion
number
during
one,
the World Cup.
5-time world champion,
15?
world rapid champion, world blitz champion, online speed chess champion. I mean, the accolades are just pouring in. So for Dennis to overturn that, it's going to require
All
a lot
right,
of
Dennis.
confidence, a lot of
Come on,
calculation,
first game,
and
you
some
already start with the fellow Gambit. Oh, his heart rate is already at 120. Brother needs to relax.
Every format, and we have a different format actually this match than the last one, Yofi. We have 2 4-game matches instead of the 6-game match we saw with Hikaru and Ali Reza. So we're in for some chess. We're going to have several hours of amazing
What
chess.
is the format?
Hopefully Dennis
2
can keep
4
up,
games.
and we can see a really close match, one that's really interesting for the spectators, and of course,
I thought it's a best of 10.
showing great form.
I don't know what the
two
format is.
players
We'll
who
find
played
out,
the
guys.
best This event so far are in the final. Both sides are worthy. Obviously, Magnus, we expect to be in the final. Dennis is a little bit of a surprise, but not the way he's been playing.
They
The way
made
he's
the
been
NFL
playing in the
stadiums
tournament,
cover all
it's no
sponsors and
surprise at all that
associated
he
with
made the
FIFA.
final.
And we're about to get lift off as Magnus
Game 1 of
thinks for a
4,
little bit.
set 1.
Don't think too long. Don't keep us guessing. And
Wait,
he
what?
opens up with a queen's pawn. Dennis, there. He's a very classical player.
I don't
He's gonna
get it.
develop
And who
his
wins the
knight and
2
stake
sets
that
wins the
into
game or
the
what?
center. And we have an opening, which is the queen's gambit. Whether it's going to be declined,
Queen's
whether it's going to be
Gambit.
accepted, well, we have
Most
an answer.
boring
Bishop
opening
comes out,
in
sets
chess.
up a pin, and dynamic is at play from Dennis, because this is the most aggressive response. Now here, plenty of options for white. You can come out with your bishop, set up your own pin. You can also take the pawn in the middle. You can also throw in a check with the queen. He goes for that pin and gets
Loser gets
immediately
executed live.
questioned.
It's funny, Bishop B4 is probably the most common
3
move in that
sets, 2
position
sets of 4
on
matches,
move
last
4,
set
but
2
we haven't seen
games.
it a lot this
But
event.
what if you
Queen
win the
A4
first
check,
2 sets? Is the tournament,
forking
is
the
the
king
game
and
over,
bishop,
no?
forcing
The
black to
match.
block their c pawn with knight c6.
Why
This is
do
a
they
pretty
have to
common line.
invent
Black has the
these
two
weird
bishops, but Black's bishop on
tournament
C8,
rules
as per usual,
in
the queen
esports?
pawn openings isn't very
Losers
accurate.
bracket in this shit.
Magnus,
Nobody
as per
has this in
usual,
sport. Now
going
we
for
have
the
to
safe,
invent
solid
the wheel
advantage
new in this
and try
in
to outplay
esports.
his
Why?
opponent slowly in the positional part of the game. And typically, the younger player, in this case, obviously Lazovic, wants to play more tactically and more aggressively. Magnus is going to avoid that.
Oh,
by
he
playing
doesn't take
safe,
back the
solid,
pawn
and sound
immediately.
and try to get a small
I mean, he
advantage.
cannot protect this
That's
yet.
exactly what Dennis does himself. He likes to take those positions which are super calm, super solid, doesn't take too much risk, and relies on his speed in the later stages of the game. And we're seeing here a nice decision from Magnus.
I cannot
just
wait
capturing that pawn
for the
with
first
bishop.
zoom in to
And
happen.
again,
Guys, I
asking
can't
the
wait.
question to Dennis, what are you going to do next? I'm expecting Dennis to look after the dark squared bishop and eventually break out in the center to liberate his own light squared bishop. That
What is
needs
this move?
to get out.
Okay, white slightly better still.
Queen e7, a little bit of an unusual retreat. And typically,
Does Dennis
in
win one
these
match?
openings,
Bro, I
if
think
Black
that he will
can't
win
get the move c5 in, Black tries to play
quite
e5.
some games, I think.
And I'm wondering if Dennis is going to retreat his bishop.
Can't wait to counter
keep the two
facial.
bishops. Oh, he plays knight a5, attacking the bishop on c4. That explains why Dennis played queen e7 earlier, defending the bishop on b4. And I was wrong as usual. instead of playing e5, it seems like Black is going to play for c5. That's why he moved his knight away from the c6 square. So we're seeing some to and fro. Magnus has to do something about his bishop. Seems a little bit perplexed. Moves it back to safety to e2. White has a tiny advantage because White has a nicer center.
It's
but Black
over.
has the two bishops. Well, he had the two bishops. Now he's trading. He'll play b6 to fianchetto his bishop on b7 and try to equalize the game that way. I still like White a little bit, Yovi, because White has more center pawns than Black.
Yeah, exactly. And gotta say, this is a really nice idea from Dennis. It's been played before, so he's just simply repeating what he knows. And that bishop is going to get liberated onto its beautiful light squared diagonal. Now, if he can achieve that, then everything is going to be hunky-dory.
About to watch this from the barber shop.
If he doesn't manage to put any pressure,
how much is a haircut in the US nowadays?
So here
in Germany, it's about 20 to 25 euros in a barber shop. Was Levy commented for any Magnus game? Yeah, yesterday,
Magnus has
I think.
a slight advantage. Got the knight in the center. He's trading off the bishop on.
Yeah, he's going to trade off the bishops. As soon as that's going to appear, there's going to be a jump in with the knight to the center. And now here, you can't let that beautiful bishop still exist on the board. So this is why you initiate a trade. And White is going to argue, it's a matter of a small margin. He's going to say, this is all
Queen
moot,
trade.
Ben, because the players have not gone for this. There's been no jump into the
Why?
center. Instead, Magnus is just taking his own path, and we're going to be seeing an exchange of queens. But Dennis there just saying, hang on a second.
Depending if you also want to save your facial.
It's going to be on my own terms.
Exactly.
€5 in
here.
Serbia.
White trying to get the smallest of advantages. The engines really like the way the players are playing. White, Magnus trying to get a small advantage, trying to get those better center pawns. Black trying to develop the bishop.
Yeah, brother, he's fast, huh? I think there's lots of it guys ready.
Very equalish kind of position. I think Magnus is happy with the kind of structure they
have,
where he can try to slowly outplay his opponent. Typical Magnus play. Dennis has a really solid position. Both players are playing pretty quickly. Not many tactics in the position.
See, now Black is slightly winning.
It is a
Not
slow
much,
build-up,
but
I'm going to say, but it's actually going to be easier to play Black here, because now the rooks are going to just align
Lining up
into
the rook.
the center.
Good.
And the pawn break that you mentioned is just to attack the queen, break open with the c-pawn, and then Black is going to stand really well. So this is why Magnus saying, I don't like that light squared bishop. Let's make the trade.
Yeah, Magnus going to play bishop f3 at some point, trading the bishops. The knight can head out to c4 or b3, get rid of the knight on a5. And eventually, Magnus wants to push one or both of those center pawns by playing c4 or e4. Probably not both. That would weaken the d4 pawn. And as you said, Black wants to play c5 at some point. He just has to time it right, because some of the queenside pieces can be a bit loose. So he plays rook a c8, preparing to play c5 later.
He wants to
Magnus
push this
has
pawn.
To make sure Dennis can't play c5 and equalize the position. Plays knight b3. He wants to recapture with the a pawn, getting rid of his isolated pawn. And he's threatening right now to take that knight on a5, especially since the b pawn is pinned. And he's defending the c5 square. So very logical play from both sides. Not the most exciting position. I think Magnus and Dennis like that. They like to slowly outmaneuver their opponents.
Okay, but if he takes the queen, I mean, he has damaged his pawn structure, no?
Exactly.
If he takes this
both
now,
of them are fighting with the same
this is not a little bit of an
sort
advantage.
effect. So
He doesn't do
seeing
it.
Dennis just attack the queen. Super good. Keeping the tension still alive in the position. And now the queen just has to move. Now, big question on the board. Going to make the trade.
You said
and
you can
Magnus
stream this on
answers
YouTube.
with
Yeah, I
affirmative.
received the
Yes. And
copyrights
now in turn,
yesterday.
Very quick
That's why I
response.
streamed
You could
it from
have taken
yesterday.
with a rook. But take with
I
the
got an
pawn
email.
and just release the rook. And what a position so far. It's going to be a famous Magnus grind as he tries to lock out the bishop, take perhaps a big center, and Dennis is going to have to fight against those small margins.
Yeah, both sides are going to move their kings to the center. King f2, Black plays king f8 to e7. Magnus is going to push his pawns. The question is Magnus going to play e4 and have a bigger pawn center? Black's putting a lot of pressure on the C line. Black is considering playing d5 or b5 at some point. Here comes the king. I think.
Improving the king. Good.
King queen side also with king f8 to e7.
I mean, 6 minutes
I think
each.
It's about equal. both sides try to
Equal.
outplay each other, test the pieces out the first game.
Accuracy
Pretty equal
99,
so far,
probably
Yofi.
for both. No,
Yeah,
because
I would
it's
say
equal.
it's pretty even, but I gotta say that there are 2 rooks bearing down against White's 1. So immediately there could be some challenges
No,
to that
not the
pawn in
best
the middle,
move, you know.
but instead some gentle improvement. And how
okay.
Magnus, being crafty, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna set up the idea of breaking up the left side of the board by lifting up my own pawn, making a challenge. And this
Can he
is
push this
very
pawn
clever
to
stuff.
go? I don't know if this is good.
Magnus is considering playing b4, putting more pressure on the queen side. And as you pointed out, Yovi, Black had the double rooks on the C line, bearing down on Magnus's rook on C1. He just moved it off the file, and now
Oh, this is not a good move.
Lazovic
Now
realizes
White has a move
that
now.
Magnus was considering playing
He doesn't
b4,
find it.
Puts pressure on the c4 pawn. It's a to and fro game. It's not easy to do anything. Lazovic does move the king to e7, which I indicated would happen. The question is, can Magnus get more space and play
White is a
e4,
good
king
move
e3,
here.
Or is he going to
He's a
be
plus
okay just
0.3,
maneuvering
but he has
around
to find
in his
it.
own lines and accepting equality? The engine likes White a little bit. I think it's equal. We're going to see if Magnus can improve the position on
What's
the
the
board.
move?
Well, he
Oh,
does
this
play
was the
e4.
move, I
He
think.
does go for your plan of just slowly making
He
those
keeps the
improvements
0.3.
now.
This
King
was a
is
good move.
getting ready to go into the middle of the
All
board.
right.
And you got to watch out because this is the moment where Magnus creates those magic
Yeah.
moments. Look at that.
Come on,
You know,
Lazovic.
how is Black going to challenge that pawn wedge in the middle of the board? How is Black going to break through and just liberate the pieces? It's not very
Every
easy
chess
at
match
all.
professional looks just
no, it's
wrong
not
to
clear.
me.
Black has 3 pawn breaks.
Yeah, I just
D5,
look at the
B5, and
evaluation
E5.
bar.
The question is, does he want to do any of those or simply wait for Magnus to do something of his own accord? And both players have about 5 minutes
I put
left.
my house on
The time
Magnus.
is
Did
about
you
the
bet on
same.
Polymarket?
Yeah.
Again, Black has all these possible pawn breaks, but Black could just wait too and not do anything and say, Magnus, you can't do anything. I'm happy to just wait here and see if White can try to do one of their pawn breaks of their own. Obviously, Magnus is going to play king e3 pretty soon and then try to move the pawns in the
Can you
center.
move your
There's
camera?
not
I
really
can
many
see the
places
left
to
guy's
go.
name.
Black is so solid.
Brother,
here.
if you don't know the left
It's
guy's name,
definitely very solid
you should
for
maybe
Black, but at the same
go
time, it's
somewhere
not
else.
easy to play with less space.
What do you
And
mean you don't know who the
ultimately
left
you
guy's
wanna
name
be
is?
bursting out into the position. So I'm actually expecting Dennis to blink first and maybe challenge in the center immediately with the move d5. And once he gets that, then suddenly the whole position changes.
Yeah, that's right. It looks simple now. Once a pawn break is made, players have to think a while. And he played the other pawn break, Yovi, e5. Magnus moved his king up into the center as expected, king e3. White has an advantage. White has more space in the center. Dennis is just chilling.
The name is Felina Carlos.
And I think from Magnus's point of view, probably playing something like f4 at some point. And Dennis blinks. This actually surprises me that he gave up his e-pawn on e5. That was such a strong pawn. Now Dennis is saddled with a weak, isolated d-pawn on the half-open line. So now I think actually Magnus could have a serious advantage if he can put pressure on the d6 pawn.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. And he's going to make those small improvements first. So
Yeah,
first
brother,
up,
he's now a
take
minute
the
down,
space
huh?
as he's just done.
Yeah,
And then he
pressure
can
is
keep
building
his
up.
opponent guessing, you know, maybe
Heart
he's
rate
gonna
looking
put
good.
his rook double
110s.
up, start pointing at that lone pawn. Maybe he's going to be also breaking out on the left side of the pawn. These are so many things. There's so many things that Dennis has to be considering. And it's not easy to sit there and wait for your opponent to strike.
Okay, doubling
Well,
up the
Magnus
rooks.
doubles
Oh,
rooks,
this
as
was
you
not a good move.
suggested, putting pressure on the d6 pawn. And the question for me is, now that Lazovic has played e5 and captured on d4, is he going to play b5 and put pressure on that c4 pawn?
Okay.
Or is Dennis going to be
He's
happy
up
to
1.5
wait
minutes.
and
That's
say,
actually
you can't
good.
do anything. I'm really solid here. This position is just equal. And so far, looks like Dennis is doing a good job of equalizing the game and making it difficult for Magnus to break through anywhere.
Okay.
It's equal, but it's not quite equal because Magnus is the only one that is trying. And already he's setting up a sneaky idea.
All
You
right.
see he had eyes against that bishop. That's why the bishop dropped back just
Ah,
to
pushing
prevent
the pawn.
White from breaking open the left side
Okay,
of the
see,
board. And
he
still
wanted
the
to
thing
push
is,
this
White
pawn.
is the
You cannot
only one
take.
that
You
is
cannot
slowly
take because the
improving, whereas
bishop
for
would
Black,
be
it's not
being
easy
captured.
to break out. So Black is more or less in wait and see mode.
Yeah, usually
Okay, they're
it's
making
not a
still
good
improving
tactic
moves. They are
against
not like
Magnus
shuffling and
to have
going for a draw.
passive wait and see kind of
Okay.
position and be slightly worse, which is
Good,
what
see?
Black has chosen this game. White has more space with all of Magnus's pawns on the 4th rank. Lazovic only has 1 pawn on the 4th rank. So white has more space. White's king is a little further up the board. White has more options to do things. White has more time on the clock. Advantage Magnus, just a small advantage, but that's all Magnus needs to get victory usually, Ovi.
Exactly, and I gotta say, you know, it's now really tempting to make perfect geometry on the board, advance the other pawn and get 4 pawns on the same line, but no, we have more waiting from Magnus. Moves with the bishop and the king, starts making some way towards the left. Maybe there's some ideas of eventually breaking open. These are the things that are keeping Dennis guessing.
Draw, you think?
You know what? It's costing him some time now, under 3 minutes on the clock. And there's no way
Nah,
that
they're
Magnus
not
is gonna be
shuffling.
repeating this position 3
Guys,
times.
this is a grand final. You need to put on a
Magnus is
show,
trying to
not
figure out a way to
shuffling
play
pieces.
B4, either by playing king c3 first or playing rook b1, opening up the lines for the
Will you
rook.
stream some kick?
Right
No,
now they're
this
just
event I
moving back
cannot
and
stream on
forth,
kick.
Not doing very
Kick
much.
stream will resume
Magnus
tomorrow.
Can't seem to find a good plan. Looks like Magnus wants to put his king on d4.
I don't have
instead
the
of his rook.
copyrights.
Then he move his other rook to the b line, and that's
Bro,
what
he
does.
brings the
Try to play
king.
b4. Magnus
All
is king
right.
on the 4th row. Lazovic on the 2nd row. Lazovic just moving back and forth. He's saying, I have a perfect position. You can't break through. There's nothing you can do.
Okay.
And Magnus says, just watch. Watch me work.
Exactly, and this is the Grinders Manual 101.
and
What
now
do you do?
what?
You just keep your opponent guessing. You keep things flexible.
I think
you don't
nothing
make
happens
a pawn
here.
move, and you don't. You only do it when your opponent is down on the clock and they can't assess the consequences.
Yeah,
so
be a
this
draw in
game
any
is gonna go
moments.
for a long, long time. We're already on move 43. I'm expecting it to last until move 80. And some more shuffling going on from our players as the
Why?
rook
Wait,
lines
is this
up.
best
And, you
of
know,
4?
again,
Yeah, but they
Dennis
play
is
2
gonna have to
sets
guess
of
at
best
every
of
single
4.
turn. You know, when is that pawn going to advance? When am I going to have some action?
Magnus trying to play b4, but Lazovic attacking that c4 pawn, making it very difficult. Magnus trying all he can, everything he can to defend that c pawn, so he can play b4 and break through. Seems like b4 is his only breakthrough, but Magnus can't seem to figure out a way to get it in.
Waiting to donate
Lazovic
blood while watching
defending
you.
against
Nice.
the b4 breakthrough by putting all of his pieces on white's c4 pawn. White's c4 pawn defended really well by the pawn on b3. But we
Bro,
see some
nothing's
repetitions.
happening. Push a
Magnus
pawn
better
or
be
do
careful
something.
and not accidentally repeat 3 times. Then he'll be pretty upset. Magnus has a time advantage. He has a space advantage. But Lazovic is solid this game.
He's very solid.
Solid,
it's
yeah,
gonna
great.
Be a question
Solid.
of when Magnus is going to break through. When is he going to make his move? I mean, at the minute, he's been maneuvering with the rook. I'm expecting him to drop his bishop one more time. And maybe, just maybe, we're going to be seeing some inroads happen.
Oh,
okay,
yes!
I spoke too soon because here it comes. Here is the action. He is
Finally!
breaking through. Now, big question. How is Black going to be handling this?
All right,
Is he
see?
just gonna drop
Magnus
his
had to
rook
win.
back, attack
Yeah, that
the
last week I
white
thought,
rook,
let's shuffle a
or
little bit.
can
That's not
he
going to
do
happen.
Anything else? Because one thing for sure, you do not want to be capturing that pawn. Because if you do that, the 2 rooks are going to be lined up perfectly.
That's right. Black doesn't want to take on b4. Lazovic is probably considering rook takes c4 check with an attack on the rook on a4. Be a lot of trading.
Okay,
then.
he just goes
decided
back.
Not to do it. Instead, he discovered attacks
Rook,
the rook.
what?
Now Magnus safely got in b4. Magnus is attacking the a and b pawns. Magnus's advantage on the clock is growing. It's almost 1 minute, and it looks like
Okay.
Magnus's position is improving.
Oh,
now
he's
Black
now
has 2
winning.
weak pawns. The pawn on
What
b6,
is he doing now?
the pawn on
A6,
d6.
but he will double up
Magnus
the
is gonna go
rooks
to
and
work.
then what?
Slowly but surely, Magnus is inching his way in.
He doubles
attacking
up,
those weak pawns.
defending.
Yeah, and this is a thing of beauty.
Yeah,
as
I
we
now
see
repeat.
him again, just shuffling, but now he starts
Yeah.
maximizing the position. He's got
Nothing will
full
happen.
control here as Dennis ticks down to under 1 minute and a half. And the only thing Dennis can do now is wait. And it's really interesting to see in the lead up to all of this, he set some tactical questions to Dennis and said, hey, how about you make some trades and then I can start to infiltrate. And look at this, the king steps back. Magnus, ever so patient. He's
Okay,
in his
where is he
element
going with the
here.
king?
Right, Magnus
Oh,
puts the bishop
wow,
on
he makes
F3,
space to
and
attack the
he's
rook.
Putting pressure on the rook on b7. White could play e5, discover attack
Okay.
the rook. Right now, the pawn on c4 is under attack. Magnus defends it. So Black attacks the c4 pawn. Magnus attacks the b6 pawn. Now Magnus is going to trade rooks and try to get his king to go to the b5 square
All right.
and attack the b pawn that way. Slowly but surely, Magnus is inching his way into the queen side. Magnus has a time advantage.
He has only
So
1
far,
minute.
It looks like a typical Magnus game, taking a slight advantage, making it a clear advantage, and eventually breaking through. on
Okay,
one
they
side or
trade
the
one
other.
rook.
But hats off to Dennis, who is
Good.
resolutely
Now it's
holding
still
on.
completely
He is
equal.
holding the door, making sure
Can he?
everything
But
is closed.
I mean, even if he
And
goes
it's
here with the
ugly
rook,
chess.
he
It's
just
really
let it slide the
unpleasant to
king.
play,
Nothing will
but
happen.
He is still doing it. Look at this now.
has to
under
prepare the
minute,
bishop
and
first.
Here he comes. He's breaking out. Is this enough to equalize as the
check.
bishops come off the board? Check. And
Okay.
I think Dennis is doing it. He's
Yeah,
now
Magnus seemed pretty
activated.
unhappy when Dennis played b5. I think he misunderstood that. And
Okay, now
Black has
what? He takes
pretty
a
much
pawn.
equalized the game. Magnus still has a better king, but the pawns are coming off the board. They're all on the same
Good.
side. Magnus threatens checkmate
Taking.
with his king. All the pawns are going to come off. It looks like Dennis equalized the game just at the right time with b5, and he's probably going to hold the draw.
Yeah, some
Huh.
nice moves there, especially with the king running to the right, making sure it's getting shelter.
40 seconds. I
And
mean, he can
Magnus
flag
just
him.
offering up some trades.
No,
He's
Magnus is not
with
happy, bro.
himself because
He's not.
Usually he wins
Right?
these types of endgames, but
And
Dennis
now
showing
what?
him that he's also a good positional player here, and now it's going to be very difficult for Magnus to start.
Attacking good. Oh,
Improving
he
the pawns, but
pushes.
he goes
I
for
mean,
it.
Magnus still
Now
trying.
Magnus has a passed pawn, but
Oh!
and he blunders into the
He
lost king
blunders,
pawn.
and now it's over.
Blundering in time trouble.
Oh,
now White's winning.
brother!
Oh my goodness!
Both
He
players
got
shaking
his
their
ass.
heads.
There's no
Magnus
move for
realizing
black.
How lucky he was.
There's no
Dennis
move.
overlooked rook f5 check.
Yeah,
getting
this
into a winning
loses.
king
He
and pawn
cannot bring the
endgame.
king.
And this is
Push.
the problem.
He has to
This
move the
is-
pawn, and then
this
it's
would be
over.
stalemate,
Wow.
except there is a pawn that Dennis can move, and Magnus wins.
Yeah,
Again,
brother.
right when
You're
it
never
looked like he
safe,
was
This is
heading
Magnus,
to a
brother.
draw, Dennis makes a big blunder.
Just as it looked like Dennis solved all his problems, made a blunder with very little time on the clock, and ended up losing the game. Magnus obviously very happy about the turn of events. Really nice, solid defensive game from Lazovic until the very end. And boy, it's easy to blunder when you have less than a minute, Yofi. I do it all the time.
It's super easy to do, especially when you've been holding on for such a long time. And Magnus
Bro
there
saw
with
it in
a
0.2
lot
seconds.
of
Yeah, but
support.
Lazovic also
And
saw it
indeed,
immediately.
He does make
He
his
played a
crowd
move. I mean, he
proud.
had only
Now,
30
gotta
seconds
say,
in the
like,
clock.
for Magnus,
If
he's
you
gonna
don't
be
have
really
time,
happy
it's
because
just
he
this is
won
just a
that
completely
game.
different game.
But Dennis, will he be tilted by that kind of a blunder? Because it's very painful to lose in that manner.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He defended so well
Yeah,
for so long.
that's the thing. He
and as soon as
defended
everything
well and
looked
didn't
like
do
it
one
was-
mistake and
it
bye.
was all set, and he was ready to draw
You
the
taught
game.
Magnus
A
well in
one-move
endgames? Yeah, I
blunder
did.
Going into the lost king and pawn ending, Magnus wins. Magnus probably surprises anybody. He won that rook and pawn ending. That's typical Magnus, winning drawn endings, winning positions nobody else can win. And we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Dennis has to equalize right away. Dennis has white. He's going to want to win the game. And they play the same opening as
Fellow
last
come to
time,
Norway?
except now Dennis
No.
is white. Magnus plays
you know what? I
H6
would go to Norway,
instead of bishop
actually.
B4.
And I need
So
to
we
go
have
to
another
Scandinavia.
variation, this time, Yovi.
Exactly, and
Visit
this is
Norway?
somewhat of a Magnus specialty. He likes to play this pawn
Can I
move.
come
It
too,
just
please?
eliminates certain lines.
Wait,
he
what?
also likes
No.
to do it on the other side of the board as well. But the big question now for White
Come
is
to
what are you
Baghdad.
going to do?
What? I'm
And
not going to Baghdad.
Dennis
I'm getting
opts
bombed there. What do you
for
mean?
his trusted fianchetto variation. That's something that Dennis does very regularly. He just goes for positions with small pool, but not that much risk.
Yeah, it looks like a
What do you
Catalan
mean no? Yeah,
variation
no.
Where Magnus has played an
Guys,
early
you don't
H6.
understand still.
So
I want to
still
be by
both players are
myself
in their
and leave me
preparation.
alone.
White has a slight advantage.
It's
Magnus
safe,
takes the
trust?
pawn on
Yeah,
C4.
sure.
Typically, White wins
Come
the
to
pawn back
Beirut.
relatively quickly.
Guys, I don't want
with
to
knight
go
E5,
to the dangerous
knight
areas,
E4,
bro, where
and
rockets are
Magnus
flying.
will start attacking the center with C5.
Yeah, to Pyongyang I would
Sometimes
go,
the bishop
actually.
Fights the other bishop, goes to the diagonal.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for
absolutely.
Felou
Bishop
S2. I will
D7,
stream snipe
or
him with a
B6,
barbecue
bishop
dinner.
E7.
Yeah, I'm already done with planning, man.
Yeah, there's so many
Already done.
possibilities that White has,
Yeah.
but most of them center around the fact that this light square bishop is so good, as we see the knight does jump in. Very quick reaction there from Magnus. And now
Miami,
here, the whole
I think
idea
I
is
will
that,
abort
yes, you are
Miami. I
returning
will
the
abort the
pawn,
mission
but you are
because I want to go in
maintaining that
October,
stronghold
and that is
on
hurricane
C4.
season, man.
So here we're expecting this, and now I think the
a bit
best
too
move in this
dangerous.
type of position is you can come out with your queen,
Mhm.
but you can also grab that pawn and triple
Isn't
pawns.
Pyongyang in
We
North
often call them
Korea?
drunken pawns. 3 pawns in a row.
I like to say triple pawns are 3 times as good, but usually
My
unfair.
ass forgot to bet.
Nobody
Yeah,
wants to have
why
triple
did you
pawns.
forget, man?
But black is ahead of pawn.
What
White
is
takes one of the pawns
this?
back. As you pointed out, Yovi, Dennis does play queen a4, putting pressure on the weak c pawns that black has. Magnus, by taking on c4 and c6, can get his bishop out and maybe trade the white squared bishops. Black has the solid d5 square for his knight. White is slightly better, but Magnus feels like if he equalizes the game,
Come
he
to
can then
Detroit.
play for an advantage with black.
Yeah,
Still
and
planning
this
a
is a full-on gambit, though,
helicopter
because
hawk,
black
of course.
can pick up that queen and take that pawn in the middle. And there's going to be some questions there on
Wait, what?
how to actually get compensation for that. Magnus currently thinking as to what to do. He has many options. He can just sidestep with his rook, get out of the potential firing line. He can also develop the
Sidestep
squared
with the
bishop.
rook, like what?
But big decision. Do you go into this theoretical battle, take the pawn?
Ah, he's
or do
playing
you
black.
try
I didn't
to drift
realize.
into unfamiliar
We're both pawn grabbers, right?
Triple
Yovi?
pawns, yeah,
So we
but
take
one
the pawn
pawn
on
will
d4
fall
'cause
because
we
he,
like taking pawns.
he
Yeah,
has.
we're both pawn grabbers, so
he's
we
a
do
pawn
like
up
this
still.
concept of grabbing the pawn with the queen, whereupon the queen will be chased around the board. But nonetheless, we will be very satisfied because we have that extra pawn in our pocket. So that's the main move. We will see whether Magnus plays it. He seems pretty chill at the minute. And Magnus knows a lot, though. He goes.
Oh,
for the
this was
second
not a good move,
alternative,
I
which
think.
is just a sidestep with the rook, and there, white
Was
does
not the
have
perfect move.
4
Now
pawns
Lazovic has a
he
good
can
move.
snack on.
You know, he has
Yeah, both c
0.4.
pawns are under attack. The a pawn's under attack. Magnus puts his rook on the open line so that if white ever moves the bishop on c1,
The queen can take
the
3
b2
pawns
pawn will
now.
be weak.
Which one is he
So,
taking?
very
He
double-edged
can take all the
position. Black is
three
still a pawn
pawns.
ahead. Pawn structure is not very good for black. Very double-edged position, which I'm sure Dennis likes. Dennis has to get off the back foot, doesn't want to draw games and lose the match. He wants to win and equalize the match. These matches are 2 sets of 4 games each. You don't have a lot of time once you lose a game. Dennis needs to win this game and get back to an equal match.
Yeah.
I need to
And,
understand
a
why
lot
all
of
those
people will
hanging
be like,
pawns
well,
are
hang on
not
a
being
second, there's
taken.
4 pawns up for
Probably
grabs.
because
Which
they
one of
don't
those
see
should
them.
white
Yeah, they
be
don't see the
taking?
pawns.
And most people have
Yeah.
actually taken the
That's
a
why.
pawn, attack the rook, and then black is going, well, let me try and trap the
Yeah, you
queen.
think that
So it
GM
gets
see
a little
everything,
bit
but they don't
complicated.
see them probably.
If Dennis wants to be super fancy, he can actually move his rook towards the middle and defend his own pawn. And his big idea is that, hey,
Bro, he's
black
already
is
down a
material up.
minute.
But let's
This
face
is not
it,
good, guys.
you're
If you are
not
down a
gonna
minute
be
against
writing
Magnus, I
too
mean,
many
brother.
That's not the extra
nice
pawn that
things
you
about
wanna
that
have.
one.
No, that's
Exactly. I
right.
mean, look at them. They're awful.
Man, poly
Yeah,
markets
terrible pawn structure
went
for
up from
Magnus,
80%
but
to
Magnus activated
90%
his
for
rook on the
Magnus.
B line. Magnus is still a pawn ahead. Magnus can still attack the center with c5. His position is not much worse by any means. Still,
He's
white has
still
that
thinking.
Catalan
Now he's
advantage
down
with that
1.5
nice
minutes.
Bishop on g2 on the nice diagonal. Better than Magnus's
I
bishop
wish
on
Gotham was
c8.
commentating.
So
You
Dennis
know
can
what
still
I
try
think?
for
That
an
they will
advantage.
maybe
And it
switch in
seems
the
like
middle of the game. You
Magnus
know,
seems
that's
to know the
both
opening
casting
ins and
teams
outs better
can
than Dennis this
commentating.
time. Dennis taking a lot
commentate
of
on
time
them.
in the opening. We're pretty early in the game, move 10, and already.
Why didn't they invite
Dennis has
Felu to
taken
play?
4
They did
minutes on
invite
his
me, but I
clock.
don't want to
That's
go
a lot
there.
of time for the
I have to
first 10
travel
minutes
there
of
and
the
shit. It's too
Yeah,
stressful.
And actually, I think
2
you're right, we're gonna be
minutes!
seeing Magnus
Bro,
make
what are you
any
thinking? Just take a
preparation because
pawn.
This is predictable. Dennis does like his Catalan form.
He's doing the Felu special.
Bishop on this long diagonal. So I think this would have come as no
Because Felu
surprise.
sucks such.
We will see. What is white going to do? I mean, one of black's ideas is actually to lift up.
Bro,
his
he's
rook
pulling a
2
Felu,
squares
man.
and
What is he
just
doing?
Cement his pawns together. But Dennis has to make a move. I mean, he can't afford to let himself go so much down on time.
No, Dennis has a much higher heart rate too than Magnus, which isn't surprising. Magnus has like been there, done that. Won this tournament last year.
Bro, he's down
won this
3
tournament
minutes.
This year, this is Dennis's
Almost.
first time. Dennis's heart rate getting a little high. He's
Dennis
thinking a
doesn't
long
know
time
it
in the
is
early
turn.
middle game.
Do you
Not sure
think he
what to
doesn't
do.
know?
A little unsure of himself. Advantage world champion. Advantage Magnus.
Felu
Champion of
experience
so
in
many
watching Felu.
formats.
Yeah, man,
And
that's
he
why you
plays
get
an
mad.
unusual move.
Oh, that's a
Bishop
bad
takes
move.
C6. The engine doesn't like it.
Now they
Seems like
zoom in.
Dennis is out of his prep. And now
This is the
Magnus
first
can
interesting
seize
moment
an
of the game,
initiative
and they
by,
zoom in into the
playing An
players.
aggressive move.
This is
taking
the
that pawn
worst
on
production
T4.
on the internet.
Not only does it take a pawn, but it defends the pawns on A7 and C4. So I think Magnus is going to take on d4, still have an extra pawn, and Dennis has to show what his compensation is.
Yeah, it's certainly the most tempting moves, especially for those of us who like the extra material. Grab that pawn in the middle, and then you can use your queen to cement those weaknesses. Because I gotta say, Black's big pawn there on the
Always
c4
moving
square
that on
is a
early on
big
Sunbeam
asset
stuff.
to the position. It's just locking down its counterpart there on b2, and the black
Does he have
rook
nose
is
hair? Yeah, he
mobile.
has.
Now, big question is, will Magnus take up the gauntlet? Will he grab that pawn? He doesn't need to. He can also trade off bishops. That's also good enough. But will Magnus
Good after,
take
yeah,
it?
Magnus in the
I
share.
think
He needs
Magnus
to
is gonna
shave.
take on d4, hang on to his extra
He needs
pawn,
to.
put the onus on white to figure out how to get compensation. Magnus is thinking a while too. He's obviously not familiar with bishop takes
Okay,
c6,
takes the pawn in the
doesn't have
center.
high marks. Magnus
This,
does
I
take
think,
on
was the best
d4.
move.
And it seems like in this game, opening battle won by Magnus. He has the black pieces, and he's already fighting for an advantage, Yovi.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that Magnus made his move, because I was going to take a bet
Man,
with you. I
Magnus
was
in
going to
his
say that he
70s.
challenges the bishop, but I would have lost that one, and the queen does come out to the middle, and now here you have to use the
Man,
time,
he's
the
down
lead
2
in
full
development.
minutes.
So Dennis has
That's
to
not
now
good.
go on
He
the
needs
front
to
foot.
play a bit
He has
faster.
to
I don't know
start
what he's
chasing
doing.
away that queen, and then somehow or other generate compensation. And it's not going to be easy, because how do you do this? Okay, out with the queen. Queen has to step back, preferably in the middle of the board. Queens want to be centralized. That way they can point every single direction.
Okay, he's attacking the
And you
queen.
were right, Yovi. He played
Goes
queen
back.
e5. So it's funny, bishop e3 attacks the a7 pawn.
All right, we are back.
Bishop e3 also undefends the pawn on b2. So Magnus, even though it's a double pawn, is still a pawn ahead. The pawn is attacked on b2, c4, a7. And it looks like Dennis may be going for repetition with the bishop moves, while the c7 pawn is hanging also. So lots of queens getting attacked from Magnus. The queen goes to c5.
Okay.
Will Dennis keep trying to repeat and play bishop e3, which he did?
He keeps
Will he try to
attacking
take one of
Magnus.
the pawns? And the
Oh, this is the
question
best move.
Can
All
Magnus
right.
play for a win?
Oh, well,
and he does.
He does, because look at that. That queen is now staring at the white king. This is going to be backed up
Wow.
if white is careless. With the
Oh,
knight
wow. The
jumping
knight cannot jump
to
in
the
here
G4
and
square,
attack.
And there's going to be some attacks.
Yeah,
against
he
the
wanted
bishop
to
and
attack
the pawn.
Magnus. He thought to
Well, this is
himself, you know
getting
what? Let's just checkmate you and
already, because
that's
how
it.
do you handle that? I mean, you can't instinctively fight it.
No, black wants to play knight g4, threatening queen h2 mate.
Is he bringing back his
Magnus playing for
bishop,
the
maybe?
attack on the king's side. Magnus also has open line on the queen side.
What's he
with his
doing?
Rook on b8, bearing down on the pawn on b2. Lots of initiative for Magnus. The engine says white is okay, but black has lots of threats. Queen takes h2 mate, rook takes b2. Black is already a pawn ahead.
He plays the
And
move.
Dennis says,
Okay.
I'm going to attack your queen every move. Stop attacking me with your queen. And the bishop attacks the queen on h5. And we have another possible repetition with queen h3, bishop g2, queen h5, because the queen keeps
Is
getting
this
attacked.
really ending now in
Magnus
the
doesn't have
the
a ton of
repetition?
squares for
That
his
would be
queen. He only
freaking
has a
boring.
couple of options.
Because
He
Race,
also can block that
the
attack
problem is
by
that I
going
think
on
he
the front
cannot
foot himself.
escape
He can
the
jump in
bishop
with his knight.
attacks.
And there we're going to be seeing a different type of position where that bishop is going to be forced to trade itself off.
Ah, he
And
can
I
bring the
gotta
knight
still
in.
say,
Okay.
It's now an open
Is
position.
this a good move?
And
I
those
don't know.
bishops are going to be deadly.
Yeah, Magnus will be really happy to trade off Dennis's Catalan bishop, the white squared bishop. And then Magnus has his own white squared bishop, which he can fee and Cato and put pressure on Dennis's king.
This
So
is
I
raw
wouldn't
the
be
first
surprised
game. No,
if Magnus
Magnus
plays
won the
knight
first game.
G4, threatening the mate in one. But he also could move his queen to a safe square. And it seems like the pressure's on Dennis this game.
Is Magnus'
he has
rook
much less
trapped?
time on the clock. Black has all the initiative. Black's a pawn head. Oh, I don't like the
I'm
move
not really
h4.
sure.
Put it in h. The
Wow,
engine doesn't
this is a
like
bad
it
move.
either. As a grandmaster,
Now he
I don't
has a
like it
move.
more.
All right.
I'd be way too afraid to play h4. That's too scary. But it was even scarier for Lazovic to get rid of the two bishops.
Ah, this
Well,
was
that
not a move.
quick
He had a better
response
move there.
From Magnus,
He didn't
because
see
actually
it.
That wasn't the best move. As we can see, it was actually better to challenge that light square bishop. And now Dennis getting greedy. And suddenly,
Okay.
it's still really finely tuned, because white is threatening to drop back with the queen to the center. And there is a pin in town.
That
I
knight is
say.
pinned, perpetual pin. Yeah, Magnus played
Oh,
rook
but
takes
how is
b2
he now
pretty
moving the
quickly,
queen
Ovi,
without
and the
losing
engine
that
doesn't
knight?
like it. So the engine thinks the players are nervous. Magnus has a pretty good heart rate, 85. Don't tell Arjun that. Magnus has more time on the clock. Still, Magnus is a pawn ahead, but his pawns on c7 and c4 can be captured soon. Knight on g4 is under attack. Magnus playing on both sides of the board. Queen h5, knight g4.
I mean, Magnus is still winning, but I feel like he has to be so careful now.
And we have a very complicated position.
What he's doing now.
Where when both sides get down to a minute or two, we're going to see heads roll.
We're going to see heads roll. I mean, that will be certainly something.
Why does Magnus have a bottle cap that comes off? Does he not care about the environment?
Yeah. Take advantage of the fact that that white queen is out there wandering on the wrong side of the board. If he can't find a response, then it's going to be all about unpinning himself. But it's so tempting, right? To go on the front foot, to go aggressive, especially whilst the white queen is on walking.
Why is the score 0-0?
Yeah, as you pointed out, Magnus should have challenged the bishop
I
on
think
f3
they show maybe
by
that
bishop e7, and that's why Dennis took on a7, stopping
this is the
black
set.
from playing bishop b7. The queen
I
attacks c7.
have no idea. They
Both
are
queens
trying.
are on the
I
side
have
of
no
the
clue.
board, infiltrating their opponent's position. Magnus just had
Okay.
a really long think and decided to unpin his knight.
But he can
threatening to get
still
the two
attack
bishops.
the.
Black doesn't have a mating attack anymore. Black is trying to get the two bishops. But still, Magnus is a pawn ahead. It's a doubled pawn, but Dennis doesn't
Yeah,
want
but can he not now attack again with the bishop?
Much longer. So it's possible. He plays bishop d4.
Okay.
Doesn't want to give up his bishops. So a very to and fro game where pieces are getting attacked and moving out of the way. The
All right.
queens are getting attacked. The queens are going to the opposite side of the board. Very double-edged position. Both sides have 3 minutes. Anything can happen. Magnus doesn't look as happy as he used to look. Dennis looking more solid. Things are turning around, and I think Dennis's position is okay now.
And you know what? I reckon Magnus
Okay,
is
you
now
know what?
calculating.
Lanzovic
With
was
queen
down
offside,
2 minutes.
okay,
He
there
equaled
was a
out.
possibility of actually sacrificing the
And now
bishop.
he's
That
winning.
would have been super complicated,
Slightly.
but Magnus goes for the positional
I'm
response.
cooking mistake for Lou.
the
Can you
minimum
help me?
risk,
Yeah.
And now he starts improving his pieces, and maybe he's going to
Salt right before you put the steak into the pan.
Yeah, black should be better
Okay.
defending with the
Don't
extra
salt your
pawn,
steak and
with
then
the
let it
passed
sit
pawn
for
on
10
c4,
minutes because
the
that
rook on
will
b2.
draw out moisture
Dennis
out of your steak.
does a
And
discovered
if
attack
it's wet
on the rook on
outside,
b2
you will not get a
by
good
playing knight
crust.
c3. Dennis also wants to take that bishop on f6 with his knight and get the two
And
bishops.
then flip the
Very
steak every
complicated
30
move.
to
All the
60
pieces are
seconds.
hanging now.
The
They're
entire
all in the
bullshit
center.
that you
They
have
can
to
all be
leave the steak on
captured.
one side
This
for
typically
4
in a
minutes.
slow game,
That's BS.
classical game, the players would be thinking a long time, but they don't have that luxury. They have to play quickly. And as you pointed out, Magnus is trading pieces going into the pawn-up endgame. We'll see if Dennis wants to go into the endgame.
I didn't know
or
Alex
instead he
Jones has
takes on
insane
c4
chess knowledge. Yeah,
and equalizes
he
material.
sounds a little bit like him.
And it's no prizes for guessing which one I would personally go for. It would be just take that pawn, restore material balance, and then go into an endgame. Because absolutely, if the queens get traded off and the c-pawn has disappeared, I would say that actually white is that little bit better. But as it stands, you gotta do the job in hand. And Dennis just thinking, he must not let himself get too far down on the clock. That's when
What's the
blunders
dark
happen,
orange
just
beverage?
time trouble makes fools
Combination of
But
Coke
that's
and
actually
Fanta,
happened in the
50-50.
first
Try it
game.
out. Best
Dennis
drink
got
ever.
Very little time on the clock. Blundered in a drawn ending.
Okay.
He did take the pawn. Finally,
Is he
Magnus
up a pawn
developed
now?
his queen
No, they
bishop,
are
which has been
equal.
on c8 the whole game.
This is
Black's
completely dead
pieces are
wrong now.
super active. Material is equal.
But maybe we blunder
Engine
again.
says it's about equal. The only difference is Magnus has a minute more on the clock.
Ah,
is
a
Dennis going
minute
to get
more.
in time trouble again and make a mistake?
Yeah.
Or can he hold on and draw this game? It's a two-result game just because of the time situation. You don't want to be a minute behind against Magnus on the clock. But unfortunately, that's what's happened the first two games.
No, you don't want to be too slow against Magnus. He's shown how he is ruthless. And I got to say, love Magnus's last move. That bishop developing.
Yes, only 1
also
minute.
targeting the knight so that if there is
But his
bishop
heart rate is
takes
still
knight from
chilling.
white, well, then black
was
can
way higher
also
before.
do the same. And this is the big
And as
question
I'm
for
saying
Dennis.
it goes
He
slow.
does
Okay, he
take
takes.
that knight, and now bishop is
All
going
right.
to be recaptured. So Magnus saying that white's king is a little bit more unsafe. And
Okay.
there we see another trade.
Completely.
But I gotta
Black
say,
is
in
slightly
terms of
winning, but
pawn
I mean,
structure,
this
because
is just
pawns are the
0.1.
soul
It
of the
doesn't
game,
matter
I gotta
really.
say, White's is the one that is a little bit shaky because
Hmm.
that lone pawn is not far advanced, and It is
Oh, he
Carlsen's
goes
quick.
in with
Be
the
careful.
rocks.
That
Boy,
was
last move, Black was threatening queen takes G3 check with a brilliant check.
Okay.
Instead, they traded to a draw and ending. The players are going to
Nah,
repeat
this
and
would be a
agree to
draw,
soon.
no?
Magnus doesn't have any winning chances, really. White should have plenty
All
of
right.
time with 53 seconds.
Really, what camera do
We're
you
just
have?
trading
It's
pawns.
called Sony
Everything's
Alpha
the same.
7 IV.
And Dennis, I think, did that on purpose. Wanted to trade everything because of the time situation wasn't looking good.
Maybe he's... Nah,
And
they would
some
think
nice
they would do a
moves there
repetition.
from Dennis as he just maneuvers his knight. And the big question is,
They will, no?
how much effort is Magnus going to be putting into prolonging this game? I don't think.
Nah, he looks
put in too
disgusted,
much.
like he just wants to draw already.
Because he had the
Okay.
advantage, and now with the trade,
Maybe
of
now?
rooks, it is 3 pawns versus
No,
3.
nothing will
And this
happen.
one is as drawn as can be. The rooks just shuffling, and maybe
Okay.
the players are going to repeat 3 times. Still not finding. Is Magnus trying to play this one out on the clock?
Yeah, about 50 moves in 40 seconds. That's
Still
easily
more?
doable. Nothing will happen here.
Agree a draw, guys.
We're analysts, but we have nothing to analyze. They just move their rook back and
Lazovic is shaking his head.
Either 50
Maybe
move
he
rule
you know what?
or-
I think that Lazovic gave him a draw.
three-time repetition.
They offered a draw.
Well, okay, Magnus saying, watch out of the clock. You know, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I
because
think that
I am
Lazovic
prepared
offered him a draw,
to
bro.
grind this one
And he
out.
declined.
I'm prepared to
That's why
use
he
the
shaked
clock
his head.
as a power, and now are we going to see more shuffling? Okay, a draw by repetition.
He was trying to win. He played E5 to get rid of the 50 move rule, but then he repeated
Oh,
by accident.
That
okay.
was cheeky.
Yeah.
But it is
Yeah.
part of the game.
How much does it cost?
As we
What?
see the second game finish in a draw. Still 2 games remaining
Draw.
in this match. And
guys
Dennis
bet on draw or
Lazovic
not?
is still playing catch up.
Yeah, that game looked like Magnus, I thought, had the better chances throughout the game, had more time on the clock. Dennis eventually
All right,
decided
guys,
to
next-
trade everything
next prediction.
to make sure that he wouldn't get into bad time trouble and lose. Looks like the players are going to take a little break. Or is Magnus going to walk off and never come? No, that's not going to happen. We can't have that happen every match.
No, the players getting a break. But, you know, Ben, talk us through first game, Magnus with the white pieces. It did look like Dennis was never really in trouble, but he was on the passive. He would have been feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, Dennis had like a slight disadvantage in the first game. Nothing too serious. He had a slight time
Hydration break,
disadvantage,
yeah.
And adding both of those things up went to a full point to Magnus when Dennis blundered in time trouble. Dennis wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. He got in a worse time situation this game as well. The position was equal. And even though Magnus tried at the end,
So
he
give it- oh, but
accidentally
German
repeated,
guy.
was a little upset with himself. And a draw was the fair result, though. So far,
This
two
was the
pretty
Gotham
solid
chess
games,
video.
one blunder
Bro,
from
like, who
Dennis in the
said
first
that
game.
chess players
Magnus
don't
has
get
the
any
advantage in
women?
the
Look at
match.
this.
And
Tons
in the
of women
first set
out
of
there.
games, we could actually have a winner of the first set. If Magnus wins game 3, it's best of 4 games.
Mr. Prediction again?
best of
Guys,
4,
how
and
can you miss the
gotta say,
prediction? Where are
loving
you
the
going?
crowd. I'm also loving everyone's signs. Look at that. Go. A lot of supporters for Magnus. Go, Magnus. That's what I'm seeing. Any fans for Dennis? Give us a cheer.
I like one of the signs. It says, go Ali Reza. Ali Reza's crossed out.
Let me see.
and it
Maybe
says
we get
Magnus.
some more news about the drama. Let me
Very
see.
nice.
Chess.
That's why
Very
pencils
smart.
have erasers. So we can change who we root
No.
for.
Yes.
What about
Ali
Go
Reza
Yogi
has
and Go
quit the
Ben? Where are
match and
those signs
Hikaru
at?
has been
Come on,
declared the
people.
third winner. Following this.
Maybe next time. Maybe next
What?
time, Ben. But, you know, when it comes to the second game, I'm going to say that I feel like Magnus had a serious advantage there. And that's something that I think in this break, Dennis is going to have to
What is
go back
happening?
to the drawing board and just think about how he's going to respond to this
I mean,
particular opening
Hikaru
try
was
by
arguing
Magnus
about
because
something.
he did
I'm
not
seeing
get
that
a
on
good
Twitter.
position.
No, White got nothing out of that.
Hikaru
opening.
argued
It was a
about
Catalan
something
type
in the-
position.
in that break.
Magnus seemed to understand the ins and outs a little bit better. Was the one fighting for the initiative, and eventually
there was some
seemed like
drama.
Dennis was
I'm not
pretty
really
happy
sure.
to draw.
Yeah, high five time there from Magnus as he makes that beautiful entrance into the playing arena. Well, it's not every day you go
Let me
and
see.
play a
Maybe
chess
if I
match to
if
the
I
sound
Google
of
Ali
the drums.
Rez, how do we even?
And this is what is at stake: $250,000
Okay.
championship trophy, and as
There is
the
a
king
small
comes in,
technical pause
this
in
is,
between.
I thought could potentially be a heartbreaking moment for Dennis because right in this moment he makes a really elementary blunder,
Okay.
goes into a lost king and pawn
Chess
endgame,
base India.
and that was it.
Bro,
But
we
he
have a clip.
recovered.
Wait a
Yeah,
second,
he
guys. We have a
didn't,
clip.
Continue his losing ways.
I will show you. Chess-based India. India. We have a clip. No. Here, something happened here. See?
Means it's going to be hostile at some point. And
He
wait,
moved something and he's...
Hikaru does not like. What happened there? Something's happened on his screen right now. He's calling for help. His screen's gone off. Can we get a look into his screen? What just happened?
Yeah, what's happening? I guess we would, no matter what, we would restart with a specific set of time, but this has not happened, as far as I know, so far in the event.
Not happened before. The headphones come off. There's definitely been a problem on the screen for Hikaru Nakamura. And this breaks your flow somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
He's not happy.
No, both guys. Luckily, the position is not.
It's
still to be, developed and cultivated further. But neither one of them would have felt like this game would have been, decisive.
But he's like,
all right,
he
you said
doesn't
it, Lovey. It hasn't happened before. What
upset,
happens
Alireza.
now? Do they continue from this point? Do clocks get readjusted? It means extra time. And wait, we have a move, but no move's been made.
Okay, that move was registered after a while.
Okay. Felt like Alireza was the one who needed to make magic happen, but magic is happening automatically as the players, they do continue talking to an arbiter. But we have B4, and Hikaru is not a happy man. That is not a smile of...
I have no clue, bro. Yeah, whatever.
And we see everything, we hear everything, and we cheer for everything. As we, again, just fantastic scenes here in Paris for the grand final of the 2026
Yeah, maybe it's rigged, you never know.
And here comes defending champion Magnus Carlsen. He's getting ready to play with the white pieces. In game one, he opened up with the queen's pawn. Will he go for the same? Will he try something different?
It's hard to beat somebody who never loses a game. If Magnus would lose a game once in a while, then you could get some confidence. But it seems like he just draws and wins every game. His opponent's always on the back foot. Magnus always has more time. Magnus is more confident. Magnus has been there, done that. It's always difficult playing Magnus. Advantage, Magnus.
Yeah. Well,
apparently
he's a man with a history. He's got an impressive track record. I mean, I don't think it's ever been matched in history. Five-time world champion.
As well.
Multiple-time rapid world champion. Blitz world champion. Fisher random world champion. Defending EWC champion. I mean, I could go on and on. Magnus Carlsen has won everything, and now he is up against 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. And this time we have a change. It is opening up with the King's Pawn, and Denis keeping it
The same thing happened in
symmetrical.
London in speed chess.
4 knights on the board.
And those of us who are watching us live, if Magnus wins this game, this set is over. Magnus wins 2.5 half.
Time for another
Denis
draw.
has to draw or win for the match to continue in this set. First to win 2 sets wins the match. We have a 4 knights scotch, lots of theory. Magnus is playing a really solid line that isn't considered to give white very much. Sometimes white trades on f6, goes into the end game where black has weak pawns and the 2 bishops. Will Magnus go that way, or is Magnus just going to put his rooks in the center? Like, no, he doesn't go that way. Goes into this
he
ending.
opens up
It's
the king.
considered-
All right.
This ending is about equal, but Magnus likes to play against those pawn structures, Yovi, those isolated and doubled pawns.
I mean, he gave up the
Interesting
bishop
choice,
pair for
'cause
that,
I was
so
going to say that
I don't know.
yes,
You will
this
see.
in-game is considered just a little bit better for white, but at the same time,
The score at the
White's
top is
still
4 sets.
doing
That's why
okay.
it's 0-0.
On a practical level, it's going to be very difficult to make use and start targeting those
Is
weak
Ben
pawns,
Feingold
and
commenting?
Very traditionally, as black,
I have no
you start
idea.
taking the open lines,
But
you
I
put
think
your
yes.
rook there on
That
the
guy
open
that
line,
sounds like
then you start
Alex Jones.
possessing
Is
the
that Ben
center and
Feingold?
the bishop pair.
Because if
It's
yes,
kind
then
of
yes.
considered like a half-point advantage. And Denis there just considering exactly what to do.
Yeah, at the super grandmaster level, most players
Yes.
don't try this
Okay.
with white.
Now this guy, no?
because it's considered that black is equalized already.
That's
with the
Feingold,
2
okay.
bishops
Yeah, he's
and so
really
many
good.
Trades. But Magnus likes to go for those small advantages. Magnus is going to try to trade off minor pieces, get rid of white's 2 bishops, then take advantage of the pawn structure and hopefully put some pressure on those weak isolated double pawns
Okay.
that Dennis has. Dennis plays very solid, getting his center pawns forward, putting his bishops in the middle. Magnus puts his rook in the middle, and the game is about equal.
Yeah, you make it sound like a formula. Put your rooks in the middle and then just start improving your pieces and boom, boom,
Okay, he
Bob's your
wants
uncle.
to put a knight
Game
probably
is
on here,
over.
no, to
And
pressure
here,
this pawn.
Okay, knight just coming. Well, it's getting ready to jump into
Yeah.
the center, and still the players are following the path that has been recommended. You just got to be going forward with your pieces, opening up the diagonals for the bishops. And now here, this bishop comes out. And so if
He
Black
became a gem at 40.
wants to trade of bishops is unadvisable because the knight would be sitting very,
Yeah, I'm
very
42. I think
there
I have
on
also
the
still chances.
F5, as we know.
Yeah, I have
from
good
men.
chances,
It's a
actually.
knife on F5. But what Black tends to do is just develop the pieces, and you just say, hey, if the trade is going to come, it's going to be on my terms. You can correct my pawn structure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this will be a very funny pawn structure if Lazovic takes the knight on g3. White can take fg, defending the bishop with the rook, and then all the pawns for both sides are weak, but Black's pawns are weaker. Dennis doesn't want to give the two bishops away. That's a nice advantage. He's like, Magnus, if you want to trade bishops, you're going to have to straighten out my pawn structure and take on e6, which obviously Magnus doesn't want to
Are
do.
you 42?
That
Yes,
would get rid of
I
Black's
am.
doubled f pawns. So instead, Magnus is probably going to play something solid and not
42
take on
years young,
e6.
yeah, exactly.
Magnus thinking a long time, trying to find some kind of advantage. Black very solid, bishops in the center, rooks in the center, and says, I got two bishops, what you got, Magnus? And Magnus doesn't seem like he's playing all out for a win. He's just playing solid and hopes when they get into time trouble, he can outplay Dennis again.
Yeah, this has been a really cagey match so far.
My
no
guess is
spectacular
35.
fireworks at all.
Yeah, this
It
was a
just
long
been
time
all
ago.
about the endgame grind. And one thing that I was maybe expecting is the rook to lift up all the way to the middle of the board and maybe set up some checks against the black king. That's one potential plan. Honestly, I'm kind of struggling to think of anything else.
Even in the end game, Yovi's trying to checkmate the king. Gets to the
He looks
opening
younger
line,
because of
Yovi
the
H line,
steroids in
rook
Botox.
D4, rook G4,
Exactly.
rook H4, and put pressure on Black's king. Not a bad idea. That black king does have an open line in front of it.
Well, what can I say? I'm an impatient person. This is why these guys are paid the big bucks. And instead we have that trade of bishops. And now Dennis has been provided the opportunity to correct his pawn structure. And
Okay.
now here, no hesitation
Trading everything.
whatsoever. You just recapture the pawn. And then you just
Man,
centralize
they have
the bishop.
pretty much.
and
He made bishop
start
against the
posting
knight.
your
All
pieces
right.
up to the most active squares. So what has Magnus got planned? Maybe he can still do what I was wanting to do. Lift the rook up, start
He
attacking
frees.
some
Who
pawns.
freezes?
Yes, I get what I wanted. It makes me very happy. So now, big question actually for Dennis. How are you going to defend that pawn?
Magnus got rid of his opponent's two bishops at the cost of undoubling his pawns. But Black still has a lot of weak pawns that Magnus can go to work on. Magnus can double rooks on the D file, can play knight E4. There's a lot of black pawns we can attack. Magnus still fighting for a small advantage. The engine says he doesn't have anything, but Dennis will have to defend accurately. Both players have the same amount of time left, 7 minutes. Both players playing very quickly. Dennis doing a lot better this game than in game 2, where he got in time trouble pretty early. Dennis has a lot of time on the clock, and if he can navigate the complications in the
Now
end
what?
game and not lose any of his weak pawns, he should be just about equal.
But that is the question, right? Because how is Black going to be defending that pawn?
They get paid. Who
Because
gets paid? The
if you
people
move
that
the
play
rook,
here.
The bishop is hanging, and
I don't know,
that is not a
maybe
good
Magnus gets
trade,
paid.
and Magnus not quite happy. So
maybe
Dennis, I guess,
Hikaru.
probably has to give up the pawn and get active with his own.
But
rooks.
other than that, I
Okay,
don't think
he
they get
takes
paid.
the knight, check from Magnus, and now we see a recapture towards the center. Magnus following the rules, and what
Okay.
happens next? Where is Magnus placing the pressure? Aha, I see his plan. If you just defend the pawn with your rook, the rook that is not working next to the king is going to move into an open line, and Dennis, of course,
Wait, can he
playing
not?
much more precisely advancing
Yeah,
his
if he,
pawn.
but he cannot come in.
Yeah, we have
know he
another
can't.
rook ending. It's our
Wait,
third
what?
rook
Ah.
ending in a row. This one has
Okay.
2 rooks. Is Magnus going to trade rooks now? Which I think he will. Then put his rook on the open B line and try to attack Dennis's pawns. Pretty symmetrical endgame. The engine says it's about equal. I think Dennis has done a good job solving whatever problems he had this end game. I think Magnus is going to be displeased that he couldn't get any advantage. He surprised me by playing rook d1. I thought he'd play rook b1 because black can play king e7 in this position and stop Magnus's rook from infiltrating. But he doesn't really mind.
He can win a pawn
he
now.
wants to play active himself.
No,
rook
I don't know if
b2,
that's good.
Take the pawn on c2.
You know, just
Dennis looks
go
pretty
check and take this, but I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I'm
good
gonna
because
say
he
this
will just
opening has
probably jump in
really
here.
Not gone that great for Magnus. Okay, we're looking now at this probably finishing in a draw. I'm going to be seeing that the pawns are just going to get liquidated on the left side, and it's going to be 3 versus 3 in a rook and pawn in game. King has to step up, and
He can
this
take
is
that
Dennis's
pawn now. He
idea.
takes the
Rook
a
takes
pawn.
Going to be also
And
met
then
by
what?
a capture, and we're seeing it right here, right now.
This is our 3rd game in a row. We've had rook and 4 against rook and 4.
Mm.
I'm going to call my bookie
Looks
and tell
drawish,
him
yeah.
rook and 4 versus rook and 4 in game 4 because it seems like every game is going like that. Magnus still trying to get an advantage by moving his king up the board. He played g4. He's going to play king g3. But there's
Dennis
nothing really
winning.
here. This should be a
I
fairly
think
easy
this
draw for
will end in a draw.
Razovic.
Is
Magnus
this
doesn't
live?
really
This is
have any
live. It's
pawn
happening right
breakthroughs,
now.
Can't really attack anything. This should be a fairly simple draw. And we're going to go to game 4 of the match with Magnus with a 2-1
The next game, Lazovic has to win. He has
So
to.
this is really clever approach from Magnus. He's actually maybe going to try and draw out the remaining 2 games. Say, hey, I'm going to take the first match, and then that's it. Because in the next game, if this is just a comfortable draw, then Dennis is going to have to go all out for the win. Okay, as we see more pawns.
All right, next game will be interesting because he needs to win because otherwise the first set is lost.
The kings are more or less the same.
Yeah,
this is a draw. He knows it. Okay. But Lazovic now gets the white pieces. That's pretty good. So now he can just go to work.
Win situation.
Dennis is in a must-win situation, Yovi, but he does have the white pieces. So that's good. Yeah, Magnus got nothing out of
Who
that
said
opening.
that Magnus
That
has
opening
a
doesn't have
bottle with
reputation for giving
a
white an
cap that
advantage, and
cannot
we saw why. Dennis with
you can
accurate
take
defense,
off? That's not
didn't
true.
have to take very
It was
long.
attached. I
I'm
just
sure
saw
Magnus
it.
going to be a little unhappy he couldn't get any
Yeah, don't
advantage
spread
at all.
misinformation
And Dennis
here.
draws easily with black. Now Magnus has to hold the draw with black to win the first set.
Yeah, and Magnus really going into business mode, right? That was effortless from him.
Magnus win
Easy
one game
draw.
1, yeah.
And now
They're
the
doing
pressure
a
is on Dennis because
set
he
system.
has
The
to
first
beat
set is a
the
best
world
of
number
4.
one.
And this is
But
now
the
the
white
last game
pieces-
of the best of
the white
4
pieces
of
did
the
not work
first
out
set.
well for him in game 2. He was
So
the one-
Lazovic has to
Dennis
win.
was the one that was scrambling for that draw. He has to shake things up. He has to take the game.
Yeah,
into
brother,
other
I'm telling you, you
hands.
need to play the Vienna Gambit.
Something that Magnus
Yep.
is not able to navigate clearly and smoothly.
It's funny, in game 1, Magnus played d4, then Magnus changed up to e4. Dennis can do the same thing. Dennis played d4, didn't get any advantage. I wonder if he'll play e4 and try to mix it up like Magnus playing e4.
Why do they have
in
either
game 3.
white king
We're
or
gonna
queen
find
on
out
top
pretty
of the
shortly,
computer
Yogi.
monitor? I
Here
don't know.
comes
Maybe
game
this
4
brings
right now.
this brings
He
luck
sticks
or
with
something.
d4, and they play so far.
You play Rocket
same
League?
opening
No,
as the
this was a
first
friend
game.
of mine
Oh,
that
we have
plays
we have an
Rocket
Imzo
League.
Indian. I haven't seen a lot of Imzo Indians this tournament.
I played
Well,
Rocket
this
League
is actually
once.
a sign from Dennis
Or
that he wants
twice.
to
I
shake
didn't like
things up.
it.
Dennis traditionally favors opening up.
Explain the
with queen's
prediction
pawn.
system. It's
So now
actually
we're
quite
gonna
easy.
be
You
in
just bet
territory
the
where
channel
things are
points
gonna
that
get
you
shot.
earn
And
by
look at
watching my
this.
channel. And if you
Magnus
predict
doesn't
right,
actually go
you
in
get
with
more
the
points
queen's
back
pawn.
that you
He
bet.
challenges in the center with
And
the c
then you
pawn
can buy
and
stuff on my
decisions
channel
to
with
be
channel
made
points.
here. Does Dennis play very carefully? Does he read
If
your
a
force
tie,
at
a
center?
tiebreaker is
Does he go
Armageddon.
for some other
Armageddon is
ideas,
they
which
play
is
one
something that
game.
he particularly likes, which is
If
to
black
develop the light
draws
squared
the
bishop.
game, it's a
Fianchetto
win
it,
for
or
black.
will we see
Okay?
more
So a
aggressive
draw is win for
going
black.
into the center?
But
Yeah, typically the
black
aggressive
starts
way
with
for
less time
white to play in this
as
position
compensation.
is to play g3
This is how
and
they do it.
fianchetto the bishop, which I think is to Dennis's liking. So I expect Dennis to play g3. Seems like he's not super familiar with this position after c5. Maybe he was expecting d5 and getting those more normal queen pawn openings. Instead, Dennis plays a surprising move, surprising to me.
All
Takes
right,
the pawn on
surprising.
C5.
First
Little
set is 4
shrug of the
games. Yeah,
face from
exactly. This is the
Magnus.
last game of
Like,
the set
that's not
of the
most
first
common
set.
move. Now, black can play
Magnus, if he
aggressively
draws this
with
game,
either
he
knight
wins the
e4,
first
queen
set, and
a5,
they
or
restart
simply
at 0.
castle or take the pawn back on c5 and play sort of a more boring standard
Basically
way of
like in
playing.
tennis.
Let's see what Magnus is in the mood for.
Yeah.
Stop repeating me, Philip. No, it's my stream. I say what I want.
Develop the knight. You can also castle And you also
I would love to
can
see
take
that.
the
Yeah,
knight.
Armageddon
We've
is
seen
cool.
the triple pawns once
It also involves
once
Gamba,
before.
which is always
Why
good.
not see it again? That's also
Yo,
a
God.
possibility. You can also just simply recapture. Those are the main moves. Magnus is a very principled guy. I'm expecting
Slept
that
in?
he just
Yeah, it's
goes
okay,
with
it's
his knight
Saturday.
to the edge of the board. But
White's going to have
ooh,
triple pawns,
Magnus
yeah.
just trying to remember the theory.
But he...
Yeah, it's funny. Chess has so many
it
possibilities.
will be double pawn
Even
because
on
he's
5
down
or
a
6,
pawn. He
players
will
can
in
be
back.
confused,
So
not
it's
really in
fine.
their main prep. And advantage Lazovic if Magnus can't bang out a few dozen moves in the opening of his prep, get an equal position.
How many sets? I think
Magnus
3.
makes another move I didn't consider, just developing his knight to c6. He wants to take back on c5 with his bishop instead of with his knight, as you were suggesting. And eventually, White has to decide whether to play e3 bishop e2 or g3 bishop g2, and possibly
and now what?
he might even move the bishop on c1 first. So very unusual Nimzo Indian. The players seem like they're both out of their prep, and Magnus shaking his head, very confused.
Yeah, what seems to be bugging Magnus
This
there?
Magnet
Well, White has
fellow
plenty of
clearly
moves,
hasn't done
a
his
lot of them
homework
that
in
you
the fellow
suggested,
classics.
Ben, you can also
Yeah.
just take the time out to defend
If
the
this
knight.
was
You can
classical
move the
chess,
bishop
it would
up
take
one
a week.
square. You
Well,
can
yeah,
also come
the
out
grand
with your
final of the
queen,
World
and
Championship, it
maybe
takes 2
Magnus
weeks.
and Dennis understanding that actually
And
the game
nobody's
is
going to watch
transposing
that.
into a
That's the
line
biggest
that
game of the
perhaps
year,
Magnus
and
didn't really
0
want to go
people are
into.
watching that shit.
Main move
Because
here
nobody sits
is
in
to
front of
come
the
out with the
computer
bishop
to
all the
watch
way,
one game of chess
pin
for
the
7
knight.
hours.
I've had White in this position many times in my career because I play Queen C2 Nimzo Indian. A3's a little passive move. Bishop G5 is more common. Bishop F4 is also played. I play Bishop G5 myself. I've actually had this position too because I've played A3 with the bishop on B4, then they take on C5 just for a different move order. Typically, when White plays A3, Lazovic is thinking of playing B4 and fianchettoing his bishop and gaining space on the queen side.
It's best to wait
And
for Gotham
Black
recap. Yeah,
has 2 ways to
I
play
do that
now.
as well.
Black can
Candidates, I
play
just
an
watched
early
the Gotham
D5, or
recap.
Black can retreat the
And
bishop
that's
to
it.
E7 and
I'm not watching an
fianchetto the
8-hour
other
game,
bishop,
you
play
crazy.
sort of a hedgehog structure.
Yeah, and then it
Magnus
ends in a
is trying to
draw by
figure out
repetition in
whether
like
to fianchetto his
1
queen
minute.
bishop, which is what he did, or play D5 right away, which he can still do later. But Magnus wants to play bishop B7, rook C8, and have his rook oppose the queen on C2. This is one of White's main
Didn't we
problems
do
in
it
this
on
opening.
Yeah, I streamed
is
the
C file is
candidates
half
like
open,
2 or
and
3
the queen on
times I
C2
tried.
can get harassed by
It was
Magnus.
so freaking boring.
And ironically enough, Dennis's heart rate is actually at a low because usually we see him around about 120, 130 mark.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's down to 110. So he's feeling kind of calm. He's managed to unsettle Magnus. Magnus is the one that has used up some time in the opening, and now big decision
Cam up a
for
little
Dennis.
bit.
Remember, Dennis must take a decision
Although
quickly.
if they zoom in,
He
my
can
cam will
continue
block
as he
everything. There
started,
it is.
just
Here.
pick up his queenside pawns and
Okay.
start harassing the dark
Better.
square bishop, or he can come out and set a pin. And he goes for another move. Okay, this is normal as well. This is also good. But at some
Thanks,
point
boss.
or
No
another,
problemo.
you have to do what is necessary. And here it comes. That bishop is now going to place itself on the longest diagonal on the board. And now Magnus, he is fighting a space disadvantage. He needs to react.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I
White
probably
is
had
a little
White in this
advantage.
position
See?
before, just by transposition, because I play Queen students so often with White, and often
I can see
my queen
Magnus'
has to move away
shoulder.
from C2 at some point before.
Guys,
I have to
leave
play
me
rook
alone.
C8 and D5. And my queen is misplaced. The queen sometimes goes to B1 after the white rook goes to D1 first, or the queen can go to B3. Right now, there's no threats. Magnus just castled, so Black can play bishop E2 and short castle. Put the rooks in the center, and with more space on the queen side.
You should put your
Well,
camera over him
White's
to make
slightly
it look
better.
like you are
Slightly
playing.
better position for White. So Dennis should be pretty happy with the result of the opening.
Exactly. So let's just put it on the board exactly what White wants to do. You can go anywhere with you like with the bishops. You can step up 1 square, even 2 squares. But either way, you're going to be castling the king to the right.
A few
and
months
just
ago, there was an
taking the
overweight
center
lady
with
on
the
a
rooks
fast
and
electric
just
wheelchair
arguing
and had
and
4
saying
kids
to
riding
Black,
on the
"Hey,
back
you
like a
don't have
choo-choo
so much
train. I
space,"
love the
and
US.
there is going to be an opening up of the center eventually. So I think it's a good position to have when you're in a must-win situation with the white pieces.
No, if I was White here, I'd be happy if I was Dennis. Dennis has a position where he can get a slight advantage. Magnus is a little passive. Not clear what Black should do. And Magnus has to make a decision in the next 3 moves whether to play d6 or d5. And it's not clear what he should play because it leads to different kinds of positions. And I'm not sure what Magnus is going to do. d6 is more of a long game, playing a hedgehog kind of pawn structure we talked about yesterday.
In German, you
where
can see
black's
that
pawns are
every day
sitting
in
on the
Penny.
third rank.
That's not true.
d5 is more aggressive. Magnus isn't making the decision. He's moving his queen to b8, getting out of this place of the rook. The other rook can go to d8. Magnus isn't going to decide for a
He's
couple
so
more
right,
moves whether to
really. I
play,
never see them.
d6 or d5. But Magnus doesn't seem very happy.
We
He's
have to
shaking
be
his
as
head.
well,
I
really.
think he knows that he's slightly worse and that White has more space on the queen side. This isn't the opening kind of position that Magnus wanted.
Yeah, one of the problems with
Oh,
this type
bro.
of position is that
See?
you're looking
White is a good
actually
move
to
now. Come on,
unleash
brother.
the dark square
You can do
bishop.
it.
So moves that you want to be doing is jumping in with your knight to perhaps the g5
No, this
square,
is too
moving, or
what
maybe
is this?
moving the
This
knight
is
to
not. This is
e4.
no. You need
If
to
you
attack.
manage to transfer
Come on,
the
bro.
white
You are
queen
behind. You need to
and pick
attack.
her up, put her on the right side of the board. That is going to be a fearsome attack against the black king. That is the theory. Whether it will be done, as we see these two little luxurious take care of your king moves
Okay,
being
queen
played.
move.
I like luxurious.
Lost
I
his
wasn't thinking
advantage.
that,
Good
but
job.
But there's the
describes it
kind
really
of
well.
moves that you make after you completed development, and still no.
Magnus doesn't know
concrete
this
decision
line.
from both sides, except there is
Are you
no
rooting
longer
against
gonna
our
be
Lord
any
and Savior,
attack
bro? I
towards
don't
the
really
black
care who
king because
wins.
the
I
white
just want a
queen
bit of action, a
stepped
bit
up
drama.
that diagonal. And
That's what I
here
want.
It's going to be again another long game of maneuvering.
Yeah, and I've had these kinds of positions a lot with White. The c4 pawn is
Okay.
often weak, so I like the queen on b3, bishop on e2, protecting the c4 pawn.
Now it's
Magnus
equal,
plays
but
queen
Lazovic
a8, winding his
needs to
queen
win.
and bishop up on the long diagonal. White played rook d2, which indicates he wants to double rooks on the d file,
Okay.
putting pressure on d6. Typically,
Chess and
White
drama.
plays
We had
bishop
drama
f1 at some point,
earlier.
defending
We had.
the g2 pawn from the queen and bishop. But Magnus doesn't let him play bishop
I wasn't
f1.
online.
Magnus plays knight b8. He's going to
I'm all for the drama, of course. Everybody likes drama.
And bishop on the queen side aren't blocked anymore. The knight usually wants to be on d7, not c6, because the knight on c6 is blocking all of black's pieces. So Magnus maneuvering his pieces around, slightly passive position, but as I've had problems my whole career, hard for White to do anything here. White has more
didn't
space.
stream it. No,
but how
I
do you
was,
increase your advantage?
Well,
I was getting
gotta
ready
say,
to
Black's
stream.
position is like a
And then it
spring
happened.
that is waiting to uncoil, right? So now the knight is going to get rerouted, maybe even go and step next to its monarch just to hold it in complete defense. And then the whole thing is that Black will eventually break forward in the center, and suddenly this queen and bishop, beautiful battery, is going to be pointing at the
This
light
really good
squares.
now.
I'm going to say that
This queen
Black is
bishop battery.
completely fine.
Looking at this
Despite
square.
the fact that that queen is there in the corner. We don't advise that queens are living their best life on the edge of the board. And
Okay.
the rook steps up.
Why?
What is Dennis's plan?
What's
And
the plan
Magnus
here?
just keeps on playing the waiting game.
He wants to protect his
typically,
pawn. Probably
Black
wants to
plays
move the
A6
queen,
earlier
no?
in the
Over
structure
here or
to
here.
stop White from playing knight b5. But Magnus wasn't worried about knight b5 because then he would counterattack in the center with d5.
He's
So
again down
White
2.5
played rook
minutes.
d4. Not really sure what White's plan is. He could trade white squared bishops with bishop f3. Okay, so he did. But I'm not sure that gets him anywhere.
Drawing
Black doesn't
Magnesium
mind
wins the set,
trading
yeah.
And being slightly passive and solid and awaiting developments. For some reason, Lazovic has been taking quite a long time trying to figure out a way to build up his advantage. As a consequence, Magnus has 2 extra minutes on the clock. That could be important later in the game. We can't have this happen every
Okay,
game.
it takes.
That Magnus is ahead 1, 2, 3 minutes on the clock. That's not going to bode well for Lazovic.
No, and there you're seeing Magnus.
See?
He's
The bottom
maximizing
cap.
his queen. She's
See that?
moving forward.
Was
the target
attached.
is that that weak pawn, the pawn that cannot be defended there on c4.
Lazovic
That's
needs to win,
exactly
yeah, but
what
he's down
Magnus
2
is
minutes,
thinking.
2.5
Maybe he's gonna
now.
even triple
But at least
on the
most
half
pieces are still on the
open
board,
line,
so
and
he
there's
can
gonna be
win.
Huge pressure for Dennis as the clock ticks down. And remember, if Dennis wants to take this match to Armageddon. If he wants to level, he needs to win with the white pieces. And the problem is there's no easy point of attack.
Yeah,
Everything
bro,
in
come on.
Magnus's
3 minutes
position
down.
well
What is he
defended.
doing?
This is the description of overprotection.
No, this is really nice maneuver using the first rank. Super Grandmasters are great at using the first rank to maneuver their pieces. Knight
Really?
to D7. I've seen that before.
Dennis will take
And now
190k a
Magnus
second. Yeah, but
very
he has
quickly plays B5,
190k.
putting
This
pressure
is
on the pawn on C4.
it's
once the C and B pawns are traded,
guaranteed, you
then
know.
Magnus can
It
play
doesn't matter if he
D5
loses or
later,
wins.
and
He
the
has
rooks on the
190k.
D-file
So
are sort of hitting on that
at least you
strong
can try to
D-pawn.
win the
I
quarter
actually
million.
like Black's position now. I'd rather have Black. This doesn't look
There's
like
no
White
risk
can
involved.
do anything. And not only that, Dennis is taking a lot of time. Looks like he's really getting outplayed this game. Black has the advantage. Black has more center pawns.
a lot
Black
of
has
players
3 extra
graduated
minutes.
from Fellow
So
School of
far,
Time
advantage
Management.
Magnus, but it's a must-win game for Dennis. Dennis is down 2-1. It's a 4-game match, the first set. Dennis has to win.
This is
the
how
first
you feel when I
Armageddon.
play and I
Otherwise,
don't
he's
play a
down 1
move and
set to
take
0.
forever.
So far, it's looking like all
That's
Magnus
horrible,
this
bro.
game, Yovi.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that. The knight comes in. It's going to post up into the middle of the board.
Oh,
and
now
the thing is, and this
he's
is gonna be
losing
Dennis's
now.
biggest challenge is that his strengths are the same strengths that Magnus possesses. They have very much the same style. It's very clinical, very patient, and we see
Okay.
why Magnus is
Does he take pick
world
with the
number
pawn
one.
or
So
goes he all in?
decision
Is he
here,
going all
do
in
you
with the rook? That
recapture
would be
with the
actually
knight?
sick.
That looks very logical. Or do you just start to change the nature of the position? He takes with the pawn, and now I'm expecting those pawns to start advancing.
Yeah, I
I
like this.
feel
for-
on
I like
YouTube I
what's
couldn't see the black
transpired-
pieces guy
transpired
name.
here
Really? No, you
and
can't see
transpired,
the black pieces guy name.
For Dennis, because
Yeah, brother,
the game
then
is really
learn who
tricky
this
now
guy is.
With game becoming completely asymmetrical, Black's position is still better. But at
How
least
is
White has
Magnus
two
a
passed
student,
pawns,
Philo?
something
Yeah,
to
it's
look forward
it's
to later.
okay.
Magnus
He
is gonna
listens
have to
well
play
when
his
I
best
talk
game
about
now
end
to make
games.
sure White doesn't advance those pawns.
Yeah, he
to
actually
make
listens
sure
quite well when I
Dennis
talk
doesn't
about them.
blockade the queenside pawns. Magnus played the moves he thought they were the best.
What's
But
the
maybe
score right now?
This made the game trickier and puts Dennis back
Magnus
in the
is
game,
winning 2-1.
even though Dennis has a big timing
And if this
disadvantage.
ends in a
Maybe
draw
he
or
can catch
Magnus
up
wins,
if Magnus
then he
can
won the
figure out
first
How to
set.
prosecute this initiative in the center.
Yeah,
And
he
the
doesn't
first
have
one
to
that
rush,
wins
though, because
2
it's
sets
not going to be very easy for White
wins
to
the,
mobilize the pawns
grand
on
final.
the left. You know, if you step up with one pawn, the bishop is going to come in, perhaps capture,
Yeah.
perhaps start eyeballing some squares. So this position definitely has gotten a lot riskier for both sides, but Magnus still
How many
has
games?
some
Set
time.
4.
He does
4.
improve his king, and Dennis needing to win, he starts to grab space on the right side of the board. But the left is where it's all happening.
No, I think Magnus still has an excellent position, but I think the match dictates that since White must win, things have been improving White's position for that perspective. I think there's more winning chances. Pushing all of his pawns on both sides of the board. Magnus trades the knights.
Oh, now White's
Magnus
winning.
shaking his head. Doesn't
Okay,
like
he
the way
lost
he's been
advantage.
Playing this position. The engine agrees. The engine actually likes White now. White
All
has a
right.
nice blockade in the center.
Oh, good
White's
move.
playing aggressively on the king side. F5, very aggressive move from Dennis.
Good.
Yeah, but what a beautiful move, because suddenly,
All
what are
right,
you going to
now
do
it
about the
becomes
pawn that's
interesting.
under fire? If you step up, chase away the white knight, well, it leaves behind a weak sibling there in the middle. That's not going to be easy to defend. And suddenly, just like that, Black's pawns could have become immobilized and now sitting at
bad
targets.
move.
And we could here be seeing perhaps the start of Dennis taking over. Tax the rook.
Okay.
Rook has to move. Now you can
Is he
come
now jumping
over
with the knight?
other pawn, and it's going to be White's 2 pawns on the left. That's going to be racing
Okay, he
up
takes
the
this
board.
pawn. Then he pushes probably this
Dennis,
pawn, no?
1 minute and 26 seconds.
He's
and
behind
he
1.5
has to
minutes. I mean,
generate play.
okay.
He has to put the
Wow.
pressure.
Oh,
And he
blunder.
doesn't play the pawn move that I wanted. Instead, he challenges in the center. Is this the right direction, though?
No, it's
Dennis
not.
is making a lot of pawn moves.
Wow,
F5,
good
E5,
move.
E4. The engine likes some of them, doesn't like other ones. It says the position's about equal. Dennis still has a problem on the clock, but this is a 3-result game. All 3 results can
Okay.
happen. Both
I
sides
think he
have
had to
lots of
play
passed
this move
pawns. Magnus
immediately.
sacrifices the exchange, getting rid of White's dangerous pass B pawn. Now Black has 2 dangerous pawns. Magnus is pretty happy with himself.
Okay, I mean,
think he
Magnus
likes his
traded a
exchange
rook
sack
for a
because he has those
bishop.
beautiful pawn duo on d4 and c4.
Or was it a knight?
Exactly.
No, it was a
Who's gonna
knight.
take over? Because it's not about what the pieces are; it's what they do.
I mean, he still
And
can
take
win,
a look at that pawn
you know?
center that Magnus has. They are primed and ready to advance. And Magnus doesn't even have to rush. He can do things in his normal trademark style. Just start improving the king. He can also improve the knight. It's going to be such a difficult task for Dennis.
Magnus not
to
happy,
win this
okay.
one.
It's a
Magnus
good move, it's still
advancing the
equal.
pawn. So maybe Dennis can do the same.
He has
in
to go
turn.
back
maybe
now.
he can sacrifice some pieces.
Boy, Magnus is really excited at this point in time.
Oh,
He's
wait, he cannot
really
take. Wow,
looking at
what?
what's going on.
Oh,
C3,
he can take the
d pawn
knight.
Is pinned. The d4 pawn is pinned. The bishop on c3
Wow,
is
sick
pinned.
move, but
Everything
now
is pinned to
what?
the center. There's a lot of
Now you are
tactics.
done, bro. Where is he
King
going with the
E8,
bishop? The
engine
bishop
likes that move,
spins.
defending the knight. We couldn't
He
take
has
the
a
bishop on
move. The
C3
engine is.
because the knight was hanging.
Oh, this was a
Now
good
both
move.
sides have passed pawns.
Now I can go back and nothing.
I've got
Okay.
to say that Dennis
Good.
is improving his position as he's gotten rid of.
Come on,
White's
30
biggest
seconds. You
asset,
can do
but
it.
We're seeing Magnus. He's
Ah,
just holding.
he has to go back.
firm.
Good. Brings the king.
He does have plenty of material for that sacrifice.
Maybe he's
to
doubling up the
exchange
rooks now,
rook,
but this is a
and now the
passed
rook
pawn.
coming down. I mean, he's got a lovely fortress
is a
going
passed
on.
pawn.
and
Okay,
just
blocks
take a
it.
look at Dennis's
Brings
time
the king.
under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. 27
27
seconds. Magnus
seconds,
has a
man.
minute
This is
49. The
will be
position's
very
about
difficult,
equal.
but he can do it.
Black
He
has
can.
more than enough compensation for the
Okay.
exchange. Magnus is putting his knight in on
Magnus
F4.
can also
Magnus
blunder.
has the better king with king E5.
Oh, he finds the
The
best
engine
move.
says
This
Magnus
was a
is
good move.
taking over now. White's rooks are
Shit.
really terrible.
Oh,
behind
this
all
is.
those
Oh, he
pawns.
can now take
All
the
of White's
pawn.
pawns are hanging.
There's another
Magnus
pawn
is now winning
hanging.
on the board and on the clock. Magnus's pawns are too strong.
Yeah, the
And
pawns are
White's
sick.
in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
Here comes the F
crazy
pawn.
good move.
Here comes the D pawn. Here comes the black king. As we like to say, black is a king ahead. White's king isn't playing. Black's king is on the 5th rank.
Okay, the king comes in now.
And there comes
Oh,
another
he
one
is
on
now.
Q.
Bishop
He is a
C3.
queen.
Beautiful move.
Yes.
And several
He's a
seconds
queen.
left.
He cannot
Lazovic-
stop it. He can go down with the
Lazovic
rook. He's the
C3.
bishop.
Lazovic resigns. Magnus wins.
Brother,
Really
I don't know if
complicated
Magnus
game.
can be
Lazovic
beaten,
had
bro.
his chances, Yovi.
Well, Dennis definitely had his chances there. I mean, at some point it was looking really complicated with pass pawns galore. But Magnus there in the end showing his class, sacrificing his rook for the piece and the pawn and getting such good compensation
He's
in return.
2,800
And you just
according to
see how
FIDE.
he
Yeah, I
levels
think
up
the
when
number
the
that you
clock
see
starts
here, I
ticking
think this
down.
is the
Yeah, basically
chess.com
the secret to EWC, I
rapid
figured
elo.
it out. It took me
I
two
think
times
this is
coming here to
chess.com
do it.
rapid.
Don't get paired with Magnus. That's the secret. If you
Chess.com
don't get
uses a
paired with
different
Magnus, then
system
you're
that,
okay.
than
Yeah,
FIDE.
and Magnus still keeping his untouchable
Okay,
record
first set.
alive. He hasn't lost
Went
a
to
single
Magnus.
game.
But it's
in this
okay.
event.
You can
This
still do
tournament's
it.
unfair because Magnus doesn't get to be paired with Magnus. He gets unfair pairings. Why can't Magnus get paired with Magnus? Then we can see how strong he really is. Instead, the other players get paired with Magnus, and you can see they're already on the back foot when the match begins. Magnus winning pretty handily, 3-1. That was.
Now
that
does
was the
Dennis
first
just need to
match
win
they
the next
play.
set?
They play
Yes.
another 4-game match.
He needs to win the next
only
set.
way Dennis can come back is if he
So
wins the
Magnus now
second
winning
match,
1-0
then
in
they play a
sets.
third
It's
match
like
with
in
2
tennis.
games, and he has to win that
And
match as
the
well.
games are now
Is
again
Dennis up to the
0-0.
challenge, or is Magnus just too Magnus?
And there we're seeing Magnus in clinical mode.
It's crazy,
as he
but
walks those
again,
checks, he gets himself
it's
into
like
that
if you're under
advantageous-
time pressure,
advantageous endgame,
it's
and we're
just-
seeing here it was just a
it's
case
just
of
different
those
chess,
killer
man.
pawns.
This was a
Nothing
crazy
can
good
stop
move.
Magnus as we
Now
are
you
gonna
have
go
to move.
straight to
It's
the
basically
studio.
Zugzwang. You can do nothing. There is no move for white. 0.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were
Movie
there for the years of
suggestion.
grind.
Yeah, you need to tell me
We're
what
here.
kind of genre you like.
Now, the proud founding
I
partner of
I know
EWC,
all the good movies, all of
powering
them.
the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history.
Is this
Greatness
like
deserves a
Federer versus
stage.
Nadal back then?
Lenovo
No,
Legion.
you
Reach
crazy.
your impossible.
It is Federer versus. Let me see. Maybe Federer versus Stan Wawrinka. Yeah, it's not versus Nadal.
Grand finals for chess is well
I'm gonna be
underway
honest,
here at
I don't
the
think that
Esports
we have a
World Cup in
Nadal right
Paris,
now.
France, as Magnus
There is just
Carlsen
Federer,
manages to win
at least
the
in this
first
tournament.
match. Now one match away from going back to back and also staying undefeated when it comes to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
Denis Lazarevich, representing AGAL, needs to make a
Mishkin,
comeback.
thank you for the
He's
bits.
going to have to do it quick in the second match.
Comedy.
Welcome back to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Levy Rosman, also known
Let
as
me
Gotham
think.
Chess,
Let me
and
think of a
Tanya
good
joining me
comedy
on
movie.
the desk.
That I really love.
You know, looking at that, Levy, it's like, could you tell that he's in pain? Is he enjoying himself? What is he feeling? I can't tell.
My wife is
Nobody
leaving.
can really
Help.
tell, to be
Which
honest,
one is
but
the
it
best
doesn't matter
romantic
because he won
movie?
3-1, and I have to say,
Watch
Lazarevich
Notting Hill.
is an extremely strong
Yeah,
position
bro,
player,
you
very
will have
good
a good.
static
If you
positions,
watch
very good in
Notting
the
Hill,
endgame.
I promise
He's just facing someone
that
with
we will have
15
a.
years
This,
more
this
experience
Saturday will be a
and
good one.
basically his style, but better.
What do you call him? What is his nickname?
I said it's like Magnus Light. I mean, he's
What's a good
Magnus
comedy?
at that age, and
I
over
have
the
to
next 15
think.
years,
I'm
he's
not
gonna
a
be
specialist
become a
in
really
comedies.
well-rounded player.
Right.
But he's on the biggest stage right now, and right now it just doesn't look like he's ready yet.
19 years old, he's got plenty of time, but not necessarily a lot of
Let me
time, Tanya,
see.
when it comes to this overall grand
Dumb
finals.
and Dumber?
He needs to
Yeah,
turn it around in the
I
next
think this
match,
is
but he
dumb
did have a
comedy.
big blunder
I don't know. I
in
think this
game
dumb
number
comedy.
one that put him
Let me
behind, that
see.
ultimately led to his defeat.
That's the one that set the tone. But I just
I
want to
think
say,
I
Taylor,
don't
Denis
like,
Lazarevich has already made a massive statement here in Paris, making
Dumb
it to
and
the
Dumber.
finals, and the route that he had, taking down some of the biggest names. He's facing Magnus Carlsen now. It's a different
I mean,
stage,
Hangover is
it's a
pretty
different
good,
format,
but I
different
think
generation, same question.
you know
How
that,
do you
no?
beat Magnus Carlsen? And I have to
Let
say
me
that
see
first
what that
game,
is there.
you know, it wasn't a blunder out of nowhere. In chess,
Man, there's a fly
blunders
in
don't
my
appear out of a
apartment.
vacuum. It was
hate
incremental
it.
pressure that Magnus put move after move. Eventually, Denis cracked.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Dennis cracking in this moment, and we go back to game
You know what's
one.
also funny?
It was a bit of a big blunder, right? Because ultimately it might have ended in a draw.
do you know the
which, who
movie
knows,
Party
we might have been
Animals?
seeing Armageddon, but regardless, though, for
That's
Denis
an
Lazarevich,
older
he
one,
falls
but
in
I
the
think
flat.
that's a funny
It was right
movie.
here.
That's
It
pretty
was
good.
80 amazing moves played by Denis Lazarevich with the black pieces, and chess is brutal like that. You could play 80 insanely good moves, but one blunder will cost you the game. Walking into this lost king pawn endgame, and we played it through. and
What's
we
the
see that
standing?
what Denis had actually
Magnus
missed
won the
was
first
that
set.
at the
So
end
what
of
they
the
do is they
line,
play
what
4
often
games.
looks like a stalemate as the king
And
did
who
come
wins,
forward. The pawn moved forward next.
these,
It
who
wasn't
wins the
really a
best of
stalemate.
4
This final
wins 1
position.
set.
Now, if you take
And
away
Magnus
the
did
2
that,
pawns,
or
the 3
did that
pawns on the right
And
flank,
now
it's
he's
a draw on the spot.
winning
But
1-0
unfortunately,
in
Denis
sets.
still has a move.
And the
It
first
all
one
fell
that
apart right here.
is up
One blunder,
2
but
sets
not out of nowhere.
wins
That
the
was
match.
Magnus doing Magnus things in an endgame.
And it's not even a blunder. Like, oh my goodness.
Fellow, did you
Denis
like
blundered a
Sexy
piece or a
Beast?
checkmate.
I
He
don't know
blundered a
if I
trade
watched
of
that
rooks.
movie.
There were 2 pawns remaining per player, and Magnus had further king positioning. Black was running out of moves, backing up, and just mathematically, just systematically, geometrically, whatever word
Are they
you wanna
playing
use,
4
just
games
lose
again?
the
Yeah.
game.
They will now
that's
play
what I'm
another
saying.
4 games.
Magnus puts people in these situations that Denis puts everybody else in the world in.
You know what, Levy? What Magnus has been doing this entire match so far, what
Freaking
was clear to
fly!
me in set 1, is what Magnus has coined and termed as anti-young player chess.
Yeah, old man chess.
Explain this further, because what is this?
So the first 3 games, as quickly as Magnus could, he went into an endgame. And this is what Magnus does in these equal-looking endgames. You know, he goes fishing in a dried-up pond and comes out with the catch of the day. And in that, we saw him do this time and time again. The one game that Denis got a chance was this last game that we just saw. Why? Because there were more pieces on the board.
this is the
There was more
commentator. I think
tension.
she's
It was
called
a messier
Tanya.
middle game. And I think going into set 2, that's what Denis needs to do.
Okay, fair enough. Catch fish out of a
If
dry
Denis
pond.
wins
If you figure out
second
how to do
set, this
that,
is just
like
no.
Magnus
If
has,
the
please let
Denis
me
now
know.
wins the
He's playing
second
Magnus
set,
in finals.
it's
Here we go.
another
Well,
3rd
Magnus versus
set,
Magnus would
but
just be
it
the
is only
most
2 games.
Insane in-game grinds ever.
I mean, I've done, Stockfish versus Stockfish, ChatGPT versus ChatGPT in chess, Martin versus Martin. Recently, there was Zachbot. Magnus versus Magnus simulated with
Magnus.
Guys, I
Magnus.
need to
think
fill up
the
my
fans
cup.
win. No, I mean, look, what we
Give me
are
a second.
seeing here is not just this old man chess. Imagine a starting chess position had like 4 or 5 less pieces at the beginning. How would that change things? There would be a lot less checkmates. There would be a lot more long-term grinds of complexes and weak squares and things like that.
Right,
so
right.
that's the way that he's defeating Denis Lazarevich.
All right. Well, it's still another match ahead of us, and there's a lot about to go down. However, for all of you out there, there, we've got something special for you. Now, that is a special one-of-one Faker Chovy signed chessboard. It's up for grabs, and all you have to do is go to esportsworldcup.com, check it out, put your bid up there. If you want to get a part of history, you've got the opportunity to do so. When we think about the greats when it comes to esports, Faker is at the top of our list. Although Magnus Carlsen is at the Esports World Cup, Faker's been in esports for the longest time, and he's been dominating ever since. Go ahead and scan the QR code.
All right,
Get your bid
you know
in.
what,
It's
guys?
phenomenal. And if you're in the venue, like I said, it's right up there by the merch at the front.
Cheers.
You can go ahead and check it out and look for yourself. It's such a great piece of history for sure. Levy, you going to put a bid on it or what?
When I saw that Faker and Tyler 1 had played some chess,
Felu board would go. Yeah, if I would
was
sign
like,
this
guys,
board,
I'm on my
would you
way.
guys buy it?
I'm on my way, but they weren't here anymore. Came for their games, and then they were gone. But we got to make that happen. First of all, just from that game, Faker's an extremely strong chess player too.
I mean, how could he not be?
My
Given his
chess
esports
list,
history, being a competitor,
first
like, he
Felu,
probably
second
doesn't sit
Levy,
down
third
casually.
Bottes.
No, it's the game.
It's
Like,
not
he wants to be
guaranteed,
the
you know.
best.
It's not guaranteed
And
you're
then
going to become a really strong
Anna,
player.
Icaro,
But just looking
Magnus,
at him
Gukesh,
and
yeah,
Tyler
all
1
the
play was
others,
really cool.
exactly.
They had to call an end to the game on the clock, on the human clock, because they were called for other commitments. That's an amazing board. I don't want to
This
take
the
that away
booth.
from anybody, but
What's booth?
I
This
hope
is
whoever wins it, you know, treats it
this
really
is pretty
well.
good
That's right,
alcohol,
it's up
free
for
beer.
grabs. You can go ahead
I don't
and
drink
submit your
alcohol,
bid
guys,
for it if
but
you wanna
this
try
beer
to
is
take home a
actually
piece
pretty
of
good.
history. I think there's
The
still
Italian
16
one.
days left. Plenty of time to give some thought behind it, but a great board nonetheless. We have a lot of special things happening at the Esports
What's your
World
favorite
Cup
beer?
for
Actually,
sure,
I
and
think
our
this one.
co-streamers are putting in
This really good.
tremendous work behind the scenes, and we need to check in with one of our talented co-streamers that goes by the name Anonymous.
Been an incredible experience being part of the Esports World Cup and co-streaming the chess competition this year. What really stood out to me throughout the tournament is just how much intensity there is in these matches.
What
You
a
have
weenie,
some
no
of the best
alcohol. Yeah,
players
I
in the
stopped
world,
drinking
but with the
alcohol in
fast-paced
2000.
tournament, every decision matters, and one small mistake
End
can
of
completely change
2019.
the momentum
stopped
of
7
a
years
match.
ago.
We have seen some amazing
Does
performances.
it taste like regular beer? Yeah, it tastes exactly like regular beer. Really, exactly like regular beer. They became pretty good at this, the beer brewer. Because alcohol-free stuff becomes more and more popular, so they had to make good.
Everything we have seen. We are
good
finally
drinks.
at the biggest stage, the grand final. The level of competition has been
Ryan
incredible,
alcoholic.
and I'm really excited to see who can
How many
handle the pressure.
how do you
and
define an
make those
alcoholic?
crucial decisions and become the
How does
EWC
beer
chess
taste
champion.
like?
Good luck to both finalists.
Beer, I say,
and I hope
I would say
everyone
it's a bit
enjoys
bitter.
what should be an incredible final.
Scrolling is
I don't know.
cringe.
How does beer
Chess
taste like
is
beer?
fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe.
Felu, put me in the
Play
blue
chess.
backs
There's
0%.
something
Yeah, the
for
blue backs
everyone
0% is
at
good.
chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Addicted, not able to control your actions. No. If that's your definition of alcoholic, no, I wasn't an alcoholic.
The Esports World Cup is massive. 24 different games,
It's
$70 million
bittersweet.
in prize pool.
It
and
tastes
Level
a
Up
bit
Season
like-
2 has got everything you need to get you caught up to speed.
A lot of people are haunted.
I don't
by
know,
their
like
past.
wheat?
I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire
Yeah.
family.
Brother, are you sponsored or just happy to share? No, I have the official rights to restream these events. Because I'm the greatest streamer on the platform, they hired me. That's why. I had, you know, these people wanted to hire me, then the NFL wanted to hire me, the NBA, all of them, and I decided to do this, yeah, for you guys.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Not the biggest fan of beer for the taste. I drink it more for the FX. Yeah, I don't know.
Esports World
I like
Cup
taste
is a
of beer.
special product for all the competitors and fans around the world, but it wouldn't be possible without our founding partners.
What is the point of no alcohol beer? I like the taste. Better to drink some natural juice. What do you mean natural juice? No, I don't want to drink sweet stuff all the time, so sometimes I have a beer. I wish people could stream NFL games like this. Yeah, I wish as well. I also think that the NFL and also football, the UEFA, they could figure something out where the streamers could restream and they still can make money off of it. Because they're not letting the people stream it because the NFL is scared of losing money. However, I think they can still figure this out somehow. That they can monetize the streams and they don't. They even could make more money with it. I really believe that.
Championship update powered by Aramco.
I'm over in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and it's Rainbow Six Siege this week. The fourth game has just wrapped up, which, Chris, means some points are on the board.
Yes, it does. For GK, they're going to finish in fourth. That would have been nice for them to get a hold of some points, but Darkstar will take them down. So that is a good win for them to get through. But realistically speaking, we all got eyes on the final. Two Brazilian teams coming in, Brazilian rosters, I should say.
When do they come back now? Any seconds?
You'll probably have heard them if you've been walking around the venue. The drums have been extremely loud, and I'm struggling with every single question.
No platforms, don't let them take a cut.
Both those two teams kind of want to push themselves.
I don't know. I think they could figure this out. If the NFL goes to Twitch, something they could do something.
And in PUBG Mobile, we'll keep you updated.
I think they could figure something out. They could. That's beneficial for everyone. They could make money off of ads. The people could watch the games. That I don't know.
Thank you, Ton and Trav, for the club championship update. Now let's get back into grand finals. First match is out of the way.
Do you think Magnus can find a way to bottle this?
But the question is, can
I don't know, bro. Like he seems to be locked in, man.
Honestly, I think this has a lot to do with Denis Lazovic, because Magnus clearly has shown his level. Two very long grinding type of end games.
Yeah.
Dennis is gonna have to show up and honestly just believe in his chess.
Velu, how you
He's got the
survive?
ability.
You Italian, German.
It's
Italy
not-
drinks
I
a lot.
understand it's
I
not just
know.
believe,
When I was
and so on,
like,
but
when I still was drinking alcohol, I had a lot of wine in my life.
Up some sort of
Wine, bro. That's all.
Exactly, and just walk down the board and win.
Wine
It really
evenings,
is
they
about
were
the
pretty
belief,
good.
especially
I'm
when you're
also a
up
sommelier.
against
Do you
this
know
guy.
that,
Now,
guys?
one
I'm a
thing's
wine
clear,
sommelier.
that Dennis has shown that he belongs
I
at
actually
this
did a
stage
wine
in the
sommelier
finals with the run
license
that he's had.
7 years ago, and then I
only
stopped
thing
drinking
I
alcohol.
feel about
I
the
might be
second
the
set, which
first
is a
one that
must-win
did
set
the
for
license and then
Dennis,
stopped drinking.
You can't out Magnus in those end games. He needs to find a way to keep the pieces on the board. Denis Lazovic does. He needs to play openings which are more combative. He doesn't need a revolution in this set. What he needs to wait for is those opportunities to come, keep the tension on the board.
What
and
does
they
that
will
mean?
come.
You can make your own wine?
get
No.
one
Did you
or
ever
two
go to a
of those moments
restaurant
against a player like
and then
Magnus
someone
Carlsen? Not
came
more
and
than that window will be there,
answered
but you
all
have
the
to be ready to
questions
walk
about
through that.
wine? You know,
Then
he
you
did the
can't go cautious,
recommendations
you
for the
cannot be
wines.
positional, you cannot be solid.
He told
But
you his
can you
story
help you
behind
outplay
it.
Magnus when Magnus himself
He can
sometimes plays
tell you,
randomly
hey,
because
if you
he just
eat this
fills out the
steak,
board?
then this wine is a good pairing.
We've been waiting for this
These are
for
wine
a long
sommeliers.
time. Ultimately, Ali Reza Firouzja
Wine
has a playing
specialists
style
that
makes the
basically
game really
go to
messy.
restaurants
Arjun Nurgaisi has
and
something that
they
makes the game
create
really
a wine
messy.
menu
Ricardo Nakamura
and they
has
also create the
a lot of
pairings.
experience, so he knows Magnus' style. He will try to take positions where he might think that he's not so comfortable. Denis Lazovic has a very particular playing style.
Yeah.
Like, if I was his coach,
Is that what you did before content? No, before content I was a project manager.
Any actual like feedback. He's going to need Magnus to maybe
in a big
loosen up
company.
a little bit in this set and kind of take it easy, and he's just going to have to step up his level, play up pressure on the clock.
Sommelier is such a cool job, man. I was doing this job and now doing something else. No, now I'm a full-time content creator.
80 move Magnus win.
And that's what Magnus has been doing, right? He's been taking the sting out of the position. And
Yeah.
to Dennis's style, it's been so impressive.
I
but
always spin it
almost
around
feels
and then
like
sniff
plays
it.
into
Yeah,
Magnus's hands.
that's fine. You
It's
know,
gonna be a
wine at the
wild
end of
ride,
the
though,
day
for
has
sure,
to
for
taste.
Magnus. He
Has
is
to
currently
taste
in the
good.
driver's seat, and how can you out Magnus without being
There's a lot of
Magnus
myth
himself? That's
around
been the
wine
question
because a
we've
lot
been
of people
trying
are
to answer
pretentious
for more than a decade
and
at this
they
point in time.
want to
But for
pretend
Denis
that they are
Lazovic,
this
one of the
that
things
have
that
this
impressed
like
me
they
yesterday
are
is he
these
doesn't
like
fear
people that
anyone, it
know
seems.
about
He's only
wine, even
19
though I have no
years
idea what
old.
they're doing.
So going into this, he might be down, but he's not out, and as long as he has faith, he's going to continue to drive forward.
That's the most important thing for some of these young players. Firouzja yesterday, after the Final Four were not picked, but qualified, said, no, I'm just happy
Fellow,
to
do you
have made it to
still
the Final
like
Four.
getting
Everything
drunk
after
every
that. And it's
weekend?
like,
No, I
what?
stopped drinking
No, we
alcohol
need you guys
7
to
years
believe that
ago.
you can be the champion. That's what we want to hear. Lie to yourself. Like, get a mental coach, you know? No mental coach will allow you to settle for
Felu as a food reviewer, yeah, maybe I should do it.
For sure. And I'll also point out the first set that Dennis
No, I don't
lost,
like to
there was a
review
lot of
food. I like to
encouragement in
cook.
that right there. The
That's
first
really
game was
my
a one-move
passion. I
wonder
like to
after
stay in the
fantastic
kitchen.
80 move hold right
I
there.
bought my
You know,
parents a
game 4, he had
Decantera
his
because they
chances as well,
pretend to be
Dennis
wine
Lazovic
people.
does.
I don't think
He's
they
shown
used
he
it
has
yet.
it in him to compete right
Yeah,
at the
that
top.
thing
Well, this is
doesn't do
grand
anything.
finals, and what's at stake? $1.5
Yeah.
million, $250,000 for first.
It
A
looks
one
great,
for
but
Team Liquid for Magnus Carlsen. On the other, AGAL for Dennis Lazovic, only 19, first EWC.
It looks cool though, yeah.
But he's got to fight
You
back.
know what they
He
used
needs
it
to win a
for
match
back in
to
the day?
stay in the grand finals, or else
They
Magnus
used
will
it
be back
to
back.
filter
Let's get
out
match
particles
number 2
that were in the wine. That's why they used it. That's why
And
they
the
couldn't get your head.
challenge
They have
is
this
on
long
for our
part, the long
players, for
part,
Magnus Carlsen.
and
Well, will he
they
try
kept
to
the
clinch
lighting
it in
under
the
that part.
second match?
And then when the
for
wine
Dennis,
went
he
through,
has to make
they
a
saw the
comeback.
particles and they could
He has
filter
to
them
beat
out.
Magnus, how can he do that? Well, it does
That's
look
why back
like
in the day
mission
it makes
impossible.
sense.
But one thing
Nowadays
for sure is you
it
do
doesn't
need
really
to
matter.
unsettle the giant.
No, I think the one thing that Dennis has going for him is his age. He's 19. He doesn't know that he can't beat Magnus. Thinks he can. He lost the first set 3-1. He has to win the second set to bring it to a third set.
Even Magnus can't
Magnus
save
looks like
Felu's hairline
he's
at
in
this
the
point.
groove.
Guy, do I
He's
need
ready to
a
go.
like permanent wig?
Dennis has to win this
I was
set.
about to buy
Dennis
one. You know,
has wiped the
one of
first
these
game.
permanent
Dennis
ones.
has to come out strong, and I think
But,
the style of the first few games was really in Magnus'
I'm not really
favor.
sure.
I think Dennis has
Because
to
the
be more
problem is if
aggressive,
you have
play
them,
more tactically,
you need to go
put
back to
Magnus
this
on the back
company you
foot
bought them
and get an
from to like
advantage
clean
that
them
way.
and shit.
I think the slow
So it's too much
maneuvering
work.
game is right up Magnus's alley, and I think Dennis has got to change it up if he wants to change the direction of the match.
Exactly. He doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. He doesn't have to make a radical change. He just has to be prepared to hit that chaos button a little bit more. It's in the
Just go
dynamics that
Heisenberg. Yeah,
Magnus
maybe I
Carlsen
would just go
is perhaps
bald.
a little bit sensitive.
Like a
But for
toupee, yeah,
Magnus
but a
Carlsen,
permanent one.
He's in business mode. When he gets going, he gets going. And he
Why
just
don't you
says,
have
"This
long
is
hair
all
like
going
Aragorn
in
from
my
Lord of the
direction."
Rings?
Yeah, to win
Bro,
this
you
set, we
get
have to win
not,
one
you are
game
not,
first.
you
Nobody's
cannot
beaten
choose
Magnus
your
yet.
hair,
Magnus
you
is the
know?
reigning
If
champion.
they fall
He's
out,
in good
you
form
cannot
this
just
tournament.
choose
Seems
to have
like
your long
each
hair.
day
That's not
Magnus
going to
gets
happen
better.
anymore.
Back to business for Dennis. Back to D4. We've seen this in the previous games. And
Shave it off,
Magnus
yeah,
seemed a
maybe
little
we'll do
bit
it.
upset
I will
at
go
the
bald at
opening,
some points.
Last game. This game's different. White plays same-ish variation with A3. So we have a dynamic kind of position.
All right.
I think this is a good idea for Dennis to get the position more
Let's do it.
dynamic and not so boring, Yovi.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't want any rook.
Your
Four
voice
pawns
and
against
aura
a
is
rook
so
on four
sexy
pawns.
in
That's
a
why
non-gay
we're
way.
seeing Dennis actually
I appreciate
heeding
it.
the words of wisdom
I also
from
appreciate
us all.
it,
He's just saying, you know what, I'm going to try and establish
if it
a
would be
big
gay.
center.
I don't care.
And we'll see whether that pays
I need
off.
$5
As
for
Magnus
food, Philip.
just establishing his
And you
pawn
think
structure,
you
everything
come here to my
quite
chat and ask me for
compact for the time
$5,
being. But
and now I
it's gonna
sent
be
you
a question
$5.
of,
Yeah, go to work.
and getting that light
Earn
side
your
bishop onto
$5,
the long
bro.
diagonal.
There was a game played a couple of days ago between two of the top American players, Caruana and Wesley, and they had this position. And Wesley was
You're my
black
favorite
and
gay
ended up
YouTuber.
winning a very long, complicated game. I wonder if both players are familiar with that game because it was just played recently, or if it was too recent and they're not paying attention to other tournaments that are going around. Usually, guys at this level, they know another 2,700 players are playing and they're ready. And they're
Do you
really
like
well
good quality
prepared.
Medvold?
And
No,
in
I'm
that
not really a
game, And
fan.
in this game, Magnus is going to play knight a5 and bishop a6 and rook c8.
Yeah, exactly. And just go for that weak pawn there that's completely alone
What?
and
Yeah.
undefended. So this
Not
is
really
the
a big
typical,
fan.
what we call the Nimzo Indian plan. You put
I mean,
pressure against this, whereas
I
White
eat it
is
if it's
got
like in front of
all
me,
the
but it's not
pieces
that
on the
I'm a
other
fan
side
of
of the
it.
board, and we could be seeing lift.
Lazy man,
there.
thank you for the
don't really
tip.
care about
Send
the
that guy
pawn.
$2.
It's all about the attack and the flow.
Yeah, Black wants to win.
Should we
on
open a
isolated
fund?
queenside
Should we
pawn.
open a
That's what
$5
Magnus did. He played
food
knight
fund
a5,
for that guy?
Putting pressure on c4. Bishop a6 is coming. Rook c8. And White's going to play on the king side and the center by pushing there and trying to get an attack. And I think this is
Have they done any crazy zoom-ins today? One. Yeah, one.
Dennis has to do is get this kind of complex position, possibly deliberately sacrifice.
Okay,
a pawn
Lazovic,
and try to get
it's now time
Magnus
to
early
be a little bit
to
more
very
aggressive.
Complicated position.
Yeah, exactly. And this is actually what we're going to be seeing right now. So a big decision on the board, take the pawn, or do you want to be doing something else? I personally would capture because that pawn structure is very beautiful. And now there's nothing you can do about that c-pawn. It is gone for good. So what you do instead is you start to just either expand or you start to initiate some kind of pins.
Yeah,
Man,
White's going to have to play on the center and the king
has
side, take advantage of Magnus's
Magnus like
uncastled
93%.
king. Magnus is like, I'm solid, I'm going to win the c-pawn. This is a Magnus type of position, and Dennis has to make the game double-edged, complicated, sacrifice a pawn, attack Magnus.
Do they blunder their queen like you do, Felu? I never blunder. I only sacrifice.
Magnus playing really quickly.
I think this
as
should
is
be
Dennis.
clear by now,
They
no?
both seem to understand the ins and outs of the position. But yeah, the c-pawn's a goner. Magnus is going to take that soon. The only question is, will Magnus castle first or leave his king on e8?
Yeah, and also Dennis has to play very accurately right now because one of his most important pieces is that light squared bishop. You want to preserve it. You don't want to be allowing bishop takes pawn and then seeing the trade happen because that is.
I mean, Lazovic has the bishop
attacker.
pair.
So
you know,
good
that's
move is
good.
perhaps to lift up the rook so you're
But
prepared
we'll
to
see.
move away. Other moves that have been tried is to develop that dark square bishop. and
Yeah,
set
only
up
for
a pin,
activity. I
but
sacrifice
you
something
shouldn't
sometimes.
go into battle without a sword. You need to know what you're doing as White in this
For
position.
tactical.
Yeah, Dennis doesn't want to trade pieces. Of course, as you pointed out, if Magnus takes on c4, he'll take with the bishop, getting rid of White's two bishops. Dennis can move the rook off of f1, so the bishop can retreat. Dennis can also play bishop g5 here, and instead he plays another aggressive move, f4, wants to play e5, and start attacking Magnus's king.
Why Magnus fire
looks a
here
little
but
disturbed
sucked
by
over the
f4.
board
Very
recently?
aggressive move.
I
really
mean,
like
first
the
of
way
all,
this
I
game
think
is
it was a
going for
different
Dennis.
format.
He doesn't have a better position.
I don't
but he has
know.
the kind of position that I think leads more to wins and losses than the draws and slightly worse positions that he was getting in the first match.
Exactly. It marks a change of style from Dennis. He's just saying, hey, I'm not going to go down without
What
a fight.
happened
No
in the
more
Alireza
groveling for
Hikaru
me
game?
in an inferior endgame.
Um,
And now after Castles,
Alireza basically
we are
rage
gonna be
quit.
seeing
He lost
maybe
the
from
third
Dennis,
game
yay,
and he
he's
just
going
leave.
gung-ho
He
as
just left
just starts to launch
and
an
never
attack
came back.
against Magnus's king. And well, Magnus saying there will be no pin in town as that g5 square is covered.
Yeah, Dennis wanted to play bishop g5 and knight h5 and e5, and Magnus is stopping bishop g5. We could see
Does
some
the winner face
sacrifices
Felu
this
after?
game,
Yeah,
Yogi.
they do.
We could see some attacks against Magnus's
Yeah.
king. Can Magnus defend, or is Dennis going to break through on the king side?
All right,
Dennis thinking
White is
about
slightly
the
winning.
Different options. Should he play e5? Should he do a rook
Oh,
lift?
what?
He does the rook lift. Rook f4.
Magnus is like
He wants
confused.
to play e5. He wants to play rook h4. He wants to play knight h5. Wants to attack on the king side. Magnus
Is
quickly
it GM
takes the pawn on
Feingold talking?
c4.
Yeah.
Magnus
This
wants
is
to
the
trade pieces. Magnus can
this is
take
the Alex
either way
Jones
on
of chess,
c4.
basically.
They both look reasonable. Magnus is a
I
little
thought
unsure.
Alireza left
Decided
because
to
he
take
was
with
sick.
the rook,
No, he
putting
left
pressure on
because
the
he
d4
rage
pawn.
quitted.
Magnus won his pawn, that doubled c pawn. White has the initiative on the king side. Magnus looks pretty perturbed. He looks like he's unhappy with developments.
Yeah,
Dennis
but you
looks
are.
cool and
I mean,
calm.
look.
The engine says
Brother,
White's better and
the
likes White's
Lazovic
attack.
guy is winning.
Can he
See,
possibly
0.6.
and get on the scoreboard, or is Magnus going to win and draw again, which he's done every match so far in this event?
Exactly. You know what I'm going to say? Actually, this is a game for two results. Now, not going to be a win or a draw. Actually, the position has gone so
Oh, this is a bad
bold,
move.
so
He lost.
crazy that
What?
either black is going to hold the defense and
Wait,
win,
this was a
or
0.6.
Dennis is
He
gonna
played the
crash
best
through.
move and it went to
Here, I've gotta say, you gotta
0.0.
be a bit
See?
careful because there
Stockfish
are
has no
sacrifices
idea what
in
he's doing. I
town.
tell
There
you
is
this
a
all the
bishop
time.
takes pawn
Zero
in the
idea.
air, followed by some destruction of the king's
How
side.
is that possible?
And now, it is really critical for Magnus. Magnus needs to take some time out to protect his king, but Magnus not feeling happy with his position.
No, Magnus doesn't have that good poker face he usually has. He's
Lazovic looks young. It's
gesticulating
because he's
wildly.
19.
Looks like he's unhappy with his position. Looks like Dennis is attacking, playing the right style. Magnus seems pretty unhappy with the situation. It's actually typical
Lazy Bum, thank you
of
for the
this
tip.
line in the
Where's
Ninja.
Vlad Ziba?
White
Wicked? I don't know where
sacrifices
they,
the
where they
c-pawn
are.
plays for an attack.
It's
So it
Saturday.
seems completely normal.
A lot of
but
people watch
Magnus
my
thinks
channel
things
only
have
when they
worked out in
work.
Dennis's favor, that Dennis has the advantage.
I should have rather
Boy,
say
Magnus
work.
really looks forlorn. This is the most unhappy Magnus has looked in the EWC. White's position isn't winning by any means. The engine says.
Why
Magnus
is he
position
unhappy?
fine.
I mean, he's
Magnus
not
just
losing,
doesn't
no?
like it.
No, Magnus not entirely
I mean,
happy with his
these
position,
super jams,
but
they
again,
know
it's
if
not
when
bad.
they're
He
when
just
it's
has to
equal.
make sure
I mean,
that
they
there are
don't know if it's
sacrifices in town.
0.3,
I mean,
but
one natural thing
this
is that
they
the
know, I
queen
feel
and
like.
the rook, they are on the same diagonal. So if you do move the knight backwards, then the rook will have to move. And there we're
I'm
seeing
here,
Magnus,
lol,
well,
just
he's spending
cooking.
some time, and
Oh
this is
my
entirely
god,
understandable,
now
because where
they
do you
are
go with the
zooming.
knight? Do
Who
you
was
go
asking for the
towards
zoom
right,
earlier?
towards
There you
the
have
king,
it.
Or do you go in a different direction? Either way, the problem is that, okay, he moves towards the center.
Wait, what?
Okay, well, this is an
What is
interesting
this move?
Okay, oh, the engines is saying.
Engine doesn't like
question
anything,
mark.
although it was a good idea to attack that rook on h4.
Wait, isn't this not sacrificing a knight? Am I missing something? If he takes this pawn, then what? Oh, he takes the rook. He has discovered attack on the rook. Now I see it.
Yeah, you know,
Okay, but this is
three
bad.
magic
Now he can
number
win.
when
He's
it
a
comes to
+1.
attack, and that's exactly what Dennis is building up. I
And
mean,
now
it's
what?
very natural, I gotta say, to move with.
Oh, he
okay, I
lost.
was gonna say
Oh
move
my
the queen
god, this
in,
was an
and now
insanely
here,
bad move.
Not the best move.
This
But
lawyer's
big threat
2
on
points
Italian.
of advantage.
Bishop takes pawn. Now, one thing that I would be tempted to do, just
I hate
because
this
I'm
production.
A chicken
This is
and
the
I
worst
don't like
production
being
I've
attacked,
ever
is actually
seen.
rook
Like,
takes
really.
bishop.
This is
I was thinking
insane.
about
Ooh,
doing
sacrifice
that.
the exchange.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that when if the queen were going to come in that direction, but maybe this is just me being desperate. No, it happens.
Magnus heard you.
Oh,
Double
brilliant.
X-clam. Good job, Yovi.
Wow, brilliant
This would be a
move.
good move. So if you
And he
capture
doesn't like
with
it.
the
Bro, he
queen,
plays brilliant and
then
still
there
thinks,
are
yeah,
some
this shit.
forks in town. So let's have a look. Queen takes rook.
Okay.
Now, first up, you can't jump in there because the queen will actually come and take the pawn on h6.
Wow.
Well,
This is horrible.
That's not the best move.
Well, queen f6, the engine still says it's okay.
Bro, this is crazy.
because
Just
white
puts out
pieces
the
are all
brilliance.
attacked.
Okay.
This is
Please
too
shut the
complicated
board,
for
fellow.
another
Yeah.
engine. All the pieces are attacked. If you trade queens, then both rooks are attacked.
Mm-hmm. Still, looks like it's actually okay for black, but it appears that black had something better. But I just got to say that there's so many ideas of the knight dropping back, the knight jumping in, and suddenly the situation has turned completely because black has neutralized.
Man, he
white's
was
attack.
winning
So I
last
don't
week,
think
and
you
now
wanna
he's
be
getting
captured
clapped again.
with the queen. If you capture with the rook, then
there's another fork.
Another fork. Oh my god,
it's
he gets
relentless.
fork
Beautiful
100%.
move. Beautiful move. And after the queen moves, knight takes rook, and it's already, I'm going to say, better for black, courtesy of being extra material up.
Yeah, rook g4, not a very precise move from Dennis. Magnus takes advantage of it by sacking on c1, a move that you predicted. Now Dennis
I'm
is
making
thinking a long
simple
time.
pork sausage
It's one
with
of the first
scrambled eggs
double
in a
X-clam moves
nice.
of the match.
It sounds actually
And
nice.
it's looking good for Magnus
I
right
made
now.
creamy. I made
What a move. And now the knight
udon
comes in
noodles
and
with
starts attacking the queen, the rook,
gochujang and ground beef.
it's
That
gonna
was
be very
actually insane.
difficult for Dennis now, as he does go down a pawn.
Okay,
And what a
Magnus is now
beautiful
up a
shot there
pawn.
from Magnus. So quick. Rook takes bishop. Just seeing those tactics, those forks, almost instantly.
Yeah, almost as quickly as you saw it. Always sacrifice the exchange. One of my favorite rules. Now is Magnus going to play queen g5 and try to trade queens, or queen f6? He's got to move his queen somewhere towards his king before white plays something like knight h5 and f6.
Plus an exchange.
Queen
No,
F6
the
defending
exchange
g7, attacking the
is
d4
gone.
pawn with check.
It was
Magnus
not really
is
an
a pawn up.
exchange. He
Dennis
got
is
the
trying
rook.
to
He got the
attack.
knight with the rook,
engine
but then
says
he wanted.
Magnus is better.
He knew he
It
can
loved his
fork
exchange
the
sacrifice.
rook and the queen
He
and
got
win
the
it back.
exchange back.
And
Now,
in the process of that, winning a
Dennis
pawn as
obviously
well.
overlooked the exchange sacrifice, taking a lot of time to figure out the ins and outs of the position. And now Dennis, as per usual this match, has a lot less time, not a recipe for success.
No, not a recipe for success, but I mean, the choices are really unpleasant here because, first up, do you want to put your rook behind its own pawn? And this is going to allow the black knight to infiltrate. Also,
Okay, come on, you can still win. It's like one pawn. Who gives a shit?
With my rook, with the black rook, and try and take an open line. Knowing Magnus, he might just simply try and swap off queens and just argue that, hey, he stands better.
But his knight e3 worked out so well before. Maybe he wants to play knight e3 again. So knight c4,
Knight h5.
threatening knight e3,
Knight
the
h5,
same
I
queen and rook
think,
fork with the queen and rook
runs in
reverse positions. You don't see that
queen
very
taking
often.
this pawn with
Instead,
check, and he's still defending this.
Was rook c8 played, or that's analysis? Oh, that's analysis. Okay, so
Now it's
Magnus is
protected,
still
but before that
thinking.
the rook
It
was on
seems
the
like logical
on the
moves are rook
C
c8,
file.
taking the open file, or knight c4. But as you pointed out, Magnus might want to trade queens, g5, and the engine doesn't like it. The engine says he shouldn't play queen g5.
See,
The
equalized.
D4 pawn's
All
not
right.
attacked anymore. So
This is
here
still
comes
good.
rook activity.
Oh,
And this
okay.
is a two-result game. It was win or lose, but now it's win or draw for Magnus. Magnus is still a pawn ahead. White doesn't have much compensation. White has
Bro,
the
his
active
heart rate
rook,
went down to
but Black
90.
has the extra pawn.
He
Black's
was
king
at
is really
120
safe.
earlier.
So far, things have worked out in Magnus's favor since he sacrificed the exchange.
Yeah,
Does Oktoberfest
and
have
there
NA
is some
beer? Are you
compensation
crazy?
for Dennis here, I gotta
You
say,
know that
the active
Oktoberfest,
rook, that's
if you
annoying
want to
for
sell
starters,
your beer
and
there,
it's not gonna
you
be
need
very
to have
easy
your
for the
brewery
Black Rook to get
inside of
into
Munich.
the game. So natural moves that you
Yeah.
really want to be playing.
Inside
is
of
like
Munich,
cutting
or your
in
beer
the
is not
rook,
getting sold
taking
there.
Control over the open line, but this is going to be met with ideas like the knight.
Yeah, this is
coming
the
in,
ultimate
pawn takes
tradition
pawn. I
there.
mean, and the white rook can just be really awkward. So we see Magnus instead just anchoring his knight to the middle of the board. And yeah, but what is a good move for white to start to hold it together?
Why
If
is
I
that?
was white,
It's
I would
tradition.
be attacking those B and D pawns. I see.
This
I see my
this-
engine
this
friend wants to
Oktoberfest
play
is-
A4, A5.
I don't
and
know
trade
how old
off
it
and try
is,
to draw
but
the
it's
position.
a long time ago.
But I like Black's position.
When
Magnus
was the
not
last
only a
time I did
pawn up,
drink? 7
Magnus
years
has
ago.
that beautiful knight on D4. Dennis, not to be outdone, wants to reposition his knight to D5, which takes a while, but the knight on D5 is going to be really strong for white. Unfortunately, Dennis has a couple of weak pawns on A3 and E4. Magnus plays knight B5.
Oh.
The engine doesn't like the way either side
Oh,
is
and
playing
he sees
now.
it.
Both sides have a lot of pawns.
Well, now I
that are
feel like
loose.
it's over.
It likes knight C3, attacking the E4 pawn, which not only wins a pawn, but it defends the D6 pawn. Then Magnus will have a passed D pawn, and probably with that a winning position. Things are going in Magnus's favor. the
Yeah,
last few
this is
moves
not
so far.
terrible.
Exactly, and I just love the way that Magnus.
When you say
quickly went
yeah,
on
I
that
don't know.
knight
I want to
odyssey,
say
didn't
yeah,
even pawn.
and sometimes
the
yeah,
whole
and
idea
sometimes
is
yeah.
that, yes, you give up one pawn, but once the knight grabs that pawn in the middle, it becomes an octo knight, and it's the white king that is in serious danger. I mean, you almost have to go on the complete passive, and if you have to do that with your rook and your knight, then there's no way that you're going to be holding this position a pawn down. So what can Dennis do to hold on? He's got less than 1 minute.
Oh,
32
again, a
seconds on
very
the clock.
bad
The king
move.
comes up, but
There's
knight
a move
takes
I
pawn.
wouldn't have thought of.
Exactly. He's giving up
Check.
the pawn with check.
What?
Yeah, not only is Magnus on an Odyssey, he was also on The Simpsons with Homer. That's how he knows so much about the Odyssey. And one of the few players who's been on a
Okay.
cartoon about chess. Magnus is so famous. The Simpsons were lucky to have him. He was better than Homer, and looks like he's better than Lazovic this game. Another end game.
I mean,
this
he's
time
up
they
a
have knights.
pawn.
Magnus
and-
has two connected
Bro,
pass
and
pawns in
not
the
all
center.
these are
It's a matter of
connected
technique.
pass pawns.
Magnus has
This
an
is
extra
like
minute and a half on
absolutely
the clock.
terrible.
Somehow the game went from complicated, double-edged tactics to Magnus figuring it out, sacking the exchange,
Okay, takes
getting
back
rid
the
of
rook.
Dennis's attack, and going into a
Oh,
winning
horrible
endgame.
move. He's at
Typical Magnus.
+5.
He's really in good form this match, Yovi.
Totally. And look at Magnus go. He's going to start just
Yeah, and I think he
advancing
sees
his
it.
pawns in the middle. He doesn't even have to
Yeah,
be
this
precise.
is the best
Either
move.
one will do.
And now there's
now I'm
something
expecting
crazy.
The other pawn to start attacking. Let's get going. What should you do with past pawns? You should push him. Even you can allow a check with the knight, because the king will step up and attack the white rook.
Oh, yeah.
Fork does not work.
This fork
for
doesn't
Dennis.
work
Look at
because it
that.
just goes here and attacks the
He
rook
does
back.
it.
So if you
He's
take, I take.
cold-blooded. He's calculated it all out.
Bro, it's at
Yeah,
+6
looking
now.
bad
The
for
game
Dennis.
is
Those
omega
pawns are too
over.
strong. This game's not going to go much longer. Dennis down to a minute. Inauspicious start for Dennis in the second set. Brilliant game from Magnus. Brilliant exchange sacrifice. Great endgame technique.
Man.
Played faster. Just more of the same.
Yeah. Magnus showing us he is #1. And I like the way that he's setting up the tricks, because here I would be
Okay.
doing this. Knight takes pawn, but
Okay,
Magnus
takes
doesn't
one
even
pawn.
need to push his pawn. He just
now?
pins the knight, and that knight is going to fall. He takes it. Okay.
It's gone.
Okay, well, maybe there's still some kind of chance for Dennis, you know, if he manages to
Maybe he
swap
can
off
get- he's
all the
not
pawns,
down
a
in
rook and knight
knights.
against a rook.
We will
is,
see.
gonna
Maybe he
be
can
a
get it done.
draw,
If he
but
can
to be
get rid of
honest,
the, I
that
would
is just a
assume
wish
it. But how?
No, Magnus brilliantly defends his G5 pawn.
Okay.
Doesn't care about the A pawn. He'll win that later. He just wants to make sure he keeps his 2 pawns. Rook F5.
If he
Magnus
takes,
must not have seen that
check,
because he seemed
goes.
upset about that move. He really tried hard to keep his G pawn. Rook F5 was the last chance.
Maybe we'll fumble.
Magnus should
Maybe.
still win the Rook and Knight when pawn versus Rook and 2.
I mean, he's at
But it's
1.5
not so
minutes.
simple
You know,
with just one
when
pawn on
the
side of
time
the
is
board.
down
Exactly.
or
Knights are
low,
actually really difficult.
it's always difficult.
It's really difficult to defend. Those
They
rook
traded
pawns,
rooks.
because now the knight is
I mean,
gonna
look.
get chased around, and now the white king is going to step forward. That's the only chance, and the black king.
Okay.
Dennis going for different
Uh-oh.
techniques.
No, he
Zug's
gives
long.
up. Bye. It's
Yeah,
over.
there's no move in that position. Any
Yeah, there's no move
White
now.
makes will make his position worse. Using Zugzwang. Really nice
He's using
technique from
Zugzwang.
Magnus. We say that a lot. And time advantage,
Bro,
advantage on the board.
he gets clapped, man.
calculated. I mean, it was a good try by Dennis. It just looked like when he played Rook G4, he wasn't really in that position. He missed the exchange sacrifice, and Magnus took over.
Okay, he
after
won
that.
the first game of the second set. It's
Great
not over.
showing
He can
there
still do
from
it.
King Magnus, as our crowd call him. And
He can
what
still do
a
it.
game it was. You know, Rook takes Bishop being the killer move.
But I think he
And-
needs
and
to
the way
play a
that
bit.
he
He needs to play
navigated
better.
those
He needs to make less
complications. Yeah, he
mistakes.
looked a little bit flustered at the beginning.
I'm
but
convinced
once he
Magnus
got
is a
going,
built-in chip
he
for
won,
Stockfish
and
in his
he
brain.
takes the
Really, you think
advantage in
he's
the
just
second set. So
cheating?
For Dennis, he'll have the black
Can I get
pieces.
$2,
Magnus
please,
has shown
bro?
us he's willing to
Brother,
open up
can you
with
stop?
the king's pawn, the
Is
queen's
this the
pawn.
first time you
And
watch my
Magnus is
stream?
also
This is a
ruthlessly
capitalist maximum stream.
He's been locking down the game. He's going into business
Maximum
mode
capitalist.
and just making sure that Dennis doesn't get any complications whatsoever.
Maybe Magnus is just lucky, but he's lucky every
Is
time.
this the final?
That's
Yeah, it
the
is.
problem. So
It's the final.
if you're just joining
Last
us, Magnus won the
match.
first set, 3 games
Hey,
to
Lou,
1.
can I get my
This is
salary
the
for this
second
month?
set.
No.
Magnus is up 1-0.
You did a hit
Both
and run
players
with 3
having a
cars,
tough time after that
and
first
your
game
salary
of
is
the match.
deleted
Chess
for
is a
this
tough
and next
game,
month.
And players are really concentrating on the second game,
Yeah.
which is about to start.
You are a
any
criminal.
second. The crowd's cheering. They can't wait for game 2. Magnus has the white pieces after winning with black in game 1. We're about to start. Will Magnus play D4 or E4? He seems equally comfortable in both. Plays D4 this game, and we're off.
We are off, and
You
a different
wanted your mod
approach
to be
from
criminal.
Dennis.
Yeah.
He's come to this one
That's right.
determined
That's
as
right.
he takes on the King's Indian. No more classical chess. It's now going to be all about imbalances and taking risks. Dennis wants this. He wants
Yeah,
to
he
win.
now taking
And
risk.
We're seeing from
All right,
Magnus,
finally.
Bishop developing nicely. Now, what is he going to? Oh, he's going to kill
Oh, he's
the
playing
game.
my line. This is what I play with
He's
white.
going to kill the game. He's going to be straight into the end game. Look
Oh,
at this.
Wow, you
okay.
can play Bishop G5 or Knight D5, and I play Bishop G5.
Okay.
This is my line. I do this on my stream every day.
Well, you can take
Man,
us through the ins and outs of this
Magnus
one,
has a
Ben.
heart
One
rate of
thing I know is that
77.
for sure, you must not chase away that bishop, because that would not be the best.
No, Rook E8's the most common move. Knight D5 is more common than castles. I usually castle in that position.
Okay.
Now black plays C6, white plays Bishop C4, and black has to decide whether to play B5 or not. They actually lead to completely different positions.
Okay.
Bishop C4 will be played.
Holy shit,
B5
he
is
knows
more
the entire
interesting move.
sequence,
Taking on
that
D5
commentator.
right away is the more solid move. I lost a game about 6 years ago to Alexander Shabalov. He played B5 and he knew more theory than I did. B5 is the more interesting move.
Okay, chasing back the bishop. You said this was the most interesting.
Yes.
So Dennis needs to go
We need heart rate
this
monitor
one.
for you.
It's ride or die time for Dennis, because
Maybe
the
I
last
will
thing
go
he
to a-
needs is for
you know,
Magnus
maybe
just
I will go
coast
to a,
through the remaining 3
sports
games
shop
in
later
easy
on.
position. Okay,
They have-
well, there's
I think they're
ideas
open until
of
10 p.m.
chasing
today.
down that light square bishop even
And
more.
see if
So
they have
I'm
something.
expecting white to say, hang on a second, let's
Whatever.
also seize the space, and indeed it does.
The commentator's Grandmaster.
And
Yeah, the
now
commentator's
for Dennis,
Alex
How is he
Jones.
going to keep that spark alive?
I don't know if you
Yeah,
guys
A4
knew
is the
that.
right move. When I played against Shabalov, I played A3, and in the game he told me that was wrong. So, and then I got a disadvantage and was outplayed and lost. But A4 is the right move. This position is just equal. White doesn't really have an advantage, but it's very hard.
How's the
Unless you're
sales
me,
of olive
it's
oil
really
going?
hard
We
for
are
White
sold
to
out.
lose. So again, Magnus is having a true result game.
We have to
trying
wait
to get a
until the
slight
new
advantage.
production
Either win or
next year,
draw.
or in
Black
November.
is trying to equalize the position by trading the pawns on the queen side. Magnus can take either way here. They're both theory. Takes with the bishop, pinning the pawn on C6, bishop D7, and we're going to get a pretty symmetrical pawn structure that's pretty equal, Yovi.
Yeah, and the thing is though, how do you avoid white just trading off the minor pieces And
Daisy Mom, thank you for
then
the tip.
just
Can you
also
play
trading off the
NON?
rooks.
What's
it just
that?
feels like this position is going to fizzle out.
Are you a
As we see,
grandmaster, Philo? Yeah,
takes
I'm.
pawn.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't
B,
have the title,
bishop takes
however,
pawn
but I am a
makes the most
grandmaster.
sense. It's the most natural. I don't think you could be doing.
He trades
anything else.
everything. I mean, how is he
What
winning
will
this?
Magnus do? Will he finally castle? Will he actually go bishop takes bishop himself?
A lot of times white plays king e2 because you want your
How
king
many
in the
sets
center
they
in the
play?
endgame,
Two.
and the rook
And
can go to
if
C1. The bishop can't take
Lazovic
on
wins the
E4
second
with the pin
set,
to the rook.
they play a
So
third
typically white
set.
doesn't castle
However,
on
the
this
third
line.
set only
White
has
just
2
leaves
games.
the king in the center, and black trades pieces and tries to equalize. The engine says it's equal. I'd still rather have white because black has to get finished developing. The bishop on G7 is a little iffy, but this position's about equal.
Okay, so equal position. But the problem for Dennis is that it's a relatively simple position. The clans, as you highlighted, are very clear. You step up with the king, you trade the pieces, you put those rooks on open lines, you swap, and Magnus coasts ever closer to winning the second match because he is a pawn to the good. And Magnus going for a new idea, well, new-ish.
Wait, what? White
dropping
is
the
up a
bishop
pawn
back
again.
and saying maybe he wants to have
Okay.
the better of that draw.
I mean, I don't know, brother. This
Yeah,
guy
he's
is
trying to
always
put
down
pressure
a...
on the
No,
A5
he's not.
pawn.
What am I
Magnus
saying?
doesn't seem too happy with himself. The bishop can go to C3. White can play king E2.
Still less boring format than Classic. This is night and day with this format. This is the best format, in my opinion. No bonus time, 10 minutes, and if you are down, it's over.
Sure he didn't get a complex position in a King's Indian.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep it simple.
And you also have
Maybe
enough
he kept it a
time
little
for
too
people
simple.
that are not like
Well,
GMs
we'll
to
find
understand what's
as,
going
the
on.
rook moves, and now there is a big threat.
Because
Bishop
Blitz
takes
is, this is
pawn,
too quick.
and
3-5 minutes, we
has
don't
that
understand
in the
anything.
bank, so Magnus has to do something about that.
Yeah,
So 10 minutes, perfect.
Typically in
15,
this
10, 15
opening,
minutes.
White
That's
plays
it.
knight D2 at some point, defending the E4 pawn, and the knight can go to C4 and B6 and D6. That's why Magnus was very unhappy with his bishop D2 move. He took that square away from his knight. Now, as you pointed out, the E4 pawn is hanging.
Wow. Big vibes here in the arena in Paris as we are playing in the grand final of the EWC.
Why are they cheering? Because there is
Magnus
another
leads by
tournament.
one match
They
to
are
nil,
playing
and Dennis now finding
Rocket
himself
League or
in a
something.
position
Maybe
where he is
that
perhaps
ended.
slightly worse, in a position that Magnus is
Maybe
gonna feel
Counter-Strike, I don't know. They are
extremely
playing tons of
comfortable.
different games during this
Castles
format
the king,
or
that
during this
rook
tournament.
is going to post up to the C line. And big question for Dennis. How is he going to generate any winning chances? The answer is going to be super difficult. So we might be
Yeah, the
looking
answer
at
is
this
he
game
won't.
fizzling out and everything being perhaps decided in game
His
3.
position looks weird. Yeah, maybe he needs to do this. Play weird chess because normal chess is clearly not working.
Trying to complete development. Black's trying to play knight C6 to D4. What Magnus is putting pressure on A5 and E5. The rook is coming into the game, stopping Dennis from playing knight C6. Slight advantage to Magnus still. Black has to solve some problems. Bishop takes, E4 is unplayable because of rook C8 check. So Black played knight A6. Once again, Dennis is threatening that pawn on E4.
He looks
What's
sad.
Magnus going to do about it?
I mean,
And
this
the
gets to
position is
you.
about equal.
He's
Both
feeling
sides have
that he's
weak
getting.
pawns.
He has no
Symmetrical.
chance.
Very well
He's
played
feeling
game
it.
so far,
You know.
Yeah, Magnus doing Magnus
You
things.
just feel
and
it when you
if
play.
he
When your
actually
opponent
turns
just
this
so
through
much
and
better
wins
than
this
you,
one,
it sucks.
Dennis Lazovic is going to be in huge trouble, and Magnus is going to be on the brink
Oh my
of
God! See, and now my
retaining his
camera is in the
EWC
freaking way
title. He improves the rook
because of this
and
shitty
now
zooming.
Dennis has to find a way to maneuver his pieces. His bishop is locked in on the right. His other bishop on the left doesn't have a purpose, and white is primed and ready to jump in. This is actually really complicated, really difficult to untangle for Dennis.
Yeah, the A5
Visual
pawn
director
is weak.
should
If
find
Magnus can
another
win
job,
that pawn
yeah.
and have a pass B pawn, he'll be well on his way to victory. Dennis putting pressure on E4. Magnus defending and attacking. Defending
They
the
don't need
E4
to zoom
pawn,
like this. Yeah,
defending
tell
the
them
bishop
this.
on A4,
They
and
did
attacking
this
the
since
A5
day one.
pawn.
I don't know why.
So far, this is really Magnus territory, this kind of position. The bishop on G7 is still blocked. Black is still doing okay, but the onus is on
You know, what is this
Lazovic to
zoom in
defend
into
properly
someone else's
and
nose?
equalize
Like,
the
what are we
position,
doing?
Which was not his intention. when he played the King's Indian, he was hoping for double edge attacking play.
You know what is this?
And the way
Who
Magnus
wants to look
played
at
the
this? This is
opening took him out
so.
of that. Trading
This is so
queens.
weird.
like to
I
play
don't
this way
know.
with white, so my
And
opponent
if
doesn't
I
get
would
the
be a
attack
player,
right, and not
it
get the
would me
positioning
make
that
I
they
feel
like.
uncomfortable.
Even
Why
if
are
the
you
engine
zooming
says
into my
you don't get an
face,
advantage,
man?
you get the type
Like,
of
I don't
position
know.
that
This is
you
so
like more than
weird.
your opponent, which is important in 2700, 2800 level chess.
Right, and it's also anti-young person chess. There is no complications.
Are you saying old man chess? Is that what you're saying? Are you
Yeah.
calling me an old man?
Well, this is perfect strategy. Look at that. You have killed any energy in the game for black. Black cannot get mobile. There's a
Good thing you
problem
will never
with
be
the
there with your
pawn on
blinders. That's
A5.
not true.
The
If I want,
bishop
I would be there
standing
next
on
tournament.
G7, the dark square bishop isn't working. The other bishop isn't really doing anything either. If the black knight jumps into the game, then suddenly the rook is going to post up to its perfect row. So this is why actually we see some improvement of the dark square bishop.
Oh,
but
they are
this
cheering
does
again in
allow
the
white
background.
to win a pawn, and the first thing that I will be looking at, what happens if white grabs that pawn in the middle?
Yeah, Magnus can take either pawn. Taking on A5 looks dangerous because of knight C5.
The craziest thing
All
is that
Magnus's bishops are
everywhere,
attacked.
finally,
But yeah, I think
everywhere
you're right.
the
Knight takes
people
E5
are
actually makes
complaining
sense.
about this.
Magnus is a pawn ahead.
On
He does play
Reddit,
knight
in the
takes
comment
E5.
section,
Black has
everywhere.
compensation.
But they still
Black
do
plays
it.
Knight C5, Lazovic attacks E4 and A4, and is putting pressure on. Whoa. That was what we call the drunken bishop. And Magnus saves his bishop on A4.
Why don't they make the
but had
chessboard
two
bigger?
bishops.
Nobody wants to see that
Defending
zoomed
his
in
pawn
face,
on
bro.
E4,
Yeah, what do you want? This is the
Lazovic
production.
continue to
They have no
play
idea what they're
the
doing.
initiative with A4 or bishop A6? Or is Lazovic going to try to get his pawn back and play rook E8 and attack on the E line? He does play bishop A6. The rook doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. Black has an initiative for the pawn, but a pawn is a pawn. And once again, we have a Magnus-type
Okay.
position, Yovi.
Yeah, we do have a Magnus type of position, but look at the way he is holding things together. He is an extra pawn up, but Magnus for now,
He's a pawn
Dennis
up.
rather, for now does have
Oh,
the
yeah,
initiative.
he
He's going to
is.
start to ask questions of the white knight. So
He
now
actually
it's
is.
time for Magnus to go into solid mode and just make sure everything is knitted together. Make it all concrete. So I'm expecting the bishop to start improving. Maybe the knight can also...
I took
oh,
the
it
survey
comes
today
forward.
and was so mad.
Okay,
I sent them an
keeping
email.
eye of this b4 square, stopping the bishop from posting up there. What is
I
Dennis
wrote it
going
twice
to
into
play?
the Discord server.
He
But
chases
they don't
that
care.
bishop. He chases the knight down.
Yeah, also the knight on C6 was defending the D4 square, which was a nice square for Lazovic to go. Magnus seems not very pleased with himself. After knight C6, he started shaking his head. Doesn't like what's happening after bishop B5. Magnus is pretty passive, although I do like the fact that Magnus is up a pawn. So black's position is okay. Black has some counterplay. Black's pieces are more active. White's very passive,
Yeah, but-
just trying to keep his extra pawn. But Magnus doesn't seem to know what to do since his knight on C6 is virtually trapped.
Well, there, white,
Okay. Knight on
black has
C6
some
is
ideas,
trapped.
right? You
Oh,
can
okay.
post the bishop up, attack the rook, and just try to open things
Can't
up.
he
and
attack that
target
rook now?
The white king. So that's why the white king just gets
Can't he not?
itself
Can't he
some
bring the
air.
rook?
Everything is
Ah,
okay.
he
You can
can't. The
still
knight
start
protects his
harassing
square.
the white rook as well. Post up on the long diagonal. Get that.
Do we have a
center
movie
pawn
recommendation
to
for
block.
sci-fi?
What else can
Yeah, it
Dennis
depends
do?
what kind of
It's- okay,
sci-fi
he
you
goes for
like.
that. He goes for that, but
One
okay, what
sci-fi
happens
movie
next?
that
I'm expecting
doesn't
Magnus
get
just to
enough
block the
recognition, in my
attack with
opinion,
the
is
pawn and
Arrival.
even maybe give up some
Pretty good
material.
movie. It's more of a
One
more a
thing Magnus could do,
serious
'cause he
sci-fi
likes to
movie.
trade off the pieces, is
It's
play
actually
knight
quite
E7
good.
check and rook C8 check.
I don't know if you've seen
and
that.
trade off the rooks. Magnus plays your move instead.
Who won the
E5,
first set? Magnus.
keeping in the extra pawn. Although now the pawn is attacked.
Yeah, now perhaps there's some questions because now
Okay.
the knight comes in, attacks both
Good,
the
good.
rook
Okay, trading.
and
He
bishop.
brings the
Again,
pawn back.
Dennis regaining his pawn, but we
All
see
right, all right. We
Magnus
made progress,
just
brother.
wants
Come
to go
on.
in business mode
We
and
can
he
do it.
Just attack that bishop. Okay. Instead, he just moves that pawn forward. He's just going to argue, you know what? My pawn is going to be weak, but so is your pawn on the left. We'll call it even.
Yeah,
and
this
start a new game.
is going to be a draw. Magnus upset he couldn't get more with his extra pawn, but Magnus had the type of game that he likes. He just didn't get any advantage. So this will be a nice solid draw, which I mean, if you're Magnus, you can't be unhappy. You won the first game.
Okay.
So
Pushes the pawn.
So a good choice of opening, I gotta say, from Magnus.
Oh,
because it
wait,
did
how is he
look like for a
protecting that
while
pawn now?
Dennis was in huge trouble.
I
but
won't.
Dennis
No, he just takes
showing
that
his
pawn.
class,
Damn.
navigating the danger. And this is also pretty dangerous. There's some tricks in town. Rook takes
Really?
pawn. Watch out. There is a checkmate on the back rank. Okay,
What?
no,
nicely.
Magnus saw it.
Of course. Of course, he sees it.
I think the players can't agree to a draw until move 40 unless they change that rule for the final. I'm not sure. That was the old rule.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
but
now
no, this is
here,
a draw.
it's,
No, nothing will
everything is
happen. Okay,
completely
tuck,
equal.
tuck.
And we have our rook and pawn
Yeah,
endgame
this is
that
over.
we have seen throughout the
Ah,
match.
wait,
Players
we
just
said it
repeating
last
this
time and
game
then,
is
okay,
gonna
draw.
finish in a draw. And
Brother,
Magnus
Lazovic, you need to
leads
take a bit
1.5
more risk, amigo.
to
This
half.
is not working
That was a
out.
fair result. Magnus shaking his head after the game, thinking he should have gotten more advantage with white. Pretty easy draw for Dennis. He ended up having to sacrifice a pawn, but he wasn't in really any danger. Dennis didn't get the type of checkmating attack that people want to get when they play the King's Indian, but he equalized. He drew with black.
Draws
he has
are
to win the
boring,
next game
yeah.
with white. He's got to start winning some games. He hasn't won any games yet. If Magnus wins the next game, we've crowned a champion.
This is the worst
Magnus
final
will win
I've seen.
EWC again. So Dennis has to
Yeah,
win
the
or
problem
draw
is
the
that
next
it
game.
seems that
It's game
Magnus is
3.
just too
Magnus
strong.
is up 1.5
How much is the prize
Magnus
money?
is
A
up
lot.
1 set
The
to
winner
0.
gets a quarter
The next
million.
game is critical.
Absolutely, and Magnus in a very comfortable
Yeah,
position.
quarter
You know,
million.
not only is he leading this match by 1 point, but
I
he's
can't
a
tell
choice
if Magnus
now for
overweight or
what
buff.
he's going to do against Dennis's
Nah.
opening. He can play
I
very
think-
solidly.
I don't think
in the
that he's
knowledge
buff.
if
I don't think
Dennis
he
goes
works
all
out.
for the attack.
Or
he
at
can
least
just
not
withstand the
as
pressure
like he
and get him
doesn't
on
work out to the
counterattack.
point that he is like
A
big.
brilliant exchange sacrifice in game 2, or game 1, I should say, gave Magnus the win. So Magnus has the lead. He always has the lead. He hasn't lost
This
a
is
game.
the final, yeah,
Things
this is
are
the
going
final.
his way. And what's
the
funny
final.
is, even when things are going Magnus's way, they're never going enough for his satisfaction. He's still shaking his head. He's the ultimate perfectionist. Even when he doesn't lose a game, he still wants to play better.
He's
that's a
thinking about how he's
2800
going to
player for
spend
you.
the money.
Exactly, and Magnus
Uh,
just reacting in a very
I don't know.
versatile
I don't
manner.
think that the quarter
You know,
million
Dennis
dollar.
really went
I mean,
for him
it's a lot of
in that
money.
first game, and he just
But I think
found
for
that
Magnus,
Rook
this
takes
is
Bishop. That was
like
the game
actual
of the
pocket
match
money.
so far, and it
Believe it or
completely
not.
changed the momentum. And from then on, Magnus just does
Yeah.
not put a foot wrong.
Actual pocket
Dennis
money.
completely helpless against the onslaught of pawns. And then when it came to this, look how he calculated it out. Everything under control, smooth performance in game 2. Dennis tries to get some activity in the
Dennis
opening.
looked like a
and
YouTuber
this is
arm
the
wrestler.
moment. Magnus slams the door in his face. No activity whatsoever.
No, Magnus great. Probably the best that ever lived at stopping counterplay, giving his opponent no winning
Interstellar is
chances.
the bastardization of
And basically,
sci-fi.
it's
You
just
can
draw
escape
town
black
and win
holes
town
with the
for
power
Magnus.
of love. Get the
Draws
fuck
half the games, wins
Bro,
half
I
the
think
games,
Interstellar is one of
keeps
the
momentum
greatest
going.
movies
Dennis
of all
can't get
time.
anything.
I like this movie a lot.
Dennis got to change something up the next couple of games if he wants to stay in this match.
Yeah, and it's going to be always how much risk should you take? How much should you be willing to gamble when everything could be decided
Commands,
in this game? Magnus 1 point
Lena
away
Weingraber.
from
There is no
retaining
commands on
his
my channel. I don't have
EWC
anything.
Title. And
Interstellar is
so far,
goated. Yeah,
he's
it
gone
is.
through the whole event undefeated.
It looks like Dennis needs Eminem as his coach.
It was a cool movie. I liked
if
it
he
a
only
lot.
has one shot, if he only had one chance, this is his one shot. This is the most money Dennis has ever played for. This is his last chance. The next 2 games will decide whether Magnus retains his title or Dennis can make a comeback and we can have a real match on our hands, Yovi.
Exactly.
Incredible
And so
they
much
got
on the
Matthew
line,
back
you
from
know,
a black
big
hole, yeah.
money at stake.
He
There's
escaped with
1,000
love.
points for his club on
Yeah.
the line. So much meaning to this. It would be a chance to enter the history books, but you have to take it move by move because in the way, Magnus Carlsen 1 point away from becoming champion.
Yeah, Magnus needs just 2.5 out of 4. He has 1.5. Any game could do it. Any victory does it. Looks like Dennis
Come
is
on.
coming back into the stage after a short break. Will he be wanded again? Probably not after that performance. No need to wand.
Man, I
when you
cannot
never get a
wait for
winning
the key
position.
crush. Actually, that would be
So,
that would be hype.
Dennis putting
Do you
on
guys
the
think?
headset,
Do you guys
doesn't wanna hear us
will
talk
watch the key
anymore.
crush
He's had enough- he's had
ceremony?
enough of me. He's like, How do I get this Ben final guy to stop commentating?
I think there
And
would
the
be
answer is
hype. I
Put
feel
on the
like.
headset. Oh, he is getting wanded, so he must be playing good.
Well, he's playing really accurate chess. Just some some small mistakes here and there, some big moments. And Magnus
The
gets
ending was
ready
weird.
and
He saw
seated
his
at
daughter in her
his
bed and he felt like a
computer,
stranger in the
everything
room.
working superbly.
Yeah, I
for
thought
the
it was
world
cool.
number one, as we see him there with
What is the
his
one
key.
for?
Who will be
I have
putting
no idea.
their key into the trophy? That is a big question. At the minute, Magnus Carlsen 1 point away.
Belu, I just shaved down there. Guys,
game's
I
coming
don't
up
need
shortly.
every single
Magnus
info
gonna have
of
the
your
black
life,
pieces again.
okay?
Dennis
Like
has
this,
to win
like private
to
stuff, you
equalize
keep
the
for
set.
yourself.
Down 1.5 half. Hasn't won a game this
Yeah.
match. Going to want to change that. He's beaten so many strong players before. Didn't want to play Magnus, but it's the finals. When it's the grand final, you're going to get paired with Magnus. That's the way it goes. You just have to defeat him. Nobody's defeated Magnus before. Not this year, not last year. There's always a first time for everything. Can Dennis get it done this
Maybe
game
I thought
and
you
win
wanted
with
to
the
know.
white
No, I
pieces?
don't want to know. Thank
Well,
you.
we'll
Thanks
find
for the
out.
info.
Well, what a competition Dennis has had. Defeating Sina Moverhead, Yana Pomniashi, Nordebek, Abdusatorov.
How many
Hikaru
players were in this
Nakamura,
16?
And now Magnus
They
Carlsen.
started with 16.
What a final it has been. Magnus, again, just showing us he is such a versatile player. Yesterday in the quarterfinals, he came out swinging against Nihal Sarin. Now he's going for a completely different approach. He keeps saying to Dennis, you cannot out-Magnus me. I am the boss.
What's
I
the
am
best
the
vegetarian
So
recipe on your
Dennis,
YouTube, fellow?
He needs to do
I
something.
don't have. I have a lot of
Stop the white
vegetarian
pieces,
recipes,
for
bro.
what
I
could
don't.
be the final time.
I have maybe a
We will
handful.
see what approach
So I don't
will
know.
he take?
Do you think Dennis is going to go
I
all
guess
out and sacrifice and
you
play
need to
crazy,
take my normal
or
recipes
nice,
and
solid,
just
get a slight advantage and try to outplay
I don't know,
Magnus?
replace the meat with
I think
tofu
he
or
has to do a
something.
combination. Again, it's easier said than done. As we see Dennis open up with the King's Pawn. What
Fellow
will
hates
Magnus play?
animals?
Well, he
No, I
tries
don't
to
hate
do the
animals.
same.
I just
We're
eat them.
seeing a Lopez, Roy Lopez. This opening has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years.
All right,
and
guys,
what will Magnus do?
it's
Will he
not-
try
I-
to
I feel
shut
like we see
the
a comeback
door
now.
on any activity and go for a Berlin, which is developing the knight? No, he actually chases away the bishop. And we're going to see a really tense maneuvering games, and Magnus knows this type of position so well.
Yeah, Magnus could have white or black in this position, as a lot of super GMs have over the decades. It's a close Sicilian. It's a slow maneuvering game, which
Okay,
obviously
good.
is like for both players. White played A4, putting some pressure on the queen side.
A4.
It's going to be a really long maneuvering game.
Right.
And the only way that's going to change is if somebody moves the
If,
d-pawn
if
up
Magnus
2
wins this
squares,
game,
either white
yeah.
plays
Magnus
d4 or
wins
black
needs
plays
one
d5
more
early
win.
in the game,
One.
which I don't suspect is going to happen.
Or two more
Instead,
draws.
A4, H3, play on the side. White has the open A file for his rook. White's preventing bishop G4. White's going to maneuver the knight over to G3 or play knight D5 and then play C3. And very slow maneuvering game. Magnus is like, I know this position. What am I supposed to do? Bishop E3, and he's taking the slow, steady approach.
Is there an
Dennis.
Armageddon after
He's
4
not taking the
draws?
sacrificial, crazy approach,
Yeah, if they
which
are,
some people
if
take
they
when they're in a
have 2
must-win
points
situation.
each after 4 games,
There's
it's
no
Armageddon.
romantic chess here. This is pure technique. And Magnus has a choice. He can just
Ion
play
kick, normally
really
yes, but
naturally,
today not.
move
I don't have
rook
the rights
one
to stream
square,
there, this
drop
event.
the dark squared bishop back and try to get in the break that Ben was mentioning, burst open the center. Or he can just play with a light square bishop, come out 2 squares, challenge its counterpart, and then just take the game from there. Because white has a lot of options, jumping
All right.
in the knight, trading off the bishop.
Let's see it. How much
And that's
money
a
will
very
the winner get? The
flexible approach.
$250,000.
So what will
And
Magnus
second
do?
place, 190.
Yeah, Magnus has probably had white in these positions also, and the Rui Lopez. So he has a lot of confidence. He can play either side and get a reasonable position. Magnus doesn't have to win this game. He'll be reasonably happy with the draw. He plays bishop e6.
If draw,
having the
Magnus wins
bishops
the tournament?
attack
No.
each other on
No.
the diagonal.
If draw,
White can
Lazovic
either
has
trade
one more
bishops
chance.
or sink the knight into d5.
One more game.
He ends up trading the bishops, doubling black's pawns.
So it's not
but giving
no,
black
never.
more
He has
control
one
over
more
the
game
d5
after this
square.
if he draws
Once
this.
again, is somebody going to play d5 or d4? That'll make the game a little bit more interesting. Or are they going to slowly maneuver around and not do very much? And he decided the maneuvering idea, knight e2, the knight can go to g3.
If
white
draw,
can play
then is one
c3,
must win with
d4.
black, yeah.
And is Magnus going to play in the center with d5? Or is Magnus going to start maneuvering around just like Dennis does?
Well, we see Magnus in maneuvering mode as he starts to initiate those trades. He says, I'm very happy with drawing this game. I'm very happy with moving that one step closer towards the crown. And now here, Dennis, he cannot trade off rooks. He cannot concede the A line. So instead, what he should do is, again, make this little move and set up his own slide tricks. Because there are 2 pawn weaknesses, and Magnus is in full liquidation mode. He's like, swap it off. I want
to
everything
trade, but bro,
off the
I think
board.
if Lazovic
I want
trades,
that draw.
I guess that's why he plays.
He
for
needs
Team
to
Liquid,
win, man.
because he's
Like,
in
what is
liquidation
this?
mode. Queen c1.
If he
White's
draws, he
gonna
wins because
sacrifice on
one
h6,
game remaining is
and
all
the
to
crowd's
up.
gonna
No.
go crazy.
If
No,
he draws,
the crowd
it's
would go
2
crazy.
to 1. And
Magnus
he has
played
one more
knight
chance to
d8.
win, because
He
if you
wants the
win, you
knight
get
to go
1
to
point,
f7.
and
He
your
wants to
opponent
play
gets 0, and
c5.
then the total standing is 2-2.
White played knight g3. They were just having fun on the A file. Now they're playing on the king side, Yovi. That's more interesting for the spectator. Let's see some attack on the king side. Again, is white going to play d4? Is black going to play d5? Or are they just going to slowly maneuver around and see what they can come up with? Looks like Magnus is pretty much equalized so far.
I was going to say, I think we know the answer to that one. They're going to maneuver around for a lot of moves. And I'm going to say, actually, that this type of position is super deceptive. And it's deceptive because it looks like both players are doing absolutely
Just left
nothing.
the barber
Everything
shop.
even,
Who is
everything
winning?
is level, and then suddenly one person makes a move like that, and you're
Magnus
like,
winning.
oh, hang on a second. It's all about the space and who controls how many squares. And Magnus is saying, I want all the space for myself. And if you allow me, and if you don't get going on the right side of the board or the left side of the board, I'm going to start taking over and just put the pressure on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what white should do in this position. It seems like the pawn breaks
Dennis
that white
is
has
just
don't
suffering
really
at this
accomplish very
point.
much.
I
But
mean,
you can't give Magnus all the
he's
space.
feeling that
Magnus
he's
has
just
3 pawns on the 4th row. His opponent only has
getting
1.
outplayed.
Magnus has more space on the queen side. Magnus really understands the ins and outs of the position. The time situation is about the same. Both players have to be relatively happy with the position. And it's going to be a slow maneuvering game until somebody breaks open in the center. White plays queen b1, which indicates to me he wants to play d4, and his queen is defending his pawn on e4 again, which Magnus has pressure on. Magnus with the queen on a8 and the knight on f6.
So he wants to push this pawn
is
now.
White going to play d4?
And the
try to
queen
mess
is
up
going here
Magnus's
because
pawns?
then
We're
he
gonna
has
find out in the next couple
he can
of moves.
protect his pawn.
Exactly, and queen moving to that square is actually quite sophisticated. I mean, it had deep ideas. It was planning against any breakthrough on the light squares from Magnus. It's also setting up ideas in turn of perhaps advancing the B pawn 2 squares forward, just to explode things open on the left side of the board. And as Dan has been
And now
mentioning,
what?
also breaking through in the center. So everyone, this is your slow maneuvering game. But as soon as there is a breakout, this position is going to heat up. Now here, queen moves off the open line. So now I would be so tempted either to break with the d-pawn in the center, just initiate action, and we have it. We have, I can't believe I'm getting super excited about a pawn break, but I am. And look at this. We have some action on the board. How is Magnus going to deal with this one? He has some options. He can make some trades, or he can hold the tension and move a piece, just improve a piece, maybe
Okay, I think that Lazovic is at
open
least
line.
trying something.
That's right.
No?
Magnus has many options here. He can ignore white and just improve his position slowly, or he can have some captures in the center. Magnus not sure what to do. It looks like all roads lead to equality or maybe a slight advantage to white, but Magnus isn't sure what the easiest way to get a normal position is, and what white's next move is going to be. Is white going to continue in the center by playing something like rook d1, or is white going to trade on e5 and mess up black's pawn structure? It's not clear what white's going to do. It's not clear what black's going to do. Typically in these positions in classical chess, this is where the players take a lot of time and try to figure out their maneuvers.
I mean,
We
he's
don't
down
have
1.5
that
minutes. You
luxury
know, we have
in
a bit of
10-minute chess. You got to play by the
bit
seat
of
of your
hope.
pants, figure out what your opponent wants to do, and make really quick decisions. So far,
Okay,
this
push the
match,
point, doesn't
Magnus
take, and
has
now
had
what?
the advantage on the clock. Not this game. Magnus is behind on the clock. He's a little unsure of himself, and he plays the move c4, which surprises me, but it gives black more space on the queen side, Yovi.
Exactly.
Okay. Maybe he needs to just play a bit faster now and put some pressure with time.
He doesn't rush.
Maybe
with
he needs to
doubling the
try it
black
like this.
pawns. It just improves the queen. Maybe you're still going to be seeing another breakout on the left side of the board. Maybe we're going to be seeing something else. But it's such a difficult position for both sides to play because all of the tension is happening beneath the surface.
Yeah, the pawns in the center can all be captured. They're all defended. Both sides are sort of passively defending their pawns instead of playing with hyper aggression. I like rook d1.
I think he wants to push
I
the
think the
pawn,
rook's
no?
better on the d file than the e file. The rook on the e file,
Not even
which
if-
is babysitting the e4 pawn, which is already being defended by two of Dennis's pieces. So the question is,
What does
can
this
white
rook
ever
do
play
or no?
d5, maybe even sack a pawn to get that knight to f5? Black plays bishop f8. The bishop's safer on f8, defends the king side some more, gets out of the way of the queen, and
Right, he comes in with a
Magnus is
knight.
just happy playing the waiting game. Here comes knight h4. The knight wants to come to g6. Very interesting play by Lazovic. Maybe Dennis wants to play f4 at some point.
Oh.
And
Okay.
Magnus quickly plays b4, not liked by the engine. That changes the position a lot and really weakens black c4 pawn.
Exactly. Like the first move that you calculate
All
here
right.
is the move that is now possible.
I think that
as a
Lazovic is
result
feeling
of
that he's
Black's
winning now
last
because he
move. So
went
the
like
first move
forward,
that
you
needs to
know,
be
he's
calculated
locked
is
in
pawn
now.
takes pawn. What are the consequences of that? And then, you know, still there's the possibility of jumping in with the knight, trying to get the bishop pair. And we also have a lot of pawn captures on the board. So Dennis now thinking, and I would be tempted to capture the pawn and then jump in with the knight and maximize that pressure in the middle.
Magnus playing super aggressively on the queen side, not content with the drawn position of just playing
he lost the
boring
time
and trying to
advantage. He was up
equalize.
1.5 minutes.
Magnus
Now
trying to
it's
play
over.
For the advantage. The
All
engine
right.
doesn't like
Oh,
it.
this
And
is
now
not
we
a
see
good
trade
move,
in the
I think.
center.
Ah.
Typically, when the opponent plays on the
Okay.
flank, we want to
Kind of
counterattack in
okay.
the center. And now Magnus has a difficult question. You take with the knight, and the knight can try to hop into d3 later, or take with the pawn and keep those double pawns controlling all the center squares. Magnus a little bit unsure of himself. First time in the match, maybe even the tournament, that Magnus has a real time disadvantage, unsure what to do, how to proceed.
I'm praying this isn't a
And,
draw. No, I
looks
hope
like
that
Dennis is doing
Lazovic
well
wins.
this game
And we
as
get
far
some
as
sort
getting
of
a double-edged
action.
Position where all three results are possible.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. Good. Come on, Lazovic. You need to find. Oh, this is a
Capture.
kind
I was
of not
actually
good
expecting
move.
knight takes pawn, so the knight
This is an
jumps in,
inaccuracy.
and this was something that was really attractive, especially because of Dennis's last move going in with the knight this direction. Remember, this position is now half open. If he manages
Why
to get
Magnus
knight
shake
takes
his
bishop,
head?
the bishop is probably going to be better
not
than
sure.
the knight. And decision
Something
time
is-
for
some-
Dennis.
he doesn't
What does
like
he want to do?
something.
He can take with the queen if it doesn't fall foul of any tricks happening, or he can take with the pawn. I would, because you're in a must-win situation, I feel like you just need to go all in.
Yeah,
Risk it
queen
all.
takes c3, knight takes e4 is very complicated. Taking with the b pawn is simpler, but as you said, a must-win situation.
Exactly.
Sometimes you got to play the more complicated
And he
line,
does it.
and he does.
He does make the more complex choice.
Okay.
And now there's going to be problems for Magnus. First up, he has to calculate, can he grab that pawn? I thought
This
that-
one.
I think that Magnus didn't realize that this move was possible.
Hmm.
Knight takes pawn is going to be met by knight takes knight. And once the queen comes in, then there's going to be some simplifications. But the argument is that black pawn structure
Is terrible.
is terrible, not very impressive at all.
And also, Magnus has to calculate what happens on queen takes c4 with the e6 pawn hanging as well. Then the b2 pawn is hanging. A lot of calculation now. Magnus doesn't seem very happy about the situation.
But if he takes the pawn in the
Magnus
center, he's
taking
still up a
more
pawn,
time than
no?
he's taken this whole tournament. Big time disadvantage for Magnus. Heart rate going up more than usual. Usually Magnus
Oh, you
is
know
a cool
what?
customer.
I think if he
but heart rate
takes
getting
this
close to
now,
3 digits.
he can take this
3
pawn
digits,
immediately, no? I
yes.
think.
And the clock is
Ah.
ticking down under
I don't
3
know.
minutes. for Magnus Carlsen as he works out what is the best move. I mean, objectively, black is fine, but there's a lot of psychology at play in this position.
Yeah, it seems like things haven't gone exactly the way Magnus was hoping. With
All right, Magnus
body
done 2
language.
minutes in the
Seems
clock.
like Magnus gives away.
Ladies and
whether he's
gentlemen, we
upset or
might
not
get to
during
some.
the match.
Okay,
And he
and now
does
take you
on
back with the
E4.
knight, or can you
Will
take
White
this
on
pawn?
E4? Will White play queen takes C4? Magnus had to
What do you
calculate
do?
both. Dennis is calculating now, trying to figure out which move gives them the best chance for an advantage. Engine says White is a tiny bit
Who the fuck is
better.
Nolan?
Magnus is about
Brother, why
equal.
don't you know
Magnus
Nolan?
has a minute and a half
It's
less on
probably
the
the
clock.
greatest movie maker
So
of all
three
time.
results are still possible. Very interesting position. This is Dennis's chance, Yovi, to tie up the match.
Yeah. But okay, it's still going to be super difficult. But the very human move I'm going to say is actually to play queen takes pawn. You know, not all of us likes to sacrifice.
And he
but
takes
does
back,
it,
okay.
And he does it. And now Magnus
And now
is
he
gonna
takes the
grab
pawn
another
himself,
pawn.
no?
And so Magnus is
take one of these
technically
two.
a pawn up for the time being, but you can just simply go knight takes bishop. And
What
the
are
pawn
famous film he
on
directed?
E6 is gonna
All
fall.
the Dark Knight
And
trilogy,
again,
Interstellar,
a situation
Inception,
where we have hardly any
Memento,
pawns left. But the
Prestige.
queen
On the
still
same side,
remaining.
too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the engine says it's about equal. There's
He made some really
tremendous
good
pressure
shit.
on the players. One mistake takes an equal position and makes it a lost position. And with so little time on the clock, it's easy to blunder. So you got to be really calm and cool and collected, and keep the tension, not make any big blunders, and keep the draw in hand. And both players, just looking at their faces,
Okay,
look
30
pretty calm to
seconds.
me.
Okay. Oh wow, is this it?
This looks
No.
like it's a
Wha-
killer
what?
blow. It's attacking the rook, the bishop. However, it is possible to drop, well, maybe not possible to drop the queen back. If you drop the queen back, the rook is going to line up on a2, and that
Why, what?
checkmate threat is not going to be defensible. So this is the
Wow.
only move to stay in the game. You have to go on your own
Wow, you take a check and
things
then
are
you go
getting
there and now
sharp
what?
as
Very complicated, Yovi.
Holy
the black king.
pawn he cannot take because
Now,
he's pinned.
How is black going to defend this one?
He's up a piece right now.
Can you go on their
Wow,
counterattack?
he's
And that's
threatening,
exactly what Magnus does.
checkmate.
He threatens a checkmate on g2 on his own, and this is
Yeah.
going to force Dennis
Okay.
to swap off the queens,
And
and
now
now
what?
we have black playing this
I mean,
in-game
bro,
pawn
Dennis is
down.
up a
It's a
pawn.
pawn down, but it's a double pawn. All the
Double
pawns are on
pawn,
the
yeah,
same
but it's
side.
still a pawn.
The engine doesn't think that White has any winning chances because the bishop is really strong on f6. It's hard for White to create a passed pawn. The time situation is about the same.
Huh.
So the engine thinks it's a draw. Obviously, White is the one pressing with the extra doubled pawn, but Black is very solid. White doesn't
What do you
have any
think
passed
about the
pawn.
Odyssey stuff? I didn't watch
Usually,
the movie.
when all the
I
pawns
didn't.
are on the same side, the game just ends in a draw. Magnus putting pressure on the g3 pawn, on the h2 king. Not easy for White to make progress.
No, not easy for Dennis to make
Nolan's
progress,
next
but he
sci-fi
thinks he's a
movie
pawn
is
up.
about Philou
Usually when
studying
they get to
theory.
this
Yeah.
type of
It's about me
situation,
reading
everything
books.
is completely level. But now Magnus just improving his king. The problem is that knight, it doesn't have a good circuit. Like if it were anchored on the square that the rook is on, then
Man, I
maybe
thought now
you
something
could
cool
start
can
to
happen,
press
but
a teeny tiny little bit. But
Magnus seems like the one pressing, moving his pieces forward, moving his pawns forward.
Okay.
Yes, yes. I mean, bishops are so good in these type of positions. You know, they're open. You can just drop back with the bishop, ask questions. And Magnus going for your move, which was just to press on the right side of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, the extra double pawn doesn't
Takes the bishop.
harbor any winning
but
chances for
what
White.
does this knight move even
Magnus-
do? I don't know.
All the endings are drawn. The rook and pawn ending, rook and bishop
There is no
ending.
way Philou doesn't
I don't
read
even think
books.
Magnus
I
thinks
read
he's
books.
worse
I don't
here.
read chess
Got the better
books.
king, the better rook, the better minor piece. White's extra double pawn just has no chance of creating a passed pawn.
Exactly. They're so far back as well. They're not going to advance. And it's going to be almost impossible to create a passed pawn. And Magnus just doing everything by the book. Look how he
White is
puts his
easier to
bishop
play.
in the
White
center,
needs
in
to
the middle
win.
of the board. The rook
Oh, yeah,
cuts
before-
off the
no.
white king. And the white knight is completely
I thought
dominated.
Magnus blundered a fork, but I feel
Yeah,
like
the
he
bishop
will
is just
won't.
better than the knight in the open position. White king is stuck on the back rank.
I feel like he will not blunder a rock,
If
bro.
worse
I have
comes
a
to
fork.
worse, things could get bad for for Dennis in this position because Dennis has less than a minute on his clock.
That's true. He has less than a minute, and there is a choice
Okay.
on the board. And here
He gives up a pawn, and now it's
Yes,
just a freaking
and now
draw.
everything is completely level, and we have the eternal question: who is better, the bishop or the knight? And the answer is neither, as we have another draw. Wow, Magnus
Okay, guys, last
moving
game.
ever closer
It's
to
now or
retaining
never.
the
He
championship
needs to
crown.
win this now.
Very
If
well
he
played
doesn't
game
win the
there
next
from
game,
the
then
pair.
it's over.
Yeah, nobody was winning that game. It was always close to equal. Dennis tried really hard. Good defense by Magnus, this Rui Lopez. And all Magnus needs now is a draw in the final game. Magnus has white.
Ladies and
he'll
gentlemen,
repeat as
how many
EWC
sets? 2.
champion of chess.
Yep. And the thing is, Magnus with the white
This is now the
pieces
4th game of the
knows how
second
to
set.
shut down the game.
If
You know,
Lazar
he's gonna
wins,
open up
they
with
will
the
go
king's
to an
pawn.
Armageddon
And
game.
If there's going to be a Sicilian, it's going to be an Alapin Sicilian.
This is how it's
He's
called.
going to go
It's
for
like a
those
tie-break.
positions that are very well known.
3 sets, no.
Magnus
If Magnus wins, it's over.
just
He's up 2
showing
sets.
us how world class he is.
Yeah, when he's slightly worse, he draws easily.
Well, you're
When
going
he's
to play some
slightly
Da Vinci
better,
chess after this,
presses
we will
for the
see.
win.
We will
When he
see.
has
We will
less
not watch this
time,
till the end,
he
and
plays
then we will
faster than
see.
his opponent until he has more time. And he's never really in trouble. Even when I think he's in trouble, he easily bails out.
Gamba
He hasn't
is
lost a
running.
game
You need
this
to be
event,
fast.
And the only way he won't repeat as champion is if he loses this game with white. Seems really unlikely. A difficult task for Lazovic.
Have they
He's
drawn
gotta
every game?
try.
No,
He's
Magnus
gotta try
won
to win
one.
with black.
They won.
and then win,
Magnus
win
won, I think,
the
already the
playoff.
first game.
But it's going to be a tough task at hand. You can see he's thinking about what openings do I play? How do I get winning chances with black?
How to get winning chances as black against Magnus, who knows his openings inside out. Now, traditionally, I think we'll probably see some kind of non-conflict approach in the center at the beginning. I don't
What is
think
it? What
that
that's going
Dennis
on?
will be wanting
What
that.
happened
You
in
don't
the-
want to be
okay.
going into reams
someone
of
is
theory.
asking.
You want to take the game far away from the theory book as possible, because this is Dennis's last chance.
Oh, Hikaru
to
made a
stay in
statement,
the
an
match.
official
He
one on
needs
Twitter.
to win to force the set to Armageddon.
If he wins the game, we'll call him
Wow.
Dennis Chancevich. Go, Dennis. You can do it.
Let
You
me
can
see
beat
what he
Magnus.
says.
Everybody does it. Or wait a minute. Maybe my commentary is mistaken on that point.
Absolutely. Magnus with the white pieces on the cusp of winning his second EWC championship title. I mean, 2 events, and he's just breezed through them like a king.
Yeah. Didn't play his best, I think, the first day of this
okay.
event, but I think he got a little bit better every day. Played himself into form and never looked like he was in any trouble.
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay, he
completely
apologized.
Yeah, you were right, Yogi.
Hikaru made a
E4.
statement on
and
Twitter
now it's decision time,
apologizing
right? If you
because
go
he
E4,
got
E5,
interviewed.
If you try to do the
After,
symmetrical approach, Magnus
he got
knows how to
interviewed
handle
and
that.
they asked him what's going on, and
it's a
Hikaru said he's
Carrot
upset
It's the Yovi variation.
about this.
square
He
strategy
thought it's the
in
fault of
action. Now, there are
chess.com.
ways to shut the
And
game
that's why he basically said he's annoyed of chess.com. What is this
opening.
shit?
I mean, it's
And he
a
gave them the
solid
fault.
approach
Now they
from
know
white,
that it's
but
a
this is one of them. Oh,
it was the
Yeah,
fault
that's
of
why I
someone
played
in the
with white.
tournament
Yeah, well,
or
this
in
is
that
not
in
one
that
way
hall where this
to
is
shut the game
going.
down. I was
And
expecting some
he
bishop
apologized
developing
basically to
the
chess.com and
variation,
said, "Hey, I'm
but instead we
sorry.
have a pan-off,
I should
and
have
what
known
is he gonna
better."
Go for? Yeah, okay,
Went,
nice,
yeah.
nice move
Move
there
on.
from Dennis. Again, this is a line that hasn't been so well known, so.
Yeah, I play both sides of the Carol Khan also, and I play this with black, and I've never played ace.
Carol Khan,
Yes.
I play
cool.
the Bishop G4 line.
Exactly, but the Bishop G4 line would have involved
Wait,
a
what?
long
Really? This Carol Khan?
Difficult to win.
Very difficult to
Yeah.
win. But as it stands
Dennis
here
played the
now,
fellow
okay,
gambit, yeah, but he
plenty of
doesn't know
moves
the
you
fellow
can
gambit.
Bolster that knight with a pawn,
He
but it's
doesn't.
way more common to do this move, and you're setting up a trap of knight takes knight. So you
Magnus
have
will
to-
never see
Always
it.
crying after a
Well,
lose.
you
That's
have
not
to do
true. He
something
wasn't
about
crying.
that,
First of
and
all,
the
he
most
won
popular
and
move
didn't
is to
lose.
drop the bishop
And
back
second,
and maintain that
apparently
pin, and
Magnus Hikaru sat for 20 minutes on his chair waiting for Ali Reza before they told
Knight
him, "Hey,
takes
okay,
knight. what is going to be happening
went
after
home.
knight takes
He
knight?
rage
Now,
quit it.
knight takes bishop. Bishop
Oh,
takes,
brilliant,
and
nice.
It's the queen sacrifice.
Okay, and the king has to go running to avoid the perpetual check.
What?
And now this is so dangerous. Magnus knows his stuff. And now the black king is going to have to hide
just
in
happened?
the corner. And if Magnus doesn't find
It's only
the
a
right
piece
moves,
for a queen, right?
exactly.
Wow.
But okay, there's a lot of play for
What the heck
piece
just
for
happened?
the time being. But if this does not work out, then Dennis is going to be up big material.
Wow.
But the main move for black here is to go tuck your king into the corner. It is also possible to move your queen to the right.
Have you had black in this position, Yovi?
I've never touched this one.
Have you played a6?
No, I've never.
Oh, you haven't played a6.
No.
You've analyzed it, but decided not to play it.
I've seen it in action. Most people chicken out. Most people do not want to go into this position as black because it feels very scary.
Yeah, it feels like there's sometimes white has perpetual with d5, bishop e3 check, bishop f4 check. And we can't have a perpetual if we're black because we have to win.
Did he just give up his queen?
Must-win game.
It is a must-win game, and he does go running with the king to safety, and now white should be just lengthening the dark squares, advancing the d-pawn, and kicking the knight away.
All
You
right,
need
bro.
to keep on playing with momentum.
Not too
here,
good.
because
Not too
if
nice.
Magnus puts
Chill,
one
chill.
foot
It's
wrong,
theory.
That's it.
What kind of theory is this? He just lost the
looks terrible
queen.
except for one
I mean,
thing.
it's equal,
Blacks have
but
a
because
queen.
the king is
Otherwise,
unsafe,
I like
but still.
everything about white's position.
I mean, there is that factor, but you know, if he manages to get the draw, because a draw is all he needs, he will have done it in style.
Yeah. Sacrificing
Man,
his
he
queen,
just gave up
going
a
into the
freaking
sharp
queen.
variation.
He
Both
wants to
players
end
seem
this in
like
style,
they're out of their
man.
preparation
Yeah, this is
now.
the Fei Lu
So we're
queen
gonna see a
activity,
fighting
see?
game where black's trying to get his king safe and get the bishop and rook developed on the king side.
Yeah, and two main moves in this position. You can jump forward.
You've
with the
reviewed
knight,
and played this once
or
before.
You can give a
Really?
check with a queen.
Obviously, I'm the
Those are
goat.
the
Of
moves
course,
that
I know
have
this.
been
I know
played.
all the
You
lines.
can see that this is scary.
Obviously, but I won the game. Do you see the difference
No,
between me and
Blitz, I'm
Magnus?
definitely taking
Huh?
white.
I
Probably
did the
the
same
slow
line,
game,
but
I
I
would
won.
take black. But
He's
the
playing
first
for a
engine
draw.
is about equal.
Yeah, but the engine is actually only saying that it's equal if you come out with the queen to give a check.
Queen a5 check is
Yes,
the best move.
that is the best move. If you move the knight, white is much better, believe it or not.
I believe it.
Yeah, and the whole point is that black's pieces are all fast asleep. So white actually has the time to get the king castle, jump in with the knight, attack the queen, attack the rook, and really start putting the
Lazovic is
pressure
down 2
on the black
minutes.
king. And it's really difficult for black to untangle without having to give up material.
Very unusual opening. I'm really glad I haven't seen it before. I'm glad the players decided to play it. Give the crowd something to root for. A queen sacrifice. That's what we haven't seen this match.
Exactly, and we can show why this position is so dangerous for black. Because the whole point, the queen comes out, this is the best move, and you need to maintain the initiative here. The initiative is so important for white, so you have to make this move, and now the knight must block anything else, and that's it.
Yeah,
You
but
are
what if he
busted.
pushes this pawn?
And
Yeah, but
white
what's this
does
pawn
block,
now?
And now here, white can just simply
He has a
and again,
check.
just to highlight, the reason why this position is so dangerous for the black pieces is take a look at all of the starting pieces. The rooks, they
Nobody
are back
can
in their
move,
original
man.
squares, and they're not going to get out.
Wow.
It's a dangerous path for Dennis to tread. It's a gamble going into this variation. And for Magnus, he's trying to get his crown in style.
I think Magnus knows what he's doing. He played castles relatively quickly.
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing.
Crazy,
And
he's
how
down in
scary
queen,
is.
and it's still
You
equal.
surprised your opponent, and he's just whizzing out all of these moves on theory. Okay, so I'm expecting black to start untangling, you know, start moving the bishop, get the rooks into the game. But also there could be a question, like how are you gonna handle like the pushback that's gonna be starting? Because black's queen and knight, they're on the same diagonal, so you can just attack with your a pawn.
A3.
And
I mean, he's down
suddenly
3
there's gonna be
minutes.
2 pieces for the queen.
Yeah, the black king seems like it's never safe, and white has that dominating position with the bishops in the center. Not only is white dominating the position, except for the queen minus.
He's blowing all this
white's
time,
dominating on
yeah.
the clock. Magnus has 3 extra minutes.
3 minutes.
Unusual variation from Dennis, but maybe he doesn't know it as well as Magnus does.
No. Well, it looks like Dennis just trying to
Man,
work
white has
things
so many
out,
good
but
moves.
he really does have to tread with care here. He takes the right
Okay, he
move,
pushes
you know,
now
he
out the
decides
knight away.
to try
There is
to
no
get some
check now.
development. And
And
the
now
move that I
what?
suggested has been played. You know, questions are being asked of the knight, and that knight cannot deliver.
If black wins this game, Yovi, there's another variation you can play in the Kuro-kan with black. You can start running your king away, taking queen sacrifices.
Knight
You
has
can do
to
it.
go. No, if the knight goes, the queens go.
This one is just
The knight cannot
too
go
hot
anywhere.
to handle. No, don't try this one at home at all. And now
I
bishop
don't
takes
understand
knight,
why he didn't
pawn
move the
takes
knight. I
They're
don't
both
get
a
it.
possibility, but
What was
white
the
is
point of
soon
this
gonna
pawn
start to
push?
recover the lost
I wanted to
material.
bring out the bishop. I
Yeah,
mean, he
two
gets
pieces of the
suffocated if he
pawn,
doesn't bring out the bishop, because
for
then
the-
I think this
for the
knight
queen.
move can come.
If white can somehow win the e-pawn,
One piece would have gone home now anyway.
Disadvantage isn't so bad. White's king is safer. Black doesn't have a lot of targets. So very interesting position.
Bro, you know
Queen
what?
sacrifice,
What
the
does
engine says
white?
it's about
What does
equal.
black do
White's
if
the way
he
the
plays
players
the
are playing
bishop
so
now
far.
on
Unfortunately
c3?
for Dennis, as we saw in previous
How is he?
games,
The rook is
Dennis
gone.
has a
No.
big time disadvantage.
What
He's
do
gonna
you
have to
do if he
speed
plays
up.
the bishop on
He
here?
can't get in a situation where he has 1 minute and Magnus has 3, and it's complicated. That's going to spell disaster.
Yeah. And for Magnus, though, you know, it's such a gutsy move going into this variation, knowing that, yes, it is a sound, but it's very difficult to play when you sacrifice the queen. But now he does have good choices. He
Do you have a
can go
boom
bishop
resign
takes
sound
knight,
effect?
he
I
can
have.
take with the pawn, and again,
Yeah, I have one.
he can, again, just start
Somewhere
I
in the
like
sound
taking with the
effect thingy.
bishop because it sort of keeps your bishop on f8. I like taking
Why
with the
knight
pawn,
cannot be
'cause then I
taken?
can
The
play
knight
bishop
can be
E3
taken.
check and start harassing the king.
He
So I
takes
like
it
them
now.
both.
But he
yeah, now
thought
Black
about
plays
doing
bishop
something different
G7,
because
and white plays bishop takes e7.
maybe he thought
I'm not
about
sure
putting
Black's
the
got
bishop on
material
here. He
anymore. White's
calculated
got that
this
passed pawn.
to put
White
pressure on
has
the
a
rook.
bishop and 2
I don't know.
pawns for a queen. It's getting close.
is getting close, and he plays the best move. This
Okay.
is the best way to unfurl, because you have to get developed, and bishop takes pawn. I'm expecting black to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to grab everything I can. You might as well.
And I misspoke earlier. I said a bishop and 2
I
pawns.
mean, he gave him
meant
3
a bishop,
pieces
knight,
for
and
a
2
queen.
pawns. Bishop, knight, and 2 pawns for a queen is almost equal. The pawn on d5 is very active, going to d6, d7. White's bishops are very active. Black's king is still a little funny. Black's rook on a8 doesn't have a great square to go to.
Okay.
I'd rather have white in this position.
Well, I always like playing with the queen.
Okay.
So Magnus playing a bit of an unusual move. I was expecting the bishop to go all the way back, just so that you could advance the d pawn when push comes to shove. But now, what is Dennis going to do? Okay, he can't really mobilize
is
any
still
of his
balanced.
pieces. So I'm expecting him
I
to
don't know.
take the pawn. But maybe he can. Maybe he can just throw in his rook to attack the bishop just for good measure.
Yeah, I think if the rook goes to d8, then Magnus will play bishop c7.
Yeah, an
And then
attack.
try to get the d pawn going. I think that's
And
why
then
Magnus
what?
played bishop d6.
Okay, attacks
H6
the
was
knight.
play kicking the knight away. That seems like a good idea. Knight on
Nah,
g5.
the
seems
engine doesn't
pretty
like it.
active.
Yeah.
Magnus
The
can go
engine
to
just
E4
went
or
towards
F3.
white.
They both seem good. The knight has some good squares.
Okay.
And he does a third choice, which I didn't expect. Knight f7.
Nah, Latvia
putting his
didn't
knight
like it.
Further into Dennis's position. Again, it's a really interesting queen sack. The engine says it's about equal, but it's the kind of equal where somebody wins, not the kind of equal where it's a boring draw.
This is far from a boring draw. There's so much excitement here. And most of it coming from Magnus, I gotta say, because this is a really unpleasant task for Dennis. How to handle this one. We have the whole point of white's play, which is simply to step aside with the dark squared bishop and start advancing the d-pawn.
Dennis
That
is
a
cooked.
very simple idea.
I mean, this is, I
And
think,
it's
the biggest
really
chance he
effective.
has. But the problem is, Magnus
I used to like being a
knew
queen
all
and a
the
half. Now I'm
theory
not
of
so
this
sure.
stuff, and that's why he's up 4 minutes, and Dennis has to think of about every move. And this is
there we
losing.
see Dennis wants
It's a blunder.
clarification, but
Boy,
this
engine
is
doesn't like
the
that
wrong
move.
Boom!
move.
Resign!
And now here, Magnus can just simply grab the rook. And Dennis relying on this just to clarify things. But what is the answer?
And now
Yeah,
what?
Dennis wants to take that e-pawn, and then he wants to play rook e8 if Magnus plays rook e1. Magnus trying to find a way to keep his e-pawn on the board.
Can he not push the rook?
And
What if he brings one
this
rook
is
here, this or
interesting.
this
The
one?
engine
Then what?
wants to play b4 to play bishop c5 check and start an attack on Black's king. That's very non-obvious for me, because I'm trying to hang on
I
to
could
my
still
e-pawn
sell
and
this.
get my pawn
I mean, I
promoted,
could
and
sell
the
this
engine's
with
trying to
both
checkmate
with
black
both
with b4, bishop
colors,
c5
100%.
check.
You're
E4
kidding
seems
me?
like a really tough move for a human to find.
If he plays that move, if he moves the action to the left, I will personally raise my hat up and I will salute Magnus. What a move if he finds it. I gotta say, it's still super complicated here. You mean advancing the e-pawn is gonna cost the knight. That requires some calculation. And it's not really
Leonardo
that
da
easy
Vinci of chess.
to do or make any progress. I mean, the most natural move is to get your rook behind the passed pawn.
Yeah.
But like you say, black is going to start also harassing that pawn.
I could
It's
bring the
funny,
second
white
rook
can
maybe.
play e7 here, and after queen takes f7, we have bishop c5 check,
Oh.
and the rook's coming into d7 or d8.
Wow.
And white's actually winning in this position.
He finds it, Ben. He
He
finds
plays
the right
b4.
move.
That was the best move.
That was the best move.
Wow.
I raise my hat. I salute the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He finds the best move. And
Because
why
now
is
the
this so
bishop
good? Because
can
it looks
check.
like you can take the pawn, Ben.
Yeah, if black takes the pawn on e6, then white plays bishop c5
Check.
and black's king comes under fire. Material is about equal, but white has the initiative.
Man,
Black's rook
Magnus
is bad,
Carlsen, bro.
Black's king is bad. Magnus is Magnus for a reason.
And Charles
He
Finney
finds
with the
moves
tip,
like
watching from
d4.
Sydney.
And now the
Bro, is
engine
it not like
says
4 in the
Magnus
morning in
is
Sydney
winning
right now?
With the attack, and the material situation is about level now.
Yeah.
The engine actually doesn't take the pawn on e6. It says bishop c5 check is too strong, but it says that Magnus is winning in any case. The attack on
Boom,
black's king
resign.
is too good. Lazovic has 3 minutes less on the clock, something I was worried about a few minutes ago. Lazovic with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Magnus has 4.5 minutes. Magnus winning on the board. It looks like Magnus is going to have a clean sweep.
Beautiful.
Bro, like, he
beautiful
just-
play there from the world #1. Look at the way that Magnus courageously went for this one, sacrificing his queen, and
He
Dennis
sacrifices
understanding
his
that
queen,
the
and
bishop
then he
check would have
completely
been
destroys the
disastrous.
guy. Like,
while
what
he
the heck,
decides to put his rook there, getting ready to
Easiest
sacrifice
win of
piece
my
in order to king
life.
on. But Magnus now, he can just play simple chess. He can just move his rook behind the pawn, and it is all about the coordination.
Actual
Just
good player,
beautiful
yeah.
play here from Magnus Carlsen.
Time for
Ending
stalemate.
just
Yeah,
in
bro.
style.
He needs
I
to
mean,
not
what a
go for
showman.
stalemate. He needs to. I don't know.
They saved the
I
best.
would-
A must
I would
draw
know
game, and he
slowly but surely
sacrifices
think
his
about
queen in the
stalemate.
opening, outplays his opponent, and now it looks like he's well on his way to victory.
Yeah, on the cusp of winning.
Man.
And that means that he will be the 2026 EWC
Check,
champion.
okay. He has
and
to take.
throws in a check.
Check,
and
rook,
here
and
it's
then
gonna
he's
be
one
all
queen
about
against
the
knight
e-pawn.
and rook.
Nothing to be done. And Magnus
Bye.
knows it. Magnus Carlsen
Wow, what a
is
game.
the winner.
Yeah, he cannot
a
stop that
game.
queen. He'll make a second
The
queen.
king stays
Man.
the king. And
What a
Magnus
player, bro.
Carlsen is 2026 EWC chess champion.
Undefeated, 3-1, 3-1. Relatively easy from Magnus's perspective. A tough match. Dennis put up a good fight, but in the end, he was no match for Magnus.
What a performance there
Man,
from
that
Magnus.
was a
He knew
crazy
exactly
game. He
what to
sacrificed
do
the
from
freaking
start
queen.
to finish.
I think this
Looking
game was just him
untroubled
asserting
there.
dominance.
Hasn't dropped a single
Yeah.
game. Didn't lose
Leonardo
anything.
da Vinci of
What a
chess.
performance
Maybe, he
there
might
from
be,
the
bro.
world #1, winning the EWC
Man.
back to back in impressive
Just
style.
asserting dominance.
Lazovic looks like a man who's about to have his key crushed. That's why Magnus
Look, he's smiling.
does well at the EWC. He loves crushing keys. He loves sacrificing
19
his queen.
he played in
He loves
99 in
sacrificing
that
the
game.
exchange, and he loves never losing.
He played 99,
That's,
bro.
that's Magnus for you.
And we were going to send it straight to the stage for the man himself.
Man. Huh. Dennis played the Caro-Kann. Not everyone can play the Caro-Kann. I'm a master in Caro-Kann. I won it. I would have won it, but yeah. Magnus Maximus. man. Good player, bro. What's this?
Hands
I
over his
Gryffindor.
key to our EWC back-to-back
I mean,
champion,
lots of me. Come on, you made
Magnus
200k. I feel like that's still good.
Carlsen.
Undefeated, inevitable. This man simply cannot
Finally,
lose,
we
and
see
it
the
is
key
time
smashing.
for him to head to the Crusher for the final key crush of the week, the one that establishes him as the back-to-back EWC champion.
I
One
won
last drop.
$30 on my prediction.
Not
Nice.
losing a single
See?
game along
People
the
make
way.
money.
This is a level of dominance that has rarely been seen.
Yo, Lazy Bam, thank you for the
if
tip.
ever
A
at
guy
the
sprayed
Esports
me with
World
baby
Cup.
powder. Do I
Absolutely,
stink?
and it is time now to
No,
cement
baby
his
powder
legacy
doesn't stink.
As Denis Lazavicki is about to give us a good old pop.
The last key of the event. Oh my goodness, and maybe the strongest pop of all, Damascus. The last one is down.
He didn't lose a
Absolutely,
single
the last
game,
one is
yeah.
down, but Rob, of course, we have one more thing to do right now. Which
Fellow,
is
is it
to
true
get
that you are
the
unbeaten
victor's
against
key
Magnus? I
and
never
go
lost
put
a
it
game
in
against a
the
GM
trophy.
ever.
We are about to get the champion's key to proceed to the final.
What's the age
ceremony.
demographic
But
in
of
this
course,
chat?
Denis Lazavicki
I
is
can tell you the
absolutely
age
destroyed.
demographic
And
for
of
my
a dream
viewers.
for Denis as we move forward
Let me
towards
see.
the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time
where is it?
to get ready to go and lift that trophy.
I think the majority
Magnus,
is
if
between
you'd like to follow
24
us on
and
the stage.
34. Yeah.
Ladies
The biggest
and
chunk is
gentlemen,
24, 34,
History
and
has
then
been
between
made
18 and
right
24.
before your eyes as Magnus
That's the majority of my
places his
chat.
key
All my
into
viewers,
the trophy
not the chat.
one more time.
Yeah.
Not losing one single game. Put your
There are
hands
some people that
together
are 15 in
for
here.
our
There are some
back-to-back
boomers in here. We have
champion,
everything. This is a show. This is a family show. Yeah. Percentage of female viewers. 3, I think. I think it's 3%. 2 or 3%. Yeah, bro, we are a sausage fest, huh? We are a bunch of. This is a salami party. How old are you, Felu? I'm 42. Yeah, this is family friend. This is a family stream.
Magnus, congratulations. You've defeated Nihal Serene. We've seen you defeat Alireza Firouzja, and then now Denis Lazovic as well. Is it true that you have an anti-young player strategy that you employ?
It's funny though that every single player that I played in the tournament is born after the year 2000. So go figure. But no, I thought about it a lot. I was going through Dennis's games.
I identify
and
as
talking
Filou's
to
wife,
my
yeah.
coach as well, and I do feel that maybe, especially Hikaru's approach against him was not quite the right one. And it's funny, like one of the things that I said was that he's not great at defending rook endgames specifically, and that kind of decided the first match. And I thought that I should keep it kind of a lot tighter than Hikaru did, which I think I did. I mean, I played Dennis many times online as well, where I've tried to play pretty riskily and been really punished for that. So I tried to not give him too many obvious positional advantages and take whatever chances I could find.
Love to hate Magnus. Listen,
Trash
last
talking.
year,
No, he's
you won
not
that
shit
entire
talking at
tournament.
all,
Not
I
losing a
think.
match, but you dropped
At
a
all.
couple games to Alireza and Hikaru. This year, not a single loss. Draws and wins only. Was there any moment throughout this week where you felt like maybe one loss was happening, or were you just confident all the way?
Fellow Magnus talking.
Yeah, there were several moments for sure. A couple against Alireza yesterday, against Nihal yesterday as well, and then against Stezipenko in the first match too. So yeah, there were certainly some moments, but yeah, I'm thrilled to go undefeated, and generally that was a part of my strategy for sure. I wasn't trying to do anything out of the ordinary, but kind of play pretty tight chess and take whatever chances I could find. And not losing a game speaks both to the success of that strategy and of course like a little bit of randomness as well, but I'm very happy with that.
And Magnus, my last question for you. Since you started out, the generations have changed and formats have changed, but yet you still remain the man to beat. Who or what can stop Magnus Carlsen?
I don't know. I think in this format, it's not easy at the moment. I think Alireza had a really good chance yesterday, but it's not easy. Especially now towards the end when the matches become a little bit longer, and so it's kind of harder to rely on like a 1 or 2 game slam.
All right, Magnus, last but not least, you know the tradition. You are the running champ yourself. This trophy does not come only with your key. You get to choose 3 players' keys to add to the final trophy. And I would like to ask you which 3 players you would like to add to the final trophy.
So, is this about... does it have to be people that I played, or it can be anybody?
Anyone who was in EWC this year.
What does
anyone
this
of the
do?
16 players.
Yeah, let's make it simple then. The 3 other semifinalists, Hikaru, Alireza, and Denis Lazovic.
All right, that is the top 4 close, Magnus. A sign of respect towards his competitors. And now it is time for you, Magnus, to take your trophy and take the Champions Walk towards the totem to immortalize this moment. And ladies and gentlemen, you can also follow
Weren't
him
they
to
crushed?
the win. Make
Yeah.
some noise for Magnus Carlsen!
Good player, bro.
Greatest competitor chess has ever seen has once again done it. Back-to-back years, undefeated in esports World
Who
Cup
won?
history.
We are seeing him walking out.
The unmovable force refuses to budge. Magnus Carlsen, your EWC 2026 chess champion.
What an amazing run
He will
by
put the
Magnus
lap
Carlsen
trophy
at
straight in the
this
trash.
EWC, never losing a single game and obviously not dropping a single match. Nemo, there are champions, there are legends.
Damn,
and
I
then
missed the
there is
games.
Magnus Carlsen, who's
Wait, you just
operating
came here?
in his own category. 2 back-to-back
Yeah, brother, you are
championships
3
right there.
hours
And what
late.
he said on the stage, you know,
What
it's not
time does
just
the
ability
final
to
start?
find
Yeah,
the best
guys,
moves, but
for
how
all
do you
that came
fight
just came
against
in,
a guy who
Magnus is
understands
just
chess
walking
at
in
his
because
level?
it's about
How
to
do you
start.
fight
Yeah,
against a guy who knows exactly
yeah, you
what
just
his
wait
opponents
here,
want,
it's about to
and
start.
he denies it again and again. I mean, it is absolutely insane. Chess will be back next year at EWC. So are we going to see another run? He himself said he's probably going to remain quite strong and at the top.
And he continues to do so. Nemo, he is unfathomable. His
Where is he
career
walking?
is incredible, and he has not been beat on the EWC
Where are they
stage.
going?
You see the fans behind him. You see them walking the path he is currently on to the totem to immortalize his name into the Esports World Cup history books. Once again, he's on the 2025 totem, and now once again will be on the 2026 totem. Seriously, an incredible run. The question we all ask ourselves, how do you beat Magnus? Well, we don't know the answer to that just yet.
Undefeated.
What even EWC means?
Inevitable
Esports
is Magnus
World
Carlsen,
Cup.
classical chess world #1, rapid world champion, blitz world champion. I don't even know how many speed chess championship and 2 back-to-back EWC wins. He's a champion right here, looking for his third title potentially next year, but right now this moment belongs to this man.
It does, in fact. Magnus Carlsen came in with a goal, and that was to be champion, and he leaves with the
I just
goal
came in. Why is he
accomplished.
stealing the?
He is,
Yeah,
in
he's
fact, the
running out,
greatest of
bro.
all time, the greatest chess player of all time. Once
This guy
again,
reads. Yeah, I think that
rises
Magnus
to
is
the
a chessbook
occasion
reader.
to
I
put
think so.
his name on the totem and submit his name.
Yeah,
in
which
the
makes him
Esports
less,
World
a little
Cup
less
history
cooler,
books.
but it's still okay.
They say liquid rises to the top, and Magnus Carlsen is always found at the top. What a moment this is for him.
Bro,
He's
where
setting
are
the
they going?
standards in this arena?
This
Magnus
arena is
Carlsen,
massive.
Your Esports World Cup 2026 chess champion.
Yo, is it over, Carlos? Yeah, Magnus He humiliated the other guy in the last game. I feel like this was a humiliation. He asserted dominance.
Ladies and gentlemen,
how much did he win? $250,000.
your Esports World Cup 2026 winner of chess, Magnus.
I could take most of the security guys down. He doesn't keep the trophy. I don't know.
Come here. Congratulations on yet another Esports World Cup
Ah,
victory. Please,
chess,
show some love to the
Rainbow
fans along
Six
the way
Siege.
and head over to the middle.
Congratulations, Magnus. What a performance, my friend. Well done. Excellent work.
Okay.
Please take your frame, ascend the totem, and insert it.
Who is
and
the
write your
guy?
name in Esports World Cup history.
Where is he going? Okay, he's going up to his trophy again. What is that? There is another trophy in the background. What? What is that? Is that the real trophy there? I don't know what he's not, bro. They are like, he's going to jail maybe. I think he cheated. Yeah, brother, he cheated and now they got his ass. He cheated. He's confused. What's going on? It's like, yeah, brother, we got you. You are not going to jail. He's confused, bro. He has no idea what's going on.
Write your name in Esports World Cup history.
Okay. Oh, these are all the winners from the sea. But why did he choose the other 3 trophies, like from the other 3 people that played? I don't understand.
Paris, one more time. Please give it up for your Esports World Cup champion of chess, Magnus.
I don't understand this ceremony. This ceremony is like more complicated than like Rook End games. Bro, this is more complicated than Rook End game. What's in here? What's in the ground? Oh, I hear all the trophies that got destroyed. No, this seems like all the like the triangles that got destroyed. They're on the ground. I think. Trophy looks like a plate. Yeah, it is. They are putting him now. This is that. Apparently, tradition is they get a little bit of pasta carbonara on that in that plate. You know, he gets a piece of pasta and then he has to eat that. Yeah, this is the celebration later on. This tradition.
Of becoming the back-to-back EWC chess champion. Keep watching for EWC Spotlight to get your daily summary of what happened across all stages.
All right. Well, that's it. Recap. Okay, please show some drama, brother. Come on. You want to do drama from Hikaru recap? Yeah, I will check out the entire drama, everything what happened, and I will show you everything tomorrow in our news section. Fellow News will cover everything tomorrow. Huh. Is this the recap, by the way? Are we watching the recap right now? Is this the recap? No, this is just the trailer, no? This is just the intro for the recap. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. What is this? Do you guys know? What's going on? Huh. It's... You should know better than to ask what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. No one knows. Are there endings? Is there not an ending like discussion from the cast and everyone? I feel like this should be
Welcome to the EWC
What's
Spotlight.
this?
We're here to break down everything that you have seen so far. I'm Avali, and I am joined by Glitter Explosion and Mike Klein. First thing we got to talk about, can we not get like a golf cart, a Segway, maybe some rollerblades or something for Magnus on that walk? I mean, like, what would you use as means of transportation there?
Who knew track and field was
It is over, guys.
5K.
Man, cool event, huh? I feel like this like
all week. His opponents
these
didn't
watch
make him sweat
parties
that
are
much,
quite fun.
but we did with that trophy walk.
I think these watch parties are quite fun. We need to do more of this to watch something together. That's actually cool. But there are not a lot of live events like this. Maybe we can watch something different in the future.
Last year in Riyadh, he actually dropped a few games last year. This year, he was sick, a little bit weak.
It was definitely different. Carlos, you didn't like it. Yeah. Become a reactor. Maybe we can watch a video together at the beginning of the stream. We'll see.
He's the #1 player in the world, and the #2 player is a sick Magnus Carlsen, and that is exactly what happened.
Find the Odyssey to watch. Yeah, which will get me in jail.
I don't think he wanted to be sick, but nonetheless, even sick, he got the job done. So he won both sets, 3-1, 3-1. No third set.
Do you have plans for content after chess? What do you mean?
But Denis Lazovic had such a
Content
fantastic
after chess.
tournament. He's really
You mean in
reinvented
general?
himself in the online chess
I don't know.
world. He's kind of a COVID chess baby because he got his start back when we were all locked down.
Are
That
you
was
playing?
actually in chess.
No,
And he
I need
played
to
so many
eat.
games online.
I need to
And
eat
now
something.
Here he is proving himself sort of out in the real world. So, but you know,
Can we get an
Magnus,
IRL cooking stream? No, man, this is just way too much work. I don't want to do it. It's so much. I need to set up everything. It's dangerous.
Trading LeBron James for a 7th grader.
Oh, thank you for explaining that. That actually helps a lot.
I can't do it.
Now I should say the sacrifice.
What do I do if one of my cameras are flying to the pan? IRL shower stream, yeah. Yeah, I can do a shower stream with my Felina, maybe. What's the score so far? My friend Rashid, you are 3 hours late.
He likes winning all kind of
Yeah.
formats. He believes the future of chess is in front of a live crowd.
About 3
He got
hours.
the job done today.
Love that. Yeah, what a fantastic job he did. I love that. I also love the analogy of atomic bomb versus the coughing baby. That's one of my other favorites.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here.
We did see what happened on the grand finals, but also
And
there was a little bit of drama in our third, fourth place.
I'll be back tomorrow, like always, 5 p.m. German time, to my old schedule, you know. Doing some Fenu news, playing some good chess. Wish you all a nice evening or day, guys. Thank you all for subscribing, for liking, for the tips, for subscriptions, for everything.
But what happened is
See you
that
tomorrow.
Nakamura was up in the match by a game, and there was some sort of